Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. Yesterday was a lot. I hope y'all have had time to sleep on it, to think about all that you have heard before I begin to give updates today. Good morning, y'all. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Come on in. Have your seat. We got a long day today again of these updates and having this conversation. I do want to say beforehand that my information comes from Michael Lee. He works from Law and Crime Network. I want to say that first. There are other outlets that are putting out, further information than what my person is giving me. So, yeah. So I'm just putting that out there too, because I'm just getting the basis. I'm not even supposed to be getting information at all, but I'm just getting the basis of what's going on and what's being said. So I could bring that here. So there's nobody that's in the courtroom that isn't a credible source. I'll put that out there as well. Even Armand Wiggins. Even what's her name? Jaguar Wright. It's different when you're there in front of it and you have the receipts. You hear it with your own ears. So court started at 9:30. So before I began, I hope all hearts and minds are clear. Y'all have rolled y'all medicinals because y'all might need it today. Today might be the day that you need it. Because the defense begins today. From what I understand yesterday when I got off of here giving the updates, Cassie is due to be on the stand for the next few days. Today will not be her last day on the stand. I don't even think the state may be finished questioning her. But yeah, the things have just began. Okay? So, here we are. First updates. Oh, who's trying to come up here? Oh, Quaita, you wasn't trying to come. Okay, ready for the updates. Here we go. So, court opened at 9:30. Shit. Hold on 1 second. What just happened? Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. Give me all a chance to come on in before I start talking, because I got updates already. Okay, so the judge called and said, all rise. And the judge said, we have a note from a juror about scheduling accommodation. It's not in the docket. What about Ms. Ventura's husband? The judge asked. The state said he will be removed from the courtroom before a certain issue comes up. The judge said, good. Okay, so important note for the day. Cassie's husband will be removed from the courtroom today for certain parts. Okay, the judge asked, have the privacy screens been installed? The state said they are being installed by court tech staff. The judge said on the conferring with counsel issue, I tend to agree with Ms. Shapiro. The state said, what about conferring questions about privilege? So Diddy's attorney said, I am concerned that during the break, there could be a generalized discussion about testimony that might come up. We are going to avoid any privileged communications. The state said, during Mr. Phillips' testimony, I spoke with his lawyer. Mr. Phillips is the exotic dancer. The state said, we anticipate these witnesses being on cross-examination for multiple days. We need to speak with them about security and transportation. The judge told Diddy's attorney, can you draft something on a piece of paper, an instruction you would have me give. The state said the defense has set up a zip file of text messages. We are reviewing them before raising it. So the judge said, I appreciate that. The state said the defense has not shown us exhibits they may use in cross-examination of Ms. Ventura. We are worried that this will continue. So Diddy's attorney said we are marking several chains of text messages. They had these documents in their possession for 8 months before we got them. The judge said we are here. We were told there's half a day left of direct communication. Could you give them a lunch? Could you give us the documents at lunch? Geesh. So the defense said our paralegal is printing them out. The state said they should be turned over. These exhibits, they should have turned these exhibits over to us on April 27th. The judge said, handling this issue, we did have a schedule. As you marked them, why shouldn't you be required to turn them over? So Diddy attorneys answered and said Rule 16 does not contemplate these carve-outs. We are not behind the 8 ball on this. We have complied with Rule 16. I would be surprised if the government only has another 3 hours with Ms. Ventura. But whatever we don't think it's required, but we will do it. Luckily, we have a sizable defense team, so we can do it. The judge then spoke and said, what do you want? So the state said, we want their exhibits, not a trial by ambush. We want them now. I will find the cases. So the judge said, you don't have to put in a letter. You can just email me the cases and I will take a look at them. So here we go. Cassie is back on the stand, taking it from the top. So that was just opening statements from the judge and the attorneys. Okay. So the judge said, all rise. The jurors entered. The judge said, you're still under oath. Proceed. So the state asked, may I approach the witness? The judge said, you may. The state said, Mrs. Ventura, I just handed you 2 drives. What is on them? GX8. So Cassie said, messages and photos from my devices. The state said yesterday you testified about seeing Sean going armed to look for Suge Knight. Cassie said Sean took guns with him, yes. So the state said, and he told you to ask the escorts if they were cops. So Cassie said, I would begin by saying I was not a cop. Sean, and then the state asked her, Sean told you to do that? Cassie said, yes. Okay, so the state asked her, what would happen when you fought back? Cassie said, I did that more earlier in the relationship. It would make him more violent, want to push me harder. So the defense said objection to the speculation. The judge said overruled. So the judge said, how would Sean react if you fought him back? She said anger. I'm still lagging. So I'm going to stop there before I say anything else. Am I still lagging? Okay. Okay. So the state asked Cassie, am I still going in and out? Okay. So the state asked Cassie, I'm going to show you the LA Intercontinental Highway again. Play from 143 to 146. So the state said, who enters? Cassie said, Sean. The state said, what's in his hand? Cassie said, he doesn't appear to have anything. The state said, play to 159. Now, anything in his hand? Cassie said, my phone. The state said, how did he get it? Cassie said, well, he took it out of my stuff. The state said, where does he end up? Cassie said, sitting in a chair in front of the window. The state said, what are you doing? Cassie said, walking away from him. Okay. The floor is open for y'all to come up. If y'all want me to read anything, repeat it, take it from the top, let me know. That was the update as of 9 minutes ago.
Yo, thanks for having me.
Good morning,
Good morning,
Zoe.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, after all that y'all heard yesterday, how did y'all feel?
That's what I was gonna ask you. I was gonna ask you what else was said yesterday toward the end. I had left.
Well, I read everything. So everything, like I left off on what she said last before she left the courtroom. So, yeah.
What she say last?
Okay. You mean yesterday?
Oh yes, sir. My bad. Yes, sir.
Hold on.
It's like how she taking a little bit of accountability for the part that she played in everything too. Because I feel like she did play a part in it too.
Yeah. I feel like in order for like
In
her
order for him to go that far, like
yeah.
Okay, so I'm back to the thread from yesterday.
I mean, in order for folks to really like believe her, I feel like she needed to address what she had played a part in.
I mean, but I do
definitely.
commend her though. I do commend her
Mm-hmm.
for
Yeah,
being
for
Because
able
that's
sure.
to get up
hard,
there and
especially
yes, to
sitting up there
still not
pregnant.
get up there and lie and put on
Mm-hmm.
like because she could have got up there and just been the victim, not admitted to anything, even under oath. She didn't have to say
Hell
anything.
yeah.
But the fact that she's still doing it, she's still
Mm-hmm.
talking.
Good
And
morning,
I
everyone.
applaud her for trying to keep composure too, because that's real hard, especially she pregnant right now. I know she hella emotional. And
Yeah,
she been
hormones.
keeping a strong face pretty well.
Okay, so the last thing that was said yesterday was the state asked her what happened next. So they played the video of her at the hotel with Diddy in the hotel incident. So the state asked her what happened next. This Cassie said, I got to the elevator. Next thing I knew, I was thrown to the ground. The state said, who threw you down? Cassie said, Sean. He grabbed me by my neck and my hoodie. The state said, let me show you the video. They played the video again. So they said, what are you doing? Cassie said, trying to use the hotel phone. They said, what is Sean doing? She said, taking my phone and my bag. They broke for the day yesterday. So today,
That's what we saw on the video, basically, when the hotel footage was released.
so
Okay.
she's still going into further questioning about that today.
Okay.
They
So
picking up where they left off yesterday.
yeah. When do you
Whoever
think that?
prepped her for this trial did a damn good job because she is answering the questions in such a way that the defense really can't come back
Well,
on the
for
Mm-hmm.
me,
rebuttal.
okay, so they said, hold on, because they
So
got more updates now.
I got a question for y'all. When do y'all think we will start seeing like other big names
This is gonna
play a
last eight
role in this?
weeks.
Yeah, this is gonna be a long crowd.
This is 8 weeks.
Oh
That's
yeah.
Yeah,
two
I looked it
months.
up
Yeah.
last night. I think they said they had
Okay,
about
so
90
they got see this.
witnesses.
They going for the gusto all. It's
Oh
too
Lord,
early
what
for
they didn't
this.
ask her now? What they didn't ask her?
It's too early. Okay, so um they said the state said, how did he get it? She said, well, he took all of my stuff. They said, where does he end up? She said, sitting in a chair in front of the window. The state said, what are you doing? Cassie said, I'm walking away from him. The state said, now who's in the video? Cassie said, me and security. The state said, in this one, play from 5:31. Where did you go from the hotel? Cassie said, to my house. I took an Uber. So then the state asked her, now let's turn to the text messages. Can you read page 4? Cassie said, please call, I'm surrounded. So the state said, who sent that? Cassie said, from Sean. He was running around in a towel. I told him to put the robe on. So the state said, who sent these green text messages? Cassie said, I did. I wrote to Sean, Jules left. As long as you're quiet, you can stay. Peace. So Cassie said, the state asked Cassie, who was Jules? Cassie said, an escort. So the state asked her, is this Jules? So they showed her a picture of the man, and he on the picture with a big smile. So the state said B606 and 607 side by side, Cassie and big sunglasses. So the state asked Cassie, who was this? She said, that's me, and a selfie of me with a fat lip. So the state said, then when did you take it? So Cassie said, in the Uber with one of my phones. The state asked her, what did you write here? Cassie said, I said, please stay away from me. The state said, and what does he say? Cassie said, he says, I'm getting arrested. So the state said, who was he? Cassie said, I don't think so. So the state said, what did you write back? Cassie said, plugging my phone in and going to bed. So the state asked her, who was at your home when you got there? Cassie said, Carrie Morgan. She was upset when she saw me. She called the police. So the state asked her, did you speak with them? Cassie said, yes, but I didn't know, but I didn't say who I was talking about, and they left. So the state said, why? Cassie said, I wasn't ready. So to my statement yesterday about her getting help, the police came. And you wouldn't tell the police what was going on with you, so they left.
Yeah, but it's still given that she was kind of scared. She was probably scared to tell them who it was because you don't know how much influence and how much power this man had. This man could have had cops in his back pocket, anybody.
Well, my thing is like maybe. I mean, like I said, when the mayor of New York taking bribes from this man, so
Yeah.
so like it. I mean, it could have ran deep, but
Yeah.
I feel like I don't know. Maybe if maybe she wasn't like as scared as you know everybody says she is, because like from my knowledge, if you really want to get out of something that bad, you'll do anything you can. So I don't know.
Yeah.
So I really don't know. Like I really don't know.
I feel like she was
Well,
scared up until a certain point, and then she just kind of got the balls to just, I guess, leave
Just
him.
mhm.
imagine, sorry to interrupt, but just imagine how many lives he destroyed in front of her.
You're right, and that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Like
That's
all the
what
people
my
that have
point
lost
is.
their
She
lives.
wasn't, when she say I wasn't ready, she wasn't ready. She was in love with abuser.
And don't
Yeah. It's
and don't,
different being in love with a person that's abusive. It's
It's
very, very
ain't
different.
very
I've been there
different.
before.
I
It's
mean, very
very,
different.
very different.
and don't people
That abuse runs deep.
Deep,
and,
mentally fuck you over. Like you in a point think you deserve what has happened to you.
Literally,
and
you'll be then moved on and think the trauma gone, then it come back up. Like, yeah.
Yep.
and you know
I just think it's bigger too than only, what she was going through in the relationship. It's like how much power he had. I just felt like she probably felt like basically she had to gain the balls to basically face him, period,
Let
with
me tell you
everything she was
something.
going through with him.
Yeah, it's true. But let
you
me
know
tell you something. She was witness what happened with Wendy Williams, when he sent, because she was talking about him. She was talking about him. Like we have to say Casey. We have to talk about wealth disparities. And what he did, he poisoned her. That she cannot come back from that poison anymore. Why she's so sick? It's not only what he did sexually. We're not discussing somebody's bedroom life. We're discussing the consequence and no control of your actions. They affect so many people around.
and if you want to go that far,
I have a
maybe
question after y'all finish.
uh yes, man. You go ahead. I'm not gonna say nothing. You go ahead, man.
Go
So
ahead,
I
Ty.
only I only really know a little bit about what he did to Wendy from what she said, but I don't recall her going back around him. So when did she? Can you? give me a rundown of when she went back around him, like
Go to
before
her
she went
show.
down the
Go back to
last
her
one?
show. You can see all these things and she shows and the interviews. She always talking about Diddy. She always was talking about it. Remember, was a talk show. This is
No,
a
I
show.
remember. Like what I'm saying is,
It's
I
like a
remember her being
gossip.
on her show, and I remember her passing out on TV. What I'm saying is, when did she go back around him? Like before she started passing out or something?
No, you know what happened? She never do use drugs in her life. The only she ever do drink bottles of wine. Somebody sent
Okay,
her
so
a
3 minutes ago,
bottle of wine
3 minutes
and
ago,
Wait, hold on,
the
hold on, hold on.
state asked, did Sean try to come to your apartment? She said yes, he was banging. That was pretty normal from him. But this is a pretty private building. So the state said, did you hear from Mrs. Saran that day? Cassie said yes, and I went to see D Rock and his wife to try to feel safe. So at this point, it's indicative of her running.
yeah. This is my point. It's the consequence of
Yeah,
you
but really,
thinking he's
I
a
feel like she
god.
didn't know where to go.
Of
And
I feel like
mind
she
course.
didn't know where to go. She don't
and
know
mind
who to go
you,
to.
right, and mind you, all the close circle with Diddy, they're obviously not gonna protect the girl because they're
Hmm.
afraid of him.
But this is my thing though. She running to people that he know. You
Exactly.
just
Right.
was
That's my
standing in
thing.
It's
front
like
of the
it's literally
police
they're
and you
gonna
didn't
Because
be
there's
tell them what was
nobody
going on
around.
with you.
Remember, they in the industry. They know each other. They all know each
exactly.
other. New
And you
and
You
also
know
brand
have
new.
what?
to
They
remember that
they all
abusers isolate their victims. So the only
Yeah.
people around her were his people.
Were his
And
people,
I felt like
literally.
she probably felt safe with certain people, but she probably didn't realize
And
till
mind you,
after the fact that they
They
was
were
not
all
on her
enabling
side.
mind
him.
you,
Everybody was
this
working
girl was
together.
only
Everybody
19
was
years old.
enabling him.
You
Right.
know
This
what?
this is just like the R. Kelly situation. Everyone that is around is enabling you.
Correct. And
And
my
you don't know who to. So in that situation, if you're in that situation, you don't know who to turn to.
exactly. And mind you, she was groomed at 19 years old. That is not you're not a grown woman. You're still freshly your brain doesn't develop. She's being groomed. She was groomed. No man that's pushing
Cassie was
tw-
19 years old for 1 year.
right.
The 19 is not gonna carry y'all through to the end. Because
Exactly,
people been
because
But
yelling 19 since
in her
yesterday. She
defense,
was only 19 for 1 year.
they started dating when she was 19. But Diddy had been around Cassie since she was 15, 16 years old.
They were in a relationship
Yeah.
publicly for 10 years.
may I just say something again to go back to Mr. Armani's point? You know what I'm saying? I feel like she probably didn't go to the police because she was probably afraid she might get in trouble herself for some things, that she's seen, maybe some things that she's done. But it is like for me, like I'm not gonna say because I'm a male, what I'm saying, I'm a nigga. I ain't never been in no like abusive relationship, you know what I'm saying. So I can't really speak for her, but I do know that if she did not go to the police, she either was afraid she was gonna get wrapped up in something, or either she seen all the people that have become unalive, all the careers that have been destroyed since she's been around this man. Because I'm under the firm intention that this man is crazy. It runs like to the 90s of him having people unalive, doing all these crazy things, destroying people's lives. So that's kind of the side I'm leaning on because I really do believe that it's so much deeper than this. You know what I'm saying? I really
Well,
cannot wait until other people get involved in this because it's gonna shed more light to the situation.
the
You know what I'm
state
saying?
just asked her in this photo, what are you wearing? Cassie said a gown and sunglasses. I had a black eye. The state said, what if any other bruising was visible? Cassie said I had several bruises on my leg, but I changed clothes. The state said, what's this? Cassie said, me and Sean at an after party. Yeah. See, now they pulling receipts. They see not now.
This all happened in the same day, like after.
This happening right now.
He's cooked.
No, I'm saying what they pulling the receipt. Are they saying like this all happened like okay after she got
Now they're
abused
not
they went to a
necessarily
party?
saying exactly when they had. They just giving like
Yeah,
presenting
they're not saying
evidence
it's
to her and
Oh okay.
coinciding.
asking her to give context on the evidence that's
Oh
being
okay.
presented. Yeah,
Yeah, not all the
Yeah.
evidence is going to be coexciting. Like it's not all going to go in a pattern. They're going to ask her about certain just like certain instances
like
when
they
things
might ask her
happen.
about
Hmm.
something from when she was 19.
Yeah.
Right.
like today, but tomorrow it might be something when she was 25. So you know what I'm
25.
Yeah.
Yeah.
saying?
Okay.
So
Okay.
they just might switch to, based on what they have, they might just pull something and be like, okay, what's this? Give us
Mm.
perspective on what was going on here.
And
So
and and depending on their questioning type, they might jump back and forth to see if they can cross her up with an answer. They
And
might
that's what I
go
was gonna
they did
say
that
too.
twice
Like
yesterday.
I knew
yeah.
that they're gonna go in this like a timeline, like jumping back and forth.
Hmm.
But I was thinking that they would keep it in order and then
No,
try to, you
no.
know what I'm saying?
Mm-mm.
Cause I was
Mm-mm.
like, well, they confusing me because okay,
Because one of
yeah,
the
you got
things that I
bruises
was
on you,
hearing
but now y'all
yesterday,
at a party.
one of the things that I was hearing yesterday, was the fact that, like, people were kind of upset about the fact they tiptoed around getting to the meat and bones of the situation.
And
Like
you
they
were saying
tiptoed,
that yesterday.
yeah, yeah. Like people they wasn't interested in, how she met him, and all of that, but all of that needed to be laid out for the court. People really wanted to
Hmm.
know about the stuff that, the hard questions that people have been asking about Diddy for years, that she have context on. So people just wanted her to go in that. But I'm like, in order for you to, like, lay out this case in full, you needed to hear about how she met him, in what manner she met him, what happened when she was 19. You needed to hear that stuff. Now they can throw context into everything that happened until, from the time she was 19 till she left him. So we needed that. But yeah, I like the fact that they just asking her flat out. It's only 10:35. Court started at 9:30, an hour ago.
Armani, can I just say something? I hope you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Guys, there's 172 people in here. Yesterday, he was on live for over 8 hours. He is keeping us up to date minute by minute with the news as it's happening. Armani is giving us updates before it even hits the blogs and TMZ. That's huge. So remember, tap the screen, like the live, share the lives, show love to the host. There are content creators up here that are reporting his stuff, and they're getting the credit. So show
Yes,
him some
sir.
love. And I'm
Hey,
going to
Miss,
drop down just in case somebody else wants to come up and they have feedback.
hey, Mr.
God bless
Armani,
you.
I just want to say I appreciate you too, man. You be letting everybody talk. You be telling us this at the same time, man. That's real. That's
Oh
real
yeah.
G stuff, man.
That's what I do on my panels. I like to have open conversation. Everybody here should know how to agree to disagree, and we seem to do that just fine.
Yes,
So,
sir.
everybody have their own perspective about what's happening, but I'm definitely laying it out as to what's going on in this courtroom for everybody. Because just like y'all having y'all reactions, I'm having mine too. I'm kind of like,
Hmm.
yesterday blew my mind. Like some of the stuff that she even said yesterday was kind of like, damn.
Yeah, for sure. Like
No,
the
for
things
real.
he was
Thank
doing
you.
to
Thank
her.
you. Because everybody has been trying to hear about this, and you are really in it, really giving it to us. And I love that. Thank you so much.
Right. I was gonna
So,
piggyback off of what one of y'all said too. I think y'all was speaking on like career wise. I feel like if she did at the time tell on him, she didn't have nothing to lose because I mean she got some good stuff from it, but it ain't like she blew up on the music side like how she wanted to. So it was just kind of like, damn if you do, damn if you don't. But I just feel like she was scared up to a certain point, and they probably felt like, okay, she was, and doing something, certain stuff with him as well. She was manipulated, but that's just what it is. I feel like she was scared and she probably was trusting some of the people and then she realized everybody really working together. Like it's a team effort. And then you just basically threw the balls to expose them.
Yeah, I feel also too like her
Okay,
husband's
so
there,
the
so
state just said just now.
something that must have been something for him too.
The state just said just now.
Mhm.
I'm going to show you escorts. Do you know the name of this person? Cassie said no. The state said, in what cities did you use him? Cassie said New York. The state said, who is this? Cassie said no. The state said, who is this? Cassie said Islander. He was on Latin Men. We used him in LA and maybe Vegas. They said, who is this? 268616. They showing her somebody else right now. I'm waiting on who she says next. Baby, we went through the Punisher, Islander, baby. They like variety over there. What is going on? Baby, y'all had somebody for every mood, huh? The Punisher, Islander. The first man, his name was just Philip. So Yeah.
Them elite people be wild. They like some wild stuff.
She said he was on Latin Men, and they used him in LA and maybe Vegas. But they showed her one person, and she said she don't even know who that is. So now I'm starting to question, like, did she actually approve everybody that was sending, like, that was coming to her? Like, did she know the person, or like, what was the gist of it? Like, because that's making me ask even more questions. Because she knew the first one, she knew Philip, she knew the Punisher.
I don't think so. I think he planted everybody on her, and however he could get,
But
he
yesterday, didn't they say she was like, you know,
just had to roll with it. Like,
Yeah,
casting certain people?
yeah, but that's what they said. That she was booking certain people with her credit card.
So it sounded like it was half and half. Like maybe she did, and then it's like maybe he did it at times, and maybe she was high, and she done forgot, certain stuff. That what it sounded like to me.
Wait, during the first day of Mr. Armani, did she say that at first she willingly participated when he asked her the first
Yeah, she
time?
said she knew about the free calls, but she knew about it, but she didn't want to do them, not that often, anyways.
Yeah,
Uh,
but
I remember you
also
saying
too,
that.
he was putting her on drugs, right? Like she was on coke and all that
Well,
other
hold
stuff.
And she
on,
also she
hold
oh
also
no!
on.
said
Whoa,
she
whoa,
didn't
whoa,
want
Just
whoa,
to
him.
bring you
whoa,
some
whoa!
clarity, because I read that yesterday.
She willingly
She
took
admitted
ecstasy one day.
herself that she did that. She did clarify when it came down to the blue pills that
Hmm.
those she took willingly and unwillingly. Like,
Those are
sometimes
like
they were putting
ecstasy,
her drinks and
ecstasy.
she didn't know that she was taking it. But some of the
Mm.
time she took it willingly. But the other stuff, she took that stuff willingly on her own just to separate herself from the experience.
And
A lot of people do that.
Yeah, because
to
he was
the man that
he was pressing on her like to do that stuff, So
adding
he
on
was
to
just
what
trying
you
to
were saying to the
escape.
guy, she also had said that dang, I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, she was trying to escape from that stuff. So she was just probably,
Listen, Arising Healer, I said the same thing.
yeah.
Bro, what are you doing laying down with somebody named the Punisher? Is your back okay?
Hmm.
Oh,
Are
that's all I
you
was gonna ask.
okay, ma'am? Like, that is
Like for real.
wild. And it,
And to
for
have
me,
somebody
I'm a
pee in my
man, and that
mouth,
sounds
like you
like it
gotta
hurt.
be hella fucking crazy.
Mm,
Oh, to the guy, she
Somebody,
had also
somebody
said
said,
she
somebody
didn't
said, can
want
you
him doing them
repeat
But
the
with
yeah,
other
questions that were
people.
asked so far?
that's crazy. You gotta be way
Wait,
out
huh?
there to.
What somebody
Somebody
said?
said, somebody said, can you repeat the questions that were asked so far?
Okay, so hold on, I'm just checking to see if they got another update. They don't have one. The last one was 6 minutes ago. Okay, so the questions that were asked so far were, okay, so they played a video for her. They asked her, who enters the room? Cassie says Sean. The state asked her, what is in his hand? She said he doesn't appear to have anything. The state said play to 159. Now anything is in his hand? Cassie said my phone. The state said how did he get it? Cassie said, well, he took all of my stuff. The state said, where does he end up? Cassie said, sitting in a chair in front of the window. The state said, what are you doing? Cassie said, I'm walking away from him. The state said, now who's in this video? Cassie said, me and security. The state said, in this one place from 531, where did you go from the hotel? Cassie said, my house. I took an Uber. The state said, now let's turn to the text messages. Can you read page 4? Cassie said, please call. I'm surrounded. The state said, who sent that? Cassie said, from Sean. He was running around in a towel. I told him to put on a robe. So the state said, who sent these green text messages? Cassie said, I did. I wrote to Sean, Jews left. As long as you're quiet, you can stay. Peace. So the state asked her, who is Jules? Cassie said, an escort. So the state showed Cassie a picture and said, is this Jules of a man with a big smile on his face? And Cassie said, yes. So the state said B606 and 607, side by side. It was Cassie in sunshades and glasses. So the state said, who is this? So Cassie said, that's me. A selfie of me with a fat lip. So the state said, when did you take it? Cassie said, in an Uber with one of my phones. The state asked her, what did you write here? Cassie said, I said, please stay away from me. The state said, what does he say? Cassie said, he says, I'm getting arrested. So the state asked her, was he? Cassie said, I don't think so. So the state asked her, what did you write back? She said, plugging my phone in and going to bed. So the state said, who was at your home when you got there? Cassie said, Carrie Morgan, which is Cassie's best friend. When y'all hear me say Carrie Morgan. So she said, Carrie Morgan, she was upset when she saw me. She called the police. So the state said, did you speak with them? Cassie said, yes, but I didn't say who I was talking about, and they left. Okay, so the state said, why? Cassie said, I wasn't ready. So the state asked her, did Sean try to come to your apartment? Cassie said, yes, he was banging. That was pretty normal from him, but that's a pretty private building. So the state said, did you hear from Mrs. Karan that day? So Cassie said, yes. And I went to see D-Rock and his wife to try to stay safe. So the state said, in this photo, what are you wearing? Cassie said, a gown and sunglasses. I had a black eye. The state said, what if any other bruising was visible? Cassie said, I had several bruises on my leg, and I changed clothes. The state said, what's this? Cassie said, me and Sean at an after party. The state said, I'm going to show you escorts. Do you know the name of this person? Cassie said, no. So the state said, in what cities did you use him? Cassie said, New York. So the state said, who is this? Cassie said, Islander. He was on Latin Men. We used him in LA and maybe Vegas. So the state said, who is this? 26A-616. And I'm waiting for the next one. So now they're identifying who the escorts were that they used. They're making her recollect that. Oh, jeez. And they say this is supposed to last 8 weeks, and Cassie is supposed to be on the stand for the next few days. Just to put in context for y'all.
I feel bad for her because she's pregnant, like big time
But they
pregnant.
don't. We talking about the law, the court system. They don't care about Cassie being pregnant. If you think this is something, wait till the defense get up there and start talking.
I know.
And I was just reading something about Diddy's team is trying to dress him to look like a normal human, to humanize him in a way to make him, like, I guess, to like feel pity on him or something. I don't know.
In my opinion, I feel like Diddy's team is treating this like OJ's case was treated. I feel like Diddy's team is looking for loopholes. They started that on day one. I feel like they admitted the truth. They came out the gate and admitted to all of everything that the prosecutors have. They admitted it. They said everything y'all saying he is guilty of, but that's not why we here. If we was here for DV, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. If we was here for SA, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. But that's not why we here. We here because y'all say he was trafficking. Y'all say he had, he have a RICO case. So that's what we want to discuss. But everything y'all want to lay out in the in-betweens of that, he's guilty of. Now what else?
But see, the thing is though, what's making it all these trafficking charges is the fact that it was across state lines for real. That's gonna be the
It
only
was
way
across state lines.
that's gonna be the only way they can get
It
them
was
in
out
there.
of the country because he went to. Remember yesterday?
Yep.
Cassie
And it
said
was
they was in
times
Ibiza.
and it was times where she tried to get away from him. Being that there was times where
Okay,
she was
so
trying to get away, yeah.
the next update. Okay, so
Okay.
So I'm gonna start from the last statements. The state asked her, "Who is this?" Cassie said, "Islander. He was on Latin Men. We used him in LA and maybe Vegas." They say, "Who is this?" 26A-616. Cassie said, "We called him Tommy." So the state asked her, "Who is this?" Cassie said, "I know him as Greg, an escort in Miami." So they asked her again, "Who is this?" Cassie said, "Jonathan. We saw him in Miami." They asked her again, "Who is this?" Red baseball cap backwards. That was the indication that was of the photo. Cassie said, "I don't know. He looks familiar from the freak offs." That was the last update.
So, in order to build the RICO, right? When they get to that, won't they have to? Won't there be other people included?
Yes, but keep in mind, this is only day 3. Cassie is only witness number 3. This
Uh,
trial is supposed to last 8 weeks. You got other celebrities that's been subpoenaed to
Yeah.
testify. You got a
yeah,
lot that we about to experience
And
that's
in
what I
this.
mean.
and it's crazy because I saw something that was like it said that Tory Lanez was supposed to be somebody that was testifying against him. And I'm like, if that's true, that's crazy as hell.
Well,
Yeah,
Tory Lanez
because
can't
remember what
testify from a
happened?
hospital bed.
Yeah,
Remember
because
what happened to
right,
him?
he is laid up in a hospital bed right now.
Is that a coincidence though? You think
That's what
that's
I'm
a coincidence?
saying.
Like
I
that is
don't think I don't think
crazy.
it was a
Yeah, Mika
coincidence
Cassie
at
is
all.
8 months pregnant.
Yeah, she's due like the first week of June.
She's due the first week of June.
And I
But
wonder,
what's
like,
crazy is I'm in school right now for criminal justice. I'm actually in my
Hmm.
first year, right?
Oh,
And I feel like the way that they
congratulations.
handled this was
Congratulations.
wild. The way that they handled Cassie from the beginning. Let me take it from the top because y'all may not notice standing on the outside looking in, but me knowing somewhat of what the law looked like, the way they handled Cassie was crazy from the beginning because Cassie was not due to testify until maybe Friday. Okay. Now, from the beginning, they had been having conversations on day 1 saying that witness number 3 did not want to testify. She was trying to avoid the courtroom. She did not want her face to be seen. She did not want to give any public statements. Lo and behold, witness number 3 ended up being Cassie, right? So that was revealed yesterday when Cassie took the stand. Okay, so the reason why Cassie took the stand yesterday was because her name was overly mentioned on day 1. If her name wasn't so prominent on day 1, we wouldn't even be hearing from Cassie until Friday. They would have probably called other witnesses before Cassie was even called. But because they got in there on the first day and just throwing her name left and right, it was like, oh, you gotta come on out the dark. You gotta come on. You gotta come to the stand because we gotta ask you something now. Because now they've implicated you in more than what we
Hmm.
thought. And that was
Hmm.
the first escort is what did it. He got up there and said it was Cassie that told him to do the urinating.
Uh-huh.
So that completely changed the game.
Yeah.
I'm not, but you
My
know what?
other
I'm actually not surprised that they're trying to strike everything that implicates Diddy in a way. Like if they say something like with the escort, first he said it was Cassie that told him, but then he said that Diddy and Cassie coached him.
Oh no. Okay, so let
And
me
they said
explain it
who
again.
orchestrated it? Like slow
Okay,
down,
so
you
he
going too
said
fast. So
Cassie told him to do it. Cassie is the
Hmm.
one that instructed him to do the act. Something else I
Hmm.
learned yesterday when I got off of here. It was said in the courtroom that during these acts, Cassie would lay flat on her back with her hands up
Yeah, I saw
to
that.
like block her face, right? Okay, so he said Cassie instructed him to do it. So when he started to do it, he was doing it regularly. And Diddy and Cassie were the ones that told him, no, you have to do it this way and do it this way, this way, this way. Okay, so when he said that, the defense objected because they you know what I'm saying? That now you're changing what you're saying. You say Cassie told you to do it, but now you're saying Diddy and Cassie both instructed you on how to do it. So they was kind of like, okay, well, you can't change your story now. So that was stricken from the
Hmm.
record. They left it as
I
Cassie told him to do it.
I have a
And
okay.
question after
mhm,
you finish. So do Diddy got a sex trafficking charge?
yeah.
Hmm.
So with that, I thought, from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong. I thought in order to get like one of those charges, like you have to have like multiple women, basically, like you know what I'm saying, held against their will. And I don't know, it's not like you getting paid for the service. You know what I'm saying?
So
Like how he paying the escorts and
so
they doing the
it
job and they leaving.
okay, so let me explain it to you. I'm gonna make you understand. They well, how I understand the trafficking part, right?
Uh-huh.
So Cassie wasn't Diddy's only victim.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay, so it's something that was explained on the first day that all of the female witnesses that we gonna see get up here and testify against Diddy. Well, all of the witnesses basically that we gonna get up and see Diddy that testify against Diddy, they're all women. Okay. Not only that, but in most of these situations, Diddy was holding these women against their will. It was
Okay.
one situation that I read out when I did, because I did a podcast with somebody and we talked
Mm-hmm.
about the timeline of Diddy from the 90s all the way up to present day before all of, court and everything else. And
Mhm.
one of the things that I pointed out in the lawsuits was one of the girls said that she was a part of one of the freak offs and Diddy had hit her,
Oh
blacked her
wow.
eye. But Diddy
Dang.
kept her. He held her like
Mhm.
captive and wouldn't let her go because she had injuries. So
Yeah.
he held her until she was healed and able
Yeah.
to go out and look normal. And that
Right.
was something that he did commonly. Like he would
Yeah.
do that, and
Cause he
until
was
they
doing
was
that to
maybe
Cassie
sober
as
or maybe
well.
Yeah, he was doing that to
He was
Cassie
doing
a
that to
little bit
Cassie as
too.
well.
he did it to Cassie too. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So, but Cassie, what
Wait,
makes
you didn't know about
Cassie's
the males?
situation different from the
You didn't
rest
know
of the
about the
victims
males?
is she
You didn't know
had
about,
a
you didn't know about the
relationship
males?
with
Yeah,
Diddy.
Right. Right.
they
Now,
had a
in my
real personal
opinion, I'll say
relationship.
You know
this:
the
this
men?
this is something else that can be argued or maybe debated. But so see, you starting early today. Um,
Yo, my bad, bro.
and
I'm
in
in.
my opinion, I feel like something that could be
Yeah.
argued or maybe debated. I feel as though Kim Porter was a victim.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do
And
I
I
too.
do
feel like
too.
I would love to see somebody get up there and speak on Kim's behalf. And
Mhm.
not only
I
that,
feel like I'll
but
be sure is gonna do that.
the first person who experienced this opportunistic Diddy and the I could give you this and maybe you could be with me or whatever the
Yeah.
case was Misa Hilton. And I
And
feel like
was.
Misa, who's been in the courtroom for the last 3 days, may be a witness as well. I feel like
I do too.
Misa,
And I feel
it
like
started with Misa. It started with Misa because Misa, if for those of y'all that don't know, Misa is what's the one with the curly hair? Justin, that's his mama.
yeah.
That's Justin's mama. Okay, so Misa was a stylist to the stars. She dressed Lil Kim, Mary J. Blige, Tupac, Diddy, a
Mm-hmm.
Biggie. She dressed a lot of the big names in the industry because she met Diddy, because she was in a relationship with Diddy. So keep in mind, a lot of the big names was in Diddy close circle. Faith Evans, Mary
Mm-hmm.
J. It was a lot of those big names. So she came in the industry that way. So when she started to work with those big names, everybody started to flock to her as being like one of the biggest stylists, in Hollywood. Yeah, so that's how Misa ended up getting her opportunities to becoming famous in Hollywood too. She got pregnant for Diddy with Justin. They broke up. We never heard any more of their story, whatever.
Basically
And I feel
witch.
like Chance Mama too. It's something to be said for Chance Mama too.
Yeah,
Chance
because
Mama
she
have a
just
story
ain't.
as well.
She's just nowhere around. Period. Chance Mama don't come around. She's seeing Chance and be gone. And I've
Well,
noticed that.
hey,
Yeah. So basically,
That's
I've
crazy though.
what I was trying to line up right now, what I was trying to line up right now was like basically the escorts that's that's gonna be in court and stuff like that. They got booked and they got paid a service, right? To service them,
not
right?
all of them. Not all of
Not
them.
all of them, some
Because
of them.
even
Okay,
yesterday, the
so
first escort said that when he couldn't perform, he wouldn't get paid. And he also said that
okay,
not only that, but it was times where they wouldn't offer him pay and he would just go because he just
oh,
like the lifestyle of it being
okay,
Diddy
yeah,
and
yeah,
yeah. So
And I
yeah.
remember Cassie said that when if escorts would come and they didn't, if they weren't to their liking, they would just send them on
yeah,
without
they would
paying
just
them.
send them on their way.
So it's gonna be like half and half then. Like that's
Hmm.
crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
even that little inch, that's
Now
gonna be what
I know
what
some.
what does it.
I know some of them are going to stick for sure. You
Hey,
know what I'm saying? Because what he's doing is not right. But I'm just saying, like, some people getting paid, some people held against their will. So that's why I'm just trying to see, like, how they gonna make these trafficking things stick. That's what I was trying to get an understanding of. But yeah, I get what y'all
They
saying.
gon' they gonna find a way. I feel like they're gonna find a way. I feel like it's a lot that we don't know about this case, and that's probably why it also the fact that it's a federal case, both of those are reasons why it's not going to be publicized the way that
Right.
a lot of other people's cases have been. But
Mhm.
I feel like it's so much that we don't know and haven't heard that
Mhm.
could really just shatter probably
yeah,
the music industry as we know it, to be
and you're
honest.
and you're
All right,
exactly
so I
right
just
because
got three
the
Right.
feds.
paragraphs worth of updates.
Okay,
Kim's
okay.
name Kim's name has been mentioned
Ooh.
by Cassie.
Oh Lord.
Okay, so the state asked. Well, let me take it from the last one. So they said, she said we call him Tommy. They say who is this? She said I know him as Greg, escort in Miami. They say who is this? She said Jonathan. We saw him in Miami. They say who is this? Red baseball cap backwards is what the guy had on. So they said, she said, I don't know. He looks familiar from the freak offs. So they asked, what did you write here? Cassie said, this is all we do. I'm getting back on track. I'm sure you can call Kim or something. Don't ever play with Kim Porter like that, girl. And then she said, what did you mean by this is all we do? Cassie said, freak offs. They said, did you try to avoid anything in the freak offs? Cassie said, I tried to avoid kissing. It seems too intimate. But Sean told me to do it, to kiss the escorts. So they asked her, what did Sean ask you to do on your 29th birthday? Cassie said, a freak off. They said, Cassie said he pulled me out of the blind dragon for a freak off. Some security with some security. Okay. So they asked her, what about blackmail material? Cassie said he wanted me to fear. The defense said objection. They said the judge said overruled. The state said, when would Sean mention the freak off videos? Cassie said to hurt me. One time I was dating someone else and he threatened to release the freak off videos. I'd have to answer to my mother. It's horrible and disgusting. No one should do that to anyone. The state said, what did Sean say the impact would be? Cassie said, shame. I don't know what the blind dragon is. She said he pulled me out of the blind dragon for the freak off. Some security. So I'm assuming he had security pull her out of the club to be a part of it, or pull her out of a bar or some type of place to be a part of it. That's what I'm gathering.
Our money.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. This my bad. You won't hear the bell again. But I heard somebody say something about Kim Porter.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I'm under the impression that I think that she was got cut off. You know what I'm saying? If you know what I mean on the live
Well,
because wasn't her
um,
autopsy report said that it was shocking and then she was just experiencing flu-like symptoms.
that's to be discussed. However,
and determined.
Yeah, that's to
yeah,
be
that's to be
that's
determined.
yeah, for
However,
definitely.
I feel like this. What she said in reference to Kim in the text messages was disrespectful.
Yeah,
If it's
Yeah.
happening to you and Kim was there before you, why would you tell him he could call Kim or something? Like that, that's kind of like you just that, it give
But
me side chick vibes, don't it?
we
Don't it
have
And
to
give
it
me
gives
remember
like
that
it gives me
she
like
was young is
and it just gives like
she
basically
bitter or something that Kim? But see, what's crazy
yeah,
is
and you
on
know
day
what
one,
happened and you
on
thought it was
day
gonna be
one
Yes,
they
different
made
with
it
it
you.
abundantly clear. On day one they made it abundantly clear. The prosecution laid out and said that well the prosecution laid out and said basically that this was a jealous fueled relationship. Basically that you know Cassie was basically jealous of Kim Porter and different things like that and like all type of shit. They made it out like it just was it was just a jealous relationship, and that's what it was. Well, Diddy's team made it look like that. The prosecution had laid out the whole thing with like Diddy doing this to Cassie. He had a history with Kim. He had a history with other women in the past. There's been other victims that have came out and said stuff all the way back from the '90s that have been coming out with lawsuits and things like that. Yeah, they laid out the full enchilada. Cassie is
They
getting up there
trying.
putting the icing on the cake, and the defense still haven't said anything yet. So
They gonna
hey,
tear her up. I'm not, and
yeah,
hey,
they
you
they
know,
they
we gonna
gonna they
pray for
gonna be the ones
Cassie.
to dig into her.
We
hey,
need to pray for Cassie and during her pregnancy because they are going to ship her down when that defense gets to her.
hey, Mr. Armand, this is kind of off topic, but Don't you think J Lo's gonna have to be implicated at one
Well,
point? Is she gonna have to take the stand?
according to what I got, allegedly, supposedly, might be, could possibly be.
I think
Because
so
Come
too.
on.
J
isn't that
Lo,
why Ben
J
Affleck
Lo,
left her?
J Lo's name was mentioned in the beginning. She's supposed to be one of those celebrities who got her name paid to be stricken from the record
Mm.
and get her
Some of
stuff
them,
handled
I feel
Mm.
like
separately.
some of them paid to have their names
Hmm.
stricken, but
Yeah,
I
they
feel
did. They were
like
paying our families. Yeah, they were paying
yes,
our
but
families.
I also feel like it's gonna be somehow, some way that they're gonna still end up having to be in that
Some
courtroom.
type of way. The law will
Oh yeah,
find a
Yeah,
of
way to get
course.
around it.
they
Yep.
they gonna find a way to get around them having to be in that
Hmm.
courtroom. They're going
A
to be in that
deposition or
courtroom.
something.
Yeah, they're going to be in that courtroom.
Because Ben
Like
Affleck
they
left her because of
say
all
like
this
she's
mess.
Ben
But
Affleck
Cat,
left her
but
because
but
she just a damn.
J Lo is not one that necessarily has to be there though. J Lo was only with Diddy a brief time, and when the incident happened, when the
But the
club incident happened, when he was with J Lo and they had got arrested, that's the only incident that she can attest to because she left Diddy after that incident.
Well,
Well,
there's
that's
yeah,
all
multiple
but
we
pictures
know.
of her
but the
at
That's the
thing
only
parties
is,
with
but
instance
the
we
him.
know
thing,
about.
yeah, but that's the only instance we know about, and the fact that she can also attest to how they said the parties were.
Oh yeah, because
She
she
can
Yeah,
was at
attest
the
to
white
that.
party. She was at
She
the
was
yeah,
white
at
she was
them
party.
at the
And she can
parties,
party. That's
also
what I
so
was
she can
saying.
testify
Yeah,
to how was he during these drug induced, or how was he, the sober Diddy versus the aggressive, intoxicated Dizzy,
I know.
not
We're
Dizzy,
talking about also
the,
Beyonce and what? Who else? Right?
Jay-Z.
But Jay Z stuff was cleared
Is
separately.
this it?
yeah,
Really?
but that's a totally separate incident. That ain't got nothing to do with Diddy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He
Yeah.
may very well be
Armani,
implicated in Diddy.
when you had said that Cassie said ask him, was that recent or are they reading something she said like years ago?
They
Or
reading the
since then?
text message. They reading text messages that Cassie sent Diddy.
Mm.
Oh, okay,
I
okay.
feel
Oh,
like
because you know I came in late on morning. So what was the
So
report?
then what too?
Don't
Kevin
mind.
Hart? Like we talking about all these other jokers, right? So are we talking about Kevin Hart? Because he was on some stuff on his videos too. Nope.
Well, who?
Kevin
Okay,
Hart.
so the state just asked
Kevin
her.
Hart.
Yeah.
The state just asked her. Let me show you a chat. Who's on it? Cassie said me and Sean. Um, the state said read your message. Cassie said I wrote. Please delete the videos off your phone. Too many people have access to your devices. He said no iCloud, all good. Ambient kicking in. So the judge asked for. I mean, the state asked for a sidebar. The judge said yes. So now they in a sidebar right now.
It's okay.
You know what? I believe
Before
the
that though,
feds wouldn't be pursuing all this if they didn't know for a fact.
Yeah.
If they did not know for a fact that all these folks have something to do with it, and that's where the
exactly.
RICO is gonna come in at.
I
They
feel like
do.
they
Because
build
They
they
do.
build in
At this
separate
point, they
cases.
only
They are
they
corroborating
building
the
already know.
separate
stories. They
cases.
only the thing is about with federal court stuff have to be proven without a shadow of a doubt. It gotta be
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
proven, and that's the good thing about having people under oath. When you have your type of idea about what happened or what may have transpired, but when you call in witnesses, they corroborating what you think you may already know. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So it works that way. You could either confirm or deny what I'm saying or what the defense is saying, and you're gonna do that within us asking you these questions. But from
Exactly.
there, we already have some type of idea of what we think happened or what we believe. So that's basically it. They're only there to confirm or deny within their stories about what transpired and what didn't. And the jury is there to listen.
Mm.
Yeah.
This is a
I
whole
just
mess. This is a damn mess.
I just feel like they build in separate cases. I feel like a lot of them that's probably paying off to have their names removed and stuff, and a lot of them that are probably paying off the victims to keep they stuff on hush hush. The feds are probably building cases against them as well.
but I just feel like
Mm-hmm.
with the feds period, they normally don't even taking it to trial with the feds. They normally come with all their information, so they must don't have
Exactly,
enough
they coming with
information.
it.
So
They coming
And
with
it
it.
takes time because even when that video came out,
you know what
everybody
I'm
was saying,
saying? Like for
when they
him to
gonna
take it to
arrest him?
trial
When
and
they
they
gonna
gotta
arrest
get more
him?
information. Normally the feds don't come like that. They normally come and they have all of their evidence. People know
Right.
when
And
feds come, you get what I'm saying? Like it's no
yeah.
like
And I know people were
so
like,
he might
why
gonna get
why
off. I
isn't
don't
Diddy
think he
not
gonna do all
arrested
that
yet?
time, honestly
Like,
speaking.
And
he
there's
was
still
able to
more
get
to
away,
come.
or They
'Cause
what they arrested him and then he
and there's
what
still more
happened
to
with
All
that?
the
come.
time.
There's still more to come because they confiscated so much more stuff from his household. So
But they already said that's not the charges. His sex life is his sex life. That's
that's
really not
fine,
a
but there's
crime.
still, but
But the
there's gonna be
crime is
more.
about, you get what I'm saying, is
The
the dread
videos, the
and the
cameras, the
allegations
all
of
this and
having
the other. Yeah, there's gonna be so
trafficking
much
going on.
more
Yeah,
on
so
top
Hmm.
of him.
that don't
This
have
is
nothing
still
to do
very
with.
early on.
Hey, I heard somebody in the chat say something about the tapes or anything. So the feds got the tapes of Diddy.
Say nothing about nothing.
Yeah, they got the devices with the stuff on it.
Good morning,
So
Lulu.
then doesn't that mean that they already know who's all implicated in that? Then
You just heard me say they asking questions to corroborate these stories that they already that they already believe. Like they already came up with that's the point of a defense and the legal teams for them to come up with what they believe is true and to
Hmm.
defend that. When they asking questions to these witnesses in court, it's to either corroborate what they already think or go against what they already think. You know what I'm saying?
And
That's
the
just
thing
it.
about it is with the other women that have to testify, if any of the videos can corroborate what they're saying on the stand of what happened in their encounter, if they find videos, that's going to be evidence that can be used for the
Right.
trafficking case.
Because everybody know when you go to court, the judge will tell you. If you taking it to trial, the judge don't have nothing to do with the, you get what I'm saying, the basically like, he not saying if you guilty or not, basically. You taking it to
Right.
trial, he don't know what's, you get what I'm saying, the judge don't go for that. So at the end of the day, he gonna fight for his life. So that's what
He
he
just
wants.
listening in just
Exactly.
like the
We got
rest
to
of us are.
understand this is trial by jury. This man was the most popular man in America. One of the most popular men in America. This is trial by jury. He's being judged by literally people that see him as this music mogul, hip hop legend, this P. Diddy we talking about. That's what that is. The judge is like, I don't care nothing about this man.
No,
Whether
that's not what
he,
he's saying. That's just the rules, though. Like anytime you have a judge, just period. That's just,
yeah,
you
I
can
mean,
go
I'm
in there
not
for
saying that.
traffic. I go to court for traffic. They tell you the same thing. You want to take it to trial? It's just still the
Yeah,
same. It
yeah.
don't
I mean,
matter
I'm not
about
saying it
who
in
he is.
that
Like
way. I was saying
everybody
like
know,
we don't.
anytime an artist is locked up, they treat them like regular people too. They really not different once you in them courtrooms. Once you in that situation,
Yeah, none of that don't matter.
yeah,
That
none of that don't
orange, if you're
matter.
gonna put that orange on, whether you're guilty, you could be a celebrity or not. Guilty is guilty.
It
Yeah, that
sure is.
doesn't matter. A jury trial is what you want. You hear me say? That's period. That's just the rule of it. That's what a jury for.
And them jumpsuits are all the same color at the end of the day.
But the thing is I don't really feel like his legal team, while he shouldn't have took the plea deal, his legal team didn't necessarily think a full trial through. Because now he didn't open up the door for so much more stuff to be laid out in depth. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, so it's like it's crazy. And now
And they
everybody got
can
to come to the
present
stand.
evidence up until the day of. They can have, oh, can we have a sidebar? We just got some new evidence in. And so that's a continuing thing. So he really should have took the plea and just kept it what we knew
What was his
already.
plea
But you
deal? I
just
thought they wanted
opening
him
up
to
the
No,
fight.
I
door.
don't think he should have took the plea. Why? Because if he would have took the plea, what Cassie is saying right now,
I thought he would have been gone for
everything
like a
Cassie
month.
is saying, like a lot of what Cassie said yesterday, is the reason why
Hmm.
he shouldn't have took the plea. She took partial accountability herself.
Yeah, but she's the only
All of the
person though.
blame was not on
We
him.
heard that.
But
He
she's the
said he
only
said he.
person though. Now you're talking about what about this
But guess what?
Tehran
We haven't
girl?
saw
You
no
got
other
all these
witnesses.
other
This is only day
right.
3. I can't
That's what
speak for no other witnesses, and this is only day 3.
Yeah,
it's
that's
Cassie's
all we
witness number
heard.
3.
and
He
that's what
ain't,
I'm saying. We
Cassie ain't
only
say
hear
that. Like, oh yeah, we had women here too. We ain't hearing no women. It's all men, and he sound like he's the trick. He's paying these people. What these
And
people
Cassie
mad for?
also never said
Only
that
thing
he
he was doing
forced
something
her
to was her.
to do anything.
Yeah,
That's
he
what was
didn't
going
say.
on
Yeah,
people's
she
head
never
too.
said that he
Trafficking is
forced
not
her.
sounding right. That's not trafficking, because trafficking is kind of different.
Yeah,
Honestly, it's
like
kind of he was just
I
probably
feel
just doing
like
it to
I
her.
feel
She
like
See,
was
the
like,
thing about Cassie being up there in her testimony is not to prove the trafficking, it's
yeah,
character.
it's not what that's for. It's the character. Yeah, they're
They
using her
in
as a
order to
character witness.
build the house, you have to start with the foundation. And that's what
right.
Hmm.
they're doing now. They're laying the foundation for what type of man that he truly is. So
Mm-hmm.
once we get all this negative stuff out the way, you see how he really get down. It's not going to be a far stretch for you to believe that
that's
he's
not his
done
charge.
what he. Huh?
What's the trial for? What's they saying? What's he's being charged for today? What's the trial?
Trafficking. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that that
Having a
shit's wrong.
what they saying?
What
Having
I'm
a
saying is,
organization.
dang,
She sound like the defense.
huh?
Who's saying that? Because they sound like the defense.
I don't know, but my only thing, I don't know who said
What?
that.
Who's saying what? Shay talking.
Who said that's not what he being charged with?
Me.
Yeah, you sound like the defense. That's what the defense said. He's not being charged with that.
That's not what I'm saying though. So that comment didn't fit what I was saying. What I'm saying is they're building the foundation to let you know what type of man he truly is. So once we get into the nitty gritty, the meat and potatoes of what we're actually charging him with, it's not going to be a far stretch for you to believe that yeah, he did that too.
Right.
I
They
mean,
have
you
to
got
lay
to
the
think too.
foundation down.
Then they gave her
Yeah,
immunity.
she's a character. She's a character
He's
witness
a
right now.
character witness. Whatever he did to her, the statute of limitations has already expired on that.
And
This
she was
this not.
compensated.
Yeah, she got
Yeah,
paid. Like
she got
she,
paid,
Well, I
but
mean,
she
like
also
yeah,
got
that's
security.
done. She
right. That's done.
they can't get nothing criminal off of her because she already won that civilly. Well, she didn't win it civilly.
They
You know, he
Settled
settled
it.
it,
just
of
paid her out.
course.
He
He
just
settled
paid
her
her out.
out.
But yeah, he just paid her out. But that's done and over with. Now we on something a whole different level now. So they're just
Right.
calling her in just to see how he was
Character.
with her. It's a
Right.
character thing.
But see, not only that, it goes further than that because how I put it. Okay, so most of his charges expand from his corporation, Bad Boy Music,
Yeah.
whatever you want to call it. So it's not that they looking at it as boyfriend girlfriend. She was his employee, so they're looking at employer employee relationship as
Yep.
well.
Which will be considered, because isn't that organized?
Yeah.
I mean,
Exactly.
you're
That's a part
shipping
of
your
that's a
workers
part of
out of state to do what?
yeah, yeah. That's a
Exactly.
part of
That's
necessity.
is that not
Basically,
trafficking?
it's like right now they're trying to get that to see pretty much. His character is
Hmm.
involved, but
But
that's what they're trying to make
I just
see.
want to
But
clarify
all
too
that other
though.
stuff, it don't really.
I just want to clarify too though that those trafficking charges don't just fall on Bad Boy either, because
Mm-mm.
his personal team was a
Was
part
Right.
of
That's what
handling
I'm
it.
those.
Yeah,
saying.
Right,
they
and
was
that's what the
Personal
handling stuff
efforts
for
organizers
him.
for.
were booking
Yeah.
rooms and
That's where
buying
the
things and
organization comes
security
in.
Hmm.
was doing. It was a
Cleaning
whole
up,
thing.
setting up.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Crime organization. That's where
Yeah,
that comes in.
they was
Hmm.
even cleaning up
Yeah.
when it was over.
And
Uh-huh.
setting up for the next one.
And paying, and they was paying them off, paying the hotels off too, to keep them
Even some
quiet.
celebrities gonna might get charged with that charge, man.
But like I told the girl yesterday, it's actually bigger than Diddy. I don't even know why
It
they
really
always
is.
just call
Yeah.
it a Diddy
It
party.
is.
He's
I
the
feel
fall
like
guy.
Diddy was
He's the
introduced
fall
to this.
guy.
He's a victim as well, and he's just a guy that
Nah,
He's
continuing the
their
but
fall
cycle.
guy.
I wouldn't go as far to
He's
say
not a
that
victim.
he's a
He's
victim.
their
He's not a
he's
victim.
he's
I
the
feel
fall
like
guy.
He's
That's
a
all.
he's a
I
victim
feel
of
like
his.
He ain't no
personally,
fall guy. He a
this
He's a
done
leader.
happened.
victim of his
I
own
feel like this
arrogance.
done happened to
That's what
him
he's
No,
a
before,
I'm
and
victim
I
saying
of.
feel
I'm
like
saying
he's
they're
doing it to
gonna
other people.
I'm saying they're going to use him. They're using him like as the fall guy, meaning he's the one that's finna go down for some of the stuff, just so that a lot of it doesn't get exposed.
He
Because
ain't
it's
no
deeper
fall
than
Yeah,
guy
him.
though. He was
It's
but
the
what
it's
I'm
leader.
saying,
way
but
deeper
what
than
I'm
him.
How you trying to
and
make
see
the
that's
leader
and
of it the
see
fall guy?
and see that's what
He's
this is
not the
what I'm
leader
saying.
though. He ain't the
He
leader.
is the
I
leader. It was him that was running all
May
the
I say something?
operations.
May I say something? Like
What I'm
Mister,
saying is, I feel like this stuff he's done been introduced to this before he started doing it on his own.
yeah.
But of course, he's
And his
grown from
mama
what he
and
done
his
did to
daddy
Like
other
look,
introduced.
people.
He
Of
got
course,
it
But
he's
from
been
his
at
mama
grown.
and his daddy. That's who told him how to do it. His own mama and daddy.
like Mr. Armani had to tell
And
me
I feel
yesterday when
like
I said he was.
once he got in the industry, they exposed him to some stuff as well. That's why he's doing it to other people.
He was
That's
I
personally how I
exposed
have
feel.
as a
I went
child.
down
Who was the
so
other
many
people?
rabbit
I mean, these
holes.
people came out, but they still no like real
Yeah,
evidence.
Nigga
like
said
Mr.
That's
somebody
Armani
was
was
the
allegations,
saying
though.
fall
You got to
yesterday.
guy.
keep in mind, and a lot of people really
But
be
y'all got to
listening to the
realize
internet.
too,
Everything on the internet is
nobody
not real.
else is brave enough to go against these other elites that we're speaking of. Basically they using him to go
You
down
don't
with
know what
everything because
people
he's
brave to do.
continuing the cycle.
You never know.
In my opinion, I
See a
don't think
person to do
it
anything.
it happened because of his own arrogance.
Yeah,
Everything,
of course.
everything that's on the floor, it happened because of Diddy's arrogance. First and foremost, when Cassie, whatever conversation they were having in private, she asked him to settle. Where the money? He didn't want to pay the money. In lack of better words, she pulled his whole card. She put it all on the floor, which then opened the investigation. Then once she put everything on the floor, then you come with the money. You should have just paid it up front, and then nobody wouldn't be in your business.
But like Mr. Armani was saying yesterday when I said he was the fall guy, he in a sense he is, but at the same time he was the ringleader. But it's the people that he gathered along the way, other famous people, other people with high power. What I was trying to say was he was probably going to take the blame for a lot of their things too. But even though he
That's
was
what
the
I'm
one who
saying. Because
started that,
nobody has went up against these other people because they ain't
Exactly.
moving sloppy like Diddy. They know what to do. So basically, that's what I'm saying.
I'm saying, yeah, a lot of them know what to do. But honestly, it's also when I feel like really, in a lot of ways, Diddy got too big.
Okay,
His
so the
head got a little
judge
bit
took
too
a break.
big.
The judge took a break to change some things in the courtroom. During the break, Combs sat at the table with his defense tape, with his lawyer, leaning down, speaking to him. So they on break. Kind of like that.
And I personally feel like his downfall started when he started suing those liquor companies and all that other stuff. And then all this just came
It
after
did.
it. But still, like I said, and I'll keep
He,
saying it, he is wrong for what he has did to them. That is wrong. But I still feel like other people introduced him to this, not just his family, people in the industry as well. That's higher than him.
Well, that's your opinion.
I think I've always been a very firm believer in what's done in the dark will come to
oh,
light.
to the right.
He did a
Exactly.
lot of dirt. He couldn't expect
Mhm.
nothing but his karma to come back. And I know it's other people that out there doing dirty, moving dirty, but that's like what a teacher of mine used to say, they ain't gonna catch everybody speeding, but when you get caught, you can't go pointing the finger because you was doing wrong. He was
Yeah.
doing wrong,
Yeah,
so he
yeah,
got caught, and
yeah.
it
We
just
we
is
we
what it is.
focusing on him right now. True enough. I'm just saying.
Even the drugs
I
that
just
she
feel
was
like he was
using,
introduced to it and he
You
that's
continued
gotta
the
drugs that
use
she
cycle.
was
you
When it
gotta
comes
use
to
hold
just
on.
like when
You
it
gotta
comes to
use
Justin Bieber
TikTok
and
really
Usher and
and
different other people, I feel like they have somebody bring somebody in and be selling these kids off. Y'all just continuing it. It is not right at all.
to
But
one sec
somebody did
one
this to them. Then somebody did this to them. They just doing it to other people.
Tania, 1 second. We have to use TikTok friendly language. I don't want our money's live to get taken down. We can't say if you think you can't say it, most likely you can't. You can start with the second letter of the word or just make it rhyme with the word, and I'm 100% sure that we'll understand. But it's like
You somebody calling
rugs.
people names?
No. Like rugs, grape, trafficking. We can't.
Oh,
Those
see,
words can't
yeah,
be used.
yeah, yeah. I don't. I said.
No, I didn't say you were talking, and I was trying to say that so everybody would know.
Oh
No.
yeah, I'm aware, but yeah, I just like I'm saying, I just feel like what I'm saying. It's just a continuous cycle. Somebody definitely gonna take the downfall for it, but I feel like he's an easy target because he was basically the open key for black people. He was the easiest way for them to get in the industry, and then of course how you moving your character as a person. Yeah, he's been caught
I
up with
think
you.
they would have never ever did this if Shane filed that claim. That's what really opened it all up.
But you're
Once he
saying that he was
Nobody
the
would have
easiest
believed
way.
anybody else.
He was the easiest way for black people to get into industry, but at what cost? Because like
I
A
think
in
lot.
all
Big,
They
Big
honesty,
around his
sold. They
time of coming
sold
up,
literally.
Biggie and all them was kind of like, I'm not gonna say bigger than Diddy, but Biggie really had the wave too. You gotta think of his era.
no, I'm not saying it to
He
that
wasn't always
extent.
the
I'm saying it to
biggest.
the point of okay, like be for real. Like I know it's Mace, I know it's Biggie, but who else? Like in all actuality, extra simple, who else?
It's so many people when it
I'm
comes to just
saying
being a
name
music
them.
artist. Because if it's
And
not
then he
true, then it's
stopped
like
them from
why do this my
winning.
thing. If it's not true, why do they keep flocking to his party? Why do they feel like they got to be there to be involved,
Cause
to get connections,
he
to
a
get in there?
promoter.
Why y'all not
He
going
throw
nowhere
a
else
good
networking with
time.
nobody else?
People going to your party versus him putting out hot stars is two different things. I'm saying you say there's so many artists that he brought into the game. Just name one. Besides the two that I named.
The ones that
Mary J.
he made
Blige,
Really
big,
didn't.
Faith
the ones,
Evans.
Oh, Mary J.
yeah.
Blige.
It's
Okay,
many, many
you
people he brought in.
got
Was
I'm
he
just
on the
saying.
Jonas?
There's a
you
lot
got
that
one
there's a
12. You got a lot of people. I mean, we'll be here
Shit,
all
he
day. You
bought
talking
out the
about
I
whole
think,
day
Philly?
'26.
and I promise you, the
Aubrey
only
O'Day.
It's a
person
lot of
that would
people.
give him a good review is probably Mary J. Blige. I
She
don't
would
think
nah.
Stacey.
I don't think. I feel
Mary
like
J.
she
Blige
wouldn't.
disassociated herself from Diddy at the
She
beginning of
do.
it.
She did. She did.
I'm
Yeah,
talking
she would
about
not
that,
give him
like
a review. Mary J would be like, it's some things that could have happened. She might try to stick up for him, but in a way, I feel like a lot of things happened to her. So
I
that's
think
just
they
my
Yes,
try to get
opinion.
correct, but
yes.
A lot
And
of
she
things happened to Mary
sacrificed.
as
J.
bad as they took
Yes.
everything
A
from
lot of things
Diddy,
happened.
don't
Like
nobody
I said,
want to
I
say the
just feel
wrong
like
thing or make the wrong move, especially for them. They in big positions, so they got to move different. It don't matter. For us, we probably gonna feel like they not there for them. That's how the internet look. Everything is not what you see. Everything is
everybody
not
that
what we
y'all
see. We
named,
literally not
this
there. We
man
going off
just now
everything we see
giving
on the
those
internet.
people the
We
rights
don't
to
know the
their
real
music.
truth.
You've had music streaming on Apple and all these different streaming sources. They never had the rights to that music. He never gave them a dime of that. He took every dime from
Ever.
them.
I'm
They
aware.
still fighting for their money.
I'm
I
aware.
can't give him, like, of course he is he's a mogul.
I'm just not gonna
He's
act like he's not a, you know what I'm saying, powerful or mogul or whatever before his downfall. I just felt like they felt like that was the easiest person to get them in the door. Not saying he did all the work, or even if they didn't sign to him. Some people just feel like
It
that.
was a
They if they
brand.
network
It
with
was a
them and
brand.
they get out there, they feel like they got a chance. That's just what it is.
Yeah, so that felt like that could have been
I just
anybody.
want to know, like, after Biggie's death, who was the hot artist? Like, everybody we named is prior to Biggie's
Right,
passing
but y'all
away.
gotta think though. Diddy wasn't putting out a lot of music when he started messing with Carisha
And
either.
that was a
Up a
whole
notch.
different era.
It was a whole different era.
That
Like
was a
Diddy, we
whole
not saying he
different
wasn't
era.
hot, but y'all gotta
First
think.
of
In
all,
our day and
during
time,
hold
Diddy
A
on,
wasn't the
different
hold
hottest.
on,
era.
hold on. Because during that era, many of the female rappers was even in jail. It was
Yeah.
a lot. The
Like
era
he
during
died
that
down a
time was
little
coming
bit.
to an end. We was coming into the early 2000s, late 90s, early. All of that old
Diddy,
shit
Diddy's
was
a
going out the door.
businessman. Right,
Yeah,
he
this
probably
was
was
starting
doing
to get
business. He probably
business.
was
It was
owning
very,
shit. He
very
probably
business
You
was
went
era.
into Foxy Brown and Remy
This
and
was
and and you, it's all them people was out.
He
this
didn't
was
do that with
this was
Remy. Remy
business
was
P.
under
Diddy.
Fat Joe and them.
yeah, we
Foxy
saying like he
Brown was
always been a
under Jay-Z.
businessman.
Okay, you said
Foxy Brown
he
was
was the
under
biggest
Jay Z.
artist. He had
They
Exactly.
started branching
Biggie.
off
Because
doing their own
Jay Z
label.
is a part of Diddy's era.
Yeah,
Right.
he
So
is.
Foxy
They
and
go
Remy will be the next era after Diddy and Jay Z
Right.
and
That's what
yes,
y'all
that's
think.
the next era.
That's when Nicki was
yeah,
trying to
because
copy
yeah.
him. Nicki and them after that era. Because remember, she was coming up trying to be like him, taking her
And
flow.
honestly, if we really speaking, rap was not hitting at that time no more because R&B
No.
hadn't took clean over.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But I just, like I
For
said
sure.
personally, I feel like all of them, when it comes to people that's not even signed to him, Rick Ross, it's so many people that really be around him, networking with him. It's just different people. Not saying that they are literally signed to Bad Boys. If these are the people he bought in the industry, I'm just saying if it wasn't like that, and if that wasn't the case, why are y'all flocking to him? Go somewhere
Because
else.
he a
Right, you
promoter.
gotta
That's
think in the
like he a
industry,
He's
producer.
a,
And
everybody
it's a
that's my
brand.
Literally,
whole
It's a
point.
it's a
Diddy has been
movement.
a
And that
Diddy
it's
has
goes
been
back
a
brand
to
ain't
what I
going
promoter
was
his
away.
entire
and
life.
that goes back
It's
to
a
what I was
movement.
saying. He got a lot of power.
Diddy
They feel like
Diddy has been
he
a
is the
promoter
key
his
to the
entire life.
industry. So that's all I'm
Pretty
saying.
sure everybody don't know his business. It might seem like it probably do. I'm pretty sure. Like we hear the old white people like ooh bit like you never know. They probably ain't even see all that.
If y'all think
That's what
about
I'm
it,
saying. Like I was just
Diddy has
saying,
been
I just feel like they use him as a networking opportunity. That's all I was saying in the beginning. Not saying everybody
it's
around him was his artist or he bought them into the industry. That's not what I was saying.
Man,
it's because he's been
after being in the era of watching Making the Band and then going back when all it started and binge watching Making the Band, he's a piece of
Hmm.
shit. I'm sorry, but he is.
And always been. Always been.
He was never out for them to help them make good music. He did them wrong.
Yep.
It was more of a control. He wasn't there to help you. He was there to control you. That's how he
And there
get
was a
cancer.
recent interview. There was a recent interview with them with all five of them, and they can actually sing. Like that's one thing about Diddy. We can't take it away. He gonna find a good talent. Now what he gonna do with it, we still trying to figure it out.
I mean,
But
he
it
a
was an
hustler. He a
interview with
billionaire.
all
Made him
five of
that
them.
far.
Right. It was all five of them grown men. They had broke up, got back together, and they were being interviewed. And one of them had branched off with Diddy when he was doing the when he had the two girls, Dawn and the other girl, when they did
Q.
that dirty money group
Diddy
kind of
Dirty
thing.
Money.
Yeah,
Oh, did he
Q, Q,
remind me?
Q. Yeah. and he was doing like backup singing or whatever for them. And he has, and can't wait to see when he's going to speak, because during that interview he said loud and clear there's a lot that he cannot say right now because it's going to court. So he's going to be another example witness to be able to contest to what Cassie's saying, and everyone else. So this is a long
Well, at this
this
moment,
is a
we don't know
long
who the
soap opera.
witnesses is. We
We
can't
Mm-hmm.
and
see
we
who the
don't. It's
witnesses is
still
because
we
we don't
don't
know
know
who they're
who's
gonna
coming
put on
on
the
or not.
stand.
A good defense team too.
We don't know
And
who they're gonna put on the
my
stand.
thing is, I saw that video, and in that video, when he broke down, that whole everybody in that room felt his trauma.
The
Literally,
whole
the
the
whole room
all
broke
five of them.
down.
They had
Everybody
to
in the
stop,
room.
pause, take a commercial break. Everybody was tears, crying, tissue. It was a grown. That was the first time I ever seen that. Like
Like she
somebody
got
had
so
something really happened to them. You know what I'm
But
saying? And he even
my thing
said
is
like,
also it's like a continuous cycle. It's like an artist will come out with a story, and then somebody else will go right behind them and do the same thing. Like they have the same type of dream and literally put themselves through the same. It's like the same thing happen over and over and over
I
again.
can tell y'all one
It's
thing.
sad. It's really sad.
Them drugs that she was on, that's drugs that people take.
Rugs, rugs,
Oh,
rugs, rugs.
rugs, my bad. Those rugs that she was on, that stuff people really be taking to this day. They do.
And it,
And a
People
lot
and
of
it
the
was one
react
of the
to
drugs
what
girls
goes
that
on
that
with
also
it.
did a lawsuit. And what about Aubrey from the girl group that he had? Aubrey, I
yeah.
can't think of the girl's last name. She has been talking about Diddy since making a band. Okay, and where has it gone for her? No, nowhere.
And
Cassie comes out with her.
too.
Uh, say that again. Uh, Well, she was the one coming out. Aubrey, she was coming out when the moment that it was going on. She was giving him some kickback. I want to hear her. I want to hear the dude from the Day 26. I want to hear Lorianne Gibson, the talk, because that era right there with that making a band was it was very raw and uncut, right? It seemed like the editing was not really editing because a lot of that they played back then, they wouldn't play that on regular TV right now. You know what I mean? And so
No, they
those
don't.
that footage there alone shows exact. And then all of the members, these even the rap group that he had with the guys, it was the girl Baps. Remember, she was like, "My hair not done. I ain't doing nothing because my hair not done." I mean, and then they did all these albums or all these songs or whatever. Nothing came out. They're still waiting on their money, and now they're talking. They're talking now. They almost feel comfortable with talking now because how was you able to do that at that time with the threats and the blackmails and things like that?
I can tell you one thing though. It's crazy.
Threats and blackmail. Uh-uh.
Do we think that Diddy in his power status was not threatening and blackmailing these people to not say anything or
He ain't
bribing
said it
them,
yet.
hush
She ain't
money,
really
be
just
quiet?
ain't saying it though. Like she really ain't just like she ain't like giving me like I don't know. She not saying it though. Cause I feel like that's stuff to say. This is the time.
It's like you're gonna do this freak off.
But
I'm gonna
think
take
about
you in
leaving
the
like
friend
nothing is
somewhere
really
afterwards.
she still did it. She felt she wanted to get high, enjoy the moment. Man, I feel like that's how it be. You gotta think of how many people fold in the courtroom when shit they be all with the shit, all fun and dandy. The stuff with the fan. Now everybody switching up everything. If you went with it, no, it was your idea. You never know. Like, you really never know.
yeah.
And I ain't saying it, but this is my opinion. I'm just saying, I'm just talking like from real life, like for real. They regular
And then
people
yeah,
too.
at
So
the end of the day,
if
when
you
you reach
with
a
regular
certain
people do
age,
that, we
it's
would know
like,
probably. Like everything, certain people like you'd be surprised.
and I feel like at the end of the day, when you reach a certain age, especially when you trying to be like entertainer or anything like that, you know when to go home. Like nobody is making you
I
go
feel like I
nowhere
got
after
friends that be
hours
dealing
and
with
stuff
guys
like
that
that.
like friends
So
that be in like abusive relationships. Cause I had friends that dealt with that, and it's like they can come and vent to you, and then go right back. Just deal with what they deal with. And guess what? After a while, you don't even want to tell them nothing. You be like, go ahead. You don't want to listen, like for real. But they ain't gonna tell that part. My homegirl kept telling me.
girl, I know you
Yeah.
like
That man, and I don't know if whoever was watched that interview, if you watched it in its entirety, but he was the guy Q. He was saying like when he was all messed up and he was like, hallucinating or having crazy thoughts or whatever. We don't know what that's from,
Okay,
whether it was from the
Cass is
drugs
back in
or
the
not.
courtroom.
However, he
you
was
mute.
even
So the state just asked. The state just said there are still some issues with the privacy screen, so we'll put that off and do something else now. The judge said, "Okay, welcome back, Ms. Ventura. Bring in the jury." So the state went back to doing more exhibits of evidence. So they asked, what did you say here?" Cassie said, I been told there was a sexually explicit video out there about me. I reached out to Sean." So the state said, "Then what?" Cassie said, "We were driving back to NYC from Atlantic City to talk to this DJ Woo Kid. So you was told about the video and you asked him about it while you was in the car?"
Can you repeat that?
She said, the state asked her, "What did you say here?" Cassie said, "I'd been told that there was a sexually explicit video out there about me. I reached out to Sean." The state said, "Then what?" Cassie said, "We were driving back to NYC from Atlantic City to talk to this DJ, Woo Kid." Mhm. That was the update a minute ago.
so she did try to say something to them. She did try to get away, and she did.
She ain't trying to get away. She said something like a regular relationship.
Y'all
Did we
must have
not
not
see
been in
her
here.
out
Y'all must
she
have
at the
not been in
elevator and
here. Y'all must have not been in here when I read the part of her statements earlier saying that the police was at her house. Her best friend called the police, and the police were at her house. And the police asked her what happened, and she didn't say anything because she wasn't ready. Y'all missed that part. So, she
she
wasn't
wasn't
ready.
ready.
She wasn't ready. And that's what I gathered from it. So she was still in fear. That's
Yeah, that's the same thing I was saying earlier.
Yeah. And what do you guys think that she was in fear of? Why?
Her
What do
life,
you guys think that
her
why she
life,
didn't say anything?
her life.
I just think
So
Diddy,
maybe that's why
honestly,
she
He
indulged in these
already
freak
blew
offs
up
and
that
then
young
doing
man
tours.
car.
I think Diddy. I think the power that he had, she feel like if she knows, maybe she's gonna get killed or something at the time. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I was saying. She
I
been
feel like
around
So
him
if you're
since she was
fearing for your
19.
life, if you're fearing for your life and your
try to get away.
captor, okay, so if you can't get away,
What's
then what?
though? Like, what's cat though?
I
Cause
don't
she
know.
with
I
her
can't
best
really
friend right
speak on it
now.
because I
You
ain't
in
never
Well,
the
been
for
in that
hospital
one
with her.
thing,
situation.
So what's
since
I
cat
was
I
just
did
doing?
going by
watch
what
one of
she's
her
saying.
interviews
Like,
that she
Cause you
did
really
go
got some boys that
home,
don't want you
and
leaving at
once she
all.
went home, he
It
sent
sound
one
like
of
she
his
would leave.
bodyguards to her house to bring her back. He was abusing
Bring
her.
her
Y'all
back.
ever heard of Stockholm syndrome? It's like a real
Exactly. That's
thing.
what I'm trying to say. It's not as easy as I'm just gonna get my little bag and go to the elevator. Because I'm what he gonna do is drag you back into if he got to drag you back into the daggone room, you gonna do this.
Well, I
and
wonder
Let
on
me
top
say
of that,
something.
let's just say she did get away. Don't y'all know he gonna send somebody after her? That's gonna be a lot. It's not like you just dealing with an average
Come
guy.
on. He
Like,
got money to pay for he got money to pay for he got money to pay for a car to sit in her house in every state that she may even think she about to go to.
And not to mention
exactly.
That's the
like
we
all
not
the
talking
times
they
about
he was
asked
Pookie and
laying.
her.
Ray Ray.
They asked her when did the freak offs end. I believe she said, Amani, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe she said 2017.
mm-hmm.
Yo, he
2017,
wanted to kill
2018
her
was
or
her
get,
last one.
trust me, he would
You
did it. I
gotta
don't feel like he
say
would have direct like I don't
unalive.
feel like she trust me. I don't feel like he would have killed her or
Say
she
unalive.
don't
I
sound
gotta
like
say
she's really
unalive so they won't block the live.
I don't feel like it was giving it. Like, I don't know.
Totally given. You ain't going nowhere.
I feel
Mm.
like it
And if you
gave that,
think you
even though
do,
He
he
was
ain't
missing
do
them
just
it,
bits.
like
He
just like
and I'm not saying like it wouldn't have happened. I
I
just
wonder
don't feel like he
how she get
probably would
away.
have did it. Maybe he would have hired somebody to do it
So I
for
wonder
him.
though,
Not
y'all,
saying he
how did
would have
it
did it.
end? I wonder how did it end up? Like, what made
exactly
him like? Because he wasn't worrying about it for the last.
what made him stop it
He ain't kill
all.
her
Right.
yet. She not
Right.
dead.
Because I think we're not taking
Oh, unalive
into
because he
So it
context
just
that
was
right.
asked.
Yeah.
Okay, so from the last one, Cassie said she had been told that there was a sexually explicit video of her out there. She reached out to Sean. The state said, then what? She said, we were driving back to NYC from Atlantic City to talk to his DJ Wuku. The state asked her, did that happen? Cassie said, at a restaurant. The state said, what was the security's role? State Cassie said, to intimidate. They were lining the room. The state said, who was there? Cassie said, Uncle Paulie, James Cruz. So the state said, how would you recover from the freak off? Cassie said, I take opiates. I wanted to feel numb. We'd get massages, IV fluids, the chef would cook us something. So the state said, how often did you take the O word after the F off? The state said, how often would you take the O word after the F offs? Cassie said, often. She would get UTIs.
Mm. And so she said that she's trying to talk to him, and there's a line of bodyguards or whatever in the room. How you getting out?
No, she
How
said
you getting out?
she went to talk to the DJ and
Uh,
he had security lining the room while she was talking to whoever she was talking to.
about the tape, this
I
explicit
don't know
tape.
what she never said. She just said
Oh,
that she was going to meet with the DJ in New York. So
mm.
she said when she got to go to speak to the DJ, the security he had security lining the room of where she was.
And this is
did he
basically
or
saying
the
every
DJ.
instance.
But she was there. She said she was there with Uncle Paulie James Cruz. So she was there with somebody that was familiar.
And basically, if she
Eyes
was
on
trying to go
her.
talk to somebody or do
Right.
anything, you got
He had
security
eyes
right
on her.
there and stuff like that.
Now
This
my
what she
question
said. This
is,
what she did.
okay, was the person who sent James Cruz his car? Did he? Because that's the only way. If she went to go talk to the DJ by herself, because she said she reached out to Diddy. She said she reached out to Diddy upon finding out the video. She reached out to him. Okay, so when you went to the restaurant, who sent James Cruz his car to get to the restaurant with you? Because if it was Diddy, that's how he got her location to send
Hmm.
security to monitor her.
I'm pretty sure it was him. And then I'm pretty sure he probably already had it, her location.
And who else
Hmm.
would it be? It was him. He got eyes when he can't see you. And that's the fear that was driving these people to continue to stay until 2017 or whatever the last F off was.
Well,
You
she
can't.
was the one that stayed till 2017, 2018. Not people. She stayed till 2017,
She
2018.
stayed,
Kim
right,
stayed until she lost her life.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
sad.
Horny cleans it up. Right.
until she lost her life.
Yeah, it's
She
sad.
lose her life. Oh, gosh.
You said what?
She lost her life. What she say?
But
I
this is
said
my
till
thing though.
Kim
This is
lost her
this is
life.
this is
Oh.
my thing though too.
Let me mute my mic.
I feel like people are skipping over this, right? The fact that yes, Diddy he's a problem. He needs to go to jail. He needs to go to jail for everything he did to Cassie, to women, to Kim, to whoever. He needs to go to jail. Okay, but at the same time, the part that people is skipping over is that since Cassie has been on the stand talking, she has also taken partial accountability for her own actions. One of the things that I've constantly pointed out in all of that Cassie has said, she has never said that Diddy forced her or made her do anything. he instructed her and she did it. You see what I'm saying?
Them backing
So
up earlier.
but it for me, like
Coercion.
she's being more transparent. She's
It's
giving, okay,
coercion.
well, yeah, I didn't want to do this, but this is what I did. This is how I handled that. Because even yesterday when they asked, okay, so when it came down to the rugs, what was you doing? And she gave. They was doing a lot of cross examining of her yesterday, right? So they asked her twice yesterday if if she thought her and Diddy was monogamous. She said no. Diddy was public with Kim Porter. She said that twice. So then, when they asked her about the rugs that she was taking, she said one list first. She gave another list second, right? Then when they went into the questioning after she said the rugs, they included another rug and they asked her how she felt off that, and she replied. So it's like they asking her stuff and she's admitting things, but she's not. I don't know. It's like partially I'm like, damn, you what you went through was fucked up, but at the same time I'm like, girl, you should have never did that.
But I feel like what's
Right.
also being missed. I feel like what's also being missed is that was not her initial intent. That's not why she went into the relationship to be rugged and
No, but
f
she said
offs
it
and
though.
all
She
this
said
other
she was
mess.
trying to build
You
her
know what I'm
career.
saying? And
This
so
stuff came
once
out her
you're
mouth.
in there, once you're in there and now you start to feed into
But
the
you
desire of
can't you can't you
fantasy,
can't you can't
that's
necessarily you
under.
can't necessarily say that because yesterday she also stated that you know when she was taking the pills, she stated that they were giving them to her unwillingly, putting them in her drinks. She was taking them willingly. She never said she was forced to take them. She herself said that she was taking them on her own.
That's
And
what
they
I said
asked her
too.
how she felt when she was taking it. They asked her how she felt on shrooms, booger sugar, a few things. She said she took it herself. She did it on her own to separate herself from the experience. She was doing
To
things on
separate,
her own.
it's a yeah, but it's not like she's,
But she
you
not
know,
selling this. Like selling it is like if I ain't take it, he would tell me like you really gotta like he like for real. Like it gotta be like some
No,
extra
but it's
extra
different
stuff.
when
That's why I said yesterday. I feel like she was using her wrong choice of words. Like instead of her saying she was forced, she was saying she was instructed to do these things.
The truth probably
It's
just
like we
what it
know,
is.
you know what I'm saying. You ain't want to do it. We know if you do it, you getting beat up, stuff like that. But it's just the words that you're saying that can have other people thinking otherwise. If that's not the case, but if
right,
you willingly did it, then cool. But if you
but like
know it was did against your will, you need to use the right words.
right, just like somebody in the comments said, he groomed her into this lifestyle. He did. That's
Right.
this is not this is Cassie was not doing this before she met Diddy. She was not.
But who really
And then everybody, and then so piggyback off of what you're saying is everybody's saying like, why did she stay? I would have left. I'm gonna just play devil's advocate. I'm sorry. Ain't none of y'all here on the panel or in the comments ever mess with a man with that caliber of money. It might not have been that easy to leave. Yes, it's
Mm-hmm.
easy for you to leave your baby daddy.
Mm-hmm.
We've all done it. But somebody that got that type of money, that type of reach, that probably was threatening you with, oh, I unalive this person. Oh, I
That type of
unalive that
numbers.
person.
How about what about the
That's
numbers that he can
look,
produce? You
look,
can get your cousin and them to beat up Pookie and Ray Ray, but that's in the neighborhood. We
Hey,
talking
look,
about outside. We talking about statewide.
look. She met this man when she was 19. She probably felt like she was, all that manipulation, all that trauma for all those years. It wasn't probably that easy for her to leave if she was messing with that man when she was that young of age. So
Know who these people are that may be trying to find you when you left, right? You don't know, you like you said, you and the people in the neighborhood, going back to what she said, we don't know this caliber of status. Okay, we only talking about the neighborhood that we lived in. And so yeah, you can get your cousin and them to beat up Pookie and Ray Ray, but what about the ones that you don't even know who they are, that's watching you, that's outside your house, that may be following you to XYZ, showing up here, showing up there? I keep seeing the same car. That ain't Pookie and Ray Ray car no more. That's somebody else's car. You don't even have no idea who it is now. We're talking about numbers in that aspect as well. Keeping eyes on you, and you don't even know whose eyes are watching
Possible
you.
that people
Okay,
really
so
like.
Cassie says she would get. They say, how often did you take the O word after the F offs? Cassie said often she would get UTIs. They say, were the UTIs painful? Cassie said very. Antibacterials didn't work anymore. Um, the
Antibacterial.
state asked her, how did it feel during the F offs? Cassie said burning. I would not advise. The
Mm.
state said, let me read this out loud. The state said, let's read this out loud. Cassie said, I have all these sores on my tongue. I have another UTI. So they asked Cassie, what sores? Um, Cassie said, friction in my mouth. They said, from what? She said oral. They said, you said another UTI, then sad face emoji. Cassie said, I was open with him about them. So the state attorney said, so you feel sick? Cassie said, why are you sorry? I took the blame for things. Yeah. I no man.
I'm disgusted.
That's good. That's so good.
It's the fact that she was getting UTIs so constantly that it's
Bro,
like
you
her
know
immune
how
system is working.
dry your mouth gotta be, bro? For you to get sores in your mouth from friction from oral, like, bro, what? What was they like? What was you like? My
Hey,
best,
maybe that supports the
no.
claim that it was going on for multiple days, man.
But that's what she said. It was going on for up to 4 days.
Yeah,
That's
it. I
crazy.
mean, that's
Or from your
crazy.
mouth being dry.
She said
And
friction.
then taking is she taking all these pills as well? That
Mm-hmm.
medicine make your mouth dry like that as well. So it's crazy.
Lord, that poor lady.
Girl, this is too much going on. He was making her do it on her period. He told her when the escort was done doing the deed and got his happy ending to go in the next room and rub it on his nipples. Now you're telling me you got you eyes and he's not caring? No, man, Cassie. No, this I don't give a damn. If that was my friend, I'd have been got out that shit. She wouldn't have had no choice but to leave.
She wouldn't have no choice but to leave.
She wouldn't have had no
Well,
choice.
yeah,
I
I
don't
knew
give a
I knew
damn.
he wasn't gonna
I would
care
have been
if he
calling
if
Pookie
he
and Ray
ain't
Ray and
if
them.
he ain't sympathized about her cycle. He definitely ain't gonna care about no UTI. Like at that point, he definitely don't know. That's it. That's very sick. How much pain women be in on their cycle? Like that's
Mind
it.
that he was probably making her have sex with him in between all this too.
That's extra nasty. He nasty. She got
She
all that
said
stuff.
sores in her mouth. Oh,
And you
jeez.
had said yesterday that she said like basically her last time, like when she did like gain the courage to leave him, he came back to her crib and raped her.
No,
I
No,
mean, raped her or whatever.
That was in
no.
the lawsuit, guys. That
no.
That
wasn't
was
Oh,
in
in
it
the
the
was in a
trial.
lawsuit.
lawsuit.
She had the chance to leave
Okay.
him.
If that's true or not.
She wanted to
That
do it.
was in the lawsuit.
Oh, okay.
Mhm. That's crazy. It's yesterday it was sick, but today is getting a little crazy. No, she said that came from friction in her mouth. Was she doing it with the condom on? What was going on?
I don't think he would let her because remember he was like she would want to put the condom on. He said no condom.
But that was one of the tools that she said was in the room.
Yeah, but I'm just assuming she just wasn't. You don't even know this man. Why you wouldn't want her to use it? Like, what?
And bumping that music, yes, sirski. Bro, this is just crazy, man. I hope
And mind you,
everybody
so
else who
today her husband will be taken out of the courtroom at certain points
Yeah, I think he do come out because he.
because he's going to be testifying as a witness himself.
Oh gosh.
It's raps, man. He's
Wow.
a good husband though for going in that bitch though and listening to all
Yeah,
that
his
shit.
baby. I think he left out yesterday. They escorted him out or something.
And then his patience, because I mean, I mean, women are already away already, but the trauma that you would be dealing with after that, like, most men would. It's
I
not
know
for the
he didn't
weak.
already heard that she probably done vented to him about it. He probably just got hit again. And then all these people got hit at. It's kind of embarrassing. It is. You know what I'm saying? With a welder head, what you went, that's embarrassing.
I feel like he knows everything, but if he don't, that's really sickening. But at the end of the day, if he do know everything, him having to her tell the whole world about it, that's probably what's the most devastating part. As a husband, like hearing your wife have to tell the whole world something about like some abuse or something that she went through, and you're her husband now, and you couldn't protect her from that, that will make you feel some type of way.
I mean, he's
That's
doing his
crazy.
best to protect her now.
Well, he can't now.
Yeah, that's what you talking about it, man.
Now he ready to protect from behind balls.
So wait,
I'm
to
at the
be clear,
husband. The
to be clear,
husband is
Oh,
protecting.
hey, Mr. Armani, there will be other women coming to the stand eventually, right? To
mm-hmm.
say the same things that she's saying
Yeah.
about
So
well, it's
they
raps.
said most of the witnesses that are coming to the stand are women.
And to think, we thought it was, and to think, we thought it was men and women.
Okay, so it was asked to her which escort will go to the sex clubs with you and Sean. So now y'all going to okay. She said Jules. She said they said the escort from the Intercontinental in LA. She said yes. The state said, "Did you want to leave? Did you want to have sex with Jules ever?" Cassie said no, but I knew him. So the state said, "Why did you do it?" She said, "Sean."
Oh, God.
Yeah, so it's given like most of the decisions that she made was because of him.
Yeah.
So it's like it's giving me she went along to be alone. Like you
It's
went
given
along just to,
coercion.
yeah, like you just whatever he was telling you to do, you just was doing.
Right.
Like no, mm-mm. But see,
And
one of the
then and
things that
then
they brought up yesterday was the fact that well, on the first date was the fact that, like I said, that she was jealous of Kim. She was the side chick to Kim, and like they said, one of the first things that was said was that it looks as if Cassie was doing the things that she was doing with Diddy just to feel like she had the one up on Kim. And but all the while, Kim wasn't even worried about Cassie. And in the end, it was Kim who tried to help her.
And all the while, do we know that Kim wasn't experiencing it? Kim may have been experiencing it as well.
She was.
I mean, this ain't this. He didn't start with Cassie. Like, he did not start doing this with Cassie.
definitely not. I think every
So
woman he's ever dealt with on that level has definitely went through the same stuff.
This is yeah, it's definitely a pattern, a repeated pattern at
yes,
that.
a track record, absolutely.
Especially the abuse part. Like you don't just wake up getting women.
Mm-mm. And you don't wake up just decide to pee on them either.
Not the UTIs.
Oh, that's horrible.
So I mean, I feel like at this point they've introduced us to like 8 escorts, right? The Punisher, Islander,
Hmm.
Phillips in the beginning,
Tommy,
Tommy, um, trying to think how many that is so far.
from Miami too. I can't remember his
It's
name.
That's
enough, child.
five. What's
That's
the
And
two
it
other
was
guy you
two
niggas
of
right
named
them.
today?
there.
It was two of
That's
them that she
five.
said she didn't remember their names.
So
Young.
what's the one name that you said that she did it with him because she knew him? She didn't want to, but she did it
That
because she
was
knew him.
Jules.
Oh, Jewel. Okay, so that's six, right?
That's 6 so far.
Yeah.
Red Hat, he won 7.
Okay. You said
Ooh.
Jonathan. Yeah, that's six.
So this was with Jonathan in Miami, Tommy, Greg,
Jonathan, Tommy, Greg, Redhead.
Phillips. Okay, so Phillips, Islander, the Punisher, Greg, Red Hat,
Redhead.
Jules,
That's 7.
Jonathan. I said Jonathan already.
I think so. So Jonathan, Jules, Redhead, the Punisher. Who else is there?
Islander.
Islander, that's 5. Who else?
It was 2 of them who pictures that she didn't remember. She didn't remember their names.
Yeah.
You had Phillips. He was the first
Okay.
witness.
That's by 8.
Okay, so they said who
And
was
that's
present
day 3.
when they asked her who was present when Sean put his hands on you at the freak offs. Cassie said sometimes the escort was there too. The state said in the same room. Cassie said yes, Jules. The state said and in the suite. Cassie said yes. The state said were they aware? The defense said objection. The judge said overruled. Cassie answered yes. So that now, I mean, she made it clear yesterday that other people was around when this stuff was going on with her. Even on before she testified, the first exotic dancer, the first man, he even said during one of their encounters that remember I was telling y'all yesterday about them being in the living room together too long, and when he went in the room, he heard the slapping before he saw what was going on. So when Diddy came out, Diddy told him, "You need to get the F out."
But wasn't security there too?
No, it
I
was
thought
just
he
them
said
3.
security was there. Okay.
Yeah, it just was them 3.
Okay.
And then she got beat up basically when he left, right?
No, he did.
When he made the guy leave? Or
No,
she get beat
it
up
laid
while he
He
was
was
there?
beating her in the room.
He said it led
Oh,
into the
okay.
living room, and when he was seeing what was going on, Diddy looked at him and told him, "You need to effing leave." So he left. He packed his stuff and he left. But he said he couldn't perform after that anyway, so he probably wouldn't have got paid. So
Yeah. And
His
then
hands
you
was
said
off.
yesterday that they called him back after that?
yeah, they called him back
Was
after
that
that,
2 days later or
2
something?
days later. And he said he didn't see nothing wrong with Cassie. She didn't have no bruises, no black eyes, or nothing.
You said she was acting like normal. That's crazy. It's just a teamwork that they had. Like, that's pretty wild.
Yeah,
Like,
like
even the security guard that don't work with him no more, like, he sit up there and talk about everything.
that's how
That's
I
how you
feel,
know
because
people
I'm
don't
like,
really be
even in the
caring.
midst of
They just
all
be
that I'm
there to
explaining,
protect their bag. You know what I'm saying? Like, they watch
even in the
so
midst
much
of all
stuff.
that I'm explaining, like it is like you able to see the teamwork without even her saying it's no teamwork. Like you
The
see, you be able to
camaraderie.
connect the dots of,
Yeah.
or it took more than him to make this happen. Like,
Heck
The
yeah.
loyalty.
It's given
Mhm.
organized.
It's giving
Yeah.
Rico.
it's
We
giving
gonna figure
Rico.
it
It's
out.
given
It's
organized.
It's
definitely
giving
giving Rico here.
Rico. Yes.
Yeah, it's
And for
Like
screaming
he
Rico.
had
those who keep saying
he
that
had
it's
everything
not,
set up, even down to her saying that they already would have the room set up for it with everything that they would need. Like what? And then he would have to go
Yeah.
call them to
can
get
we
more.
all agree? Can we all agree? Because they, in the comments and everybody's been saying, how is this not Rico? It's giving Rico. Like, and this is only day 3. So like, let's cut the cap and let's keep it 100, because this is what Rico means right here.
It
The
was an
everybody
organization.
involved. It was a whole organized situation.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I said earlier they trying to make it stick. So they got to keep, you know what I'm saying? They got to
Setting
keep
the
going on
tone.
and on and on.
And
Because
they
when
are
people bring it up
painting
his
a
character, it's
picture.
like, we know he was wrong for that, but they trying to make this stick. So,
They are
we gonna
painting
see.
a picture right now.
Pretty wild.
Jeez.
We'll
So I
be able
wonder
to
if they're
go.
gonna
We
like,
will
well, they probably ain't gonna say nothing to the
honestly, we
security
will
guard.
see
Like, hmm.
how this progressively gets worse. Because I honestly, it's only going to get worse.
It's only gonna get
Okay,
worse.
That's
so
my point about it.
after
Because if
Cassie
this is
said
the
yes, the Cassie went on to say the escorts would ask me if I was okay afterwards. The state asked her, in what cities did he put his hands on you? Cassie said New York, LA, and Miami. The state said how frequently? Cassie said too frequently. She said the state asked her, what's the Abbey? Cassie said a gay club in LA. I went there with my friend. Now see, now let's get deep. Now we going in another direction. Now it's starting to get deep because
That freaky shit.
now here we go. It's only
Yeah.
it's
I mean,
only
clearly
12:03.
from what he said yesterday, I ain't even shocked.
If this the beginning, I don't even want me. Lord,
They
Yeah, like it's only gonna get worse from here,
they
boy.
freaky.
Don't want
They
to
more
say
freakier than
anything
freaky
to
can
get
get.
money.
Hey, that's just
That's
crazy.
what Rico means. No, not none of these people
They
that
need to
cleaned up
hurry up with
after
the
them.
update because now I
Nobody
don't know what
said
happened in
anything.
the Abbey. Baby, what went on in the gay club?
Come on now, that's what I want to hear. Come on
They probably
now.
was in. They probably was in there recruiting, trying to find some people.
Who she said she was with? I'm on.
Her
When?
friend.
Oh yeah, a friend. Who our
At the
friend?
gay club? Yeah, she said she went there with her
Come on,
friend.
friend. Who the friend?
They should have asked
Terry?
me the name.
Is
Yeah.
that Terry Morgan or Marshall? What's her name?
Carrie Morgan? No, that's not her
Terry
best friend.
Morgan.
Carrie Morgan is a girl.
Didn't she say she went with her friend? I wonder if it was her.
Yeah, Carrie Morgan is her best friend though.
She
We gotta
recruited
think
people
about
for
this.
them.
At first, she was saying when she was opening the door, she was telling them that he wasn't gay. Now they
She
going
did
into
say that.
the club.
Now they going
She
into
did
it
say that
now.
on day one.
Hmm.
I mean, on day two. Yesterday she did. Well, not well. She didn't say that. The male escort said that on day one.
Oh, okay.
That he got the call when he got to the door. Cassie opened the door in her heels and in her garments and her shades and her wig, and she
you
said,
smell her garment.
my husband." She said, your boss told me to give you $200, but I have 4,000. She said, my husband is not gay. He won't be touching you. She said, but he wants to see us rub on each other and do whatever. And she said, once we get comfortable, whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
So he said
Yeah,
when
but
he walked in, Diddy was sitting he noticed a man in the corner. He said he walked up to the man and introduced himself. So when he introduced himself, he asked the man what did he do? And the man said imports and exports. He said he immediately knew it was Diddy, but he didn't fan out like, oh, this is Diddy and this is Cassie, So he continues to do whatever with Cassie. But he said while they were in the mix, Diddy just sat in the corner and instructed them on what to do and how to do
what to
it.
do?
She did say that they had to put on baby oil.
Virgin.
She said they had to put on baby oil every 5 seconds. Every time Diddy instructed them to put on baby oil, they had to put it on. They had to be glistening.
Wow.
Now he wanted the people to look like glazed donuts.
Come on now. Not
She
supposed to be
probably
shiny
can't
and
stand
glossy.
the smell of baby oil. Ugh.
Now I love me some Johnson and Johnson. Now Johnson and Johnson ain't got nothing to do with that. They just call free in this situation.
No, I like
don't
baby
do Johnson and
lotion.
Johnson. I like
Johnson
I
and
like
Johnson.
baby oil. I like both. I like the gel kind of oil though.
I like the
It
Me
lasts
gel
too.
longer.
better.
It's like the oily
Hey
kind,
now,
the oily
hey
kind
now.
that they
Come
have.
on now.
It's like your skin get that
Let's
dry
not
quick.
do this,
That shit
guys.
is
Let's
dry
not
as
do this,
hell.
man. Let's not do this, guys. Come on now.
Let's not do what?
What?
What you not
Talk about this
doing?
oil, man. Come on now.
I mean,
You
it
know
is
how
We
what
much
it
just
you
is.
put
He
clean.
on.
moisturized. We
Uh,
ain't know what he
Yeah,
on.
we ain't talking freaky.
Right.
What's wrong with that?
unless you doing Ludus lascivious
Well,
Right.
no,
fashion,
I'm
baby
sorry,
girl.
but
Right. Is it a
Hey,
What
I'm
are
trigger?
I'm
you
a
Are you
doing?
getting triggered?
I'm a
nah,
chocolate girl, so skin gotta stay moisturized. Can't be
only
ashy.
thing I use is a Vino lotion for sensitive skin.
Can't
Okay,
be
Miss
All
ashy.
right,
Meal
Avino.
Lotion.
And some Aquaphor. That's about it, man.
It's
I ain't on that.
alcohol.
I ain't on that baby
Aquaphor
oil
is
shit.
greasy too.
Hell no.
Lotion is cool. Lotion is cool, but I have to have the grease. I have to have chocolate. So
Yeah.
A little Vaseline here and there.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Not Vasa.
Oh
Mm-mm.
yeah, I'll put me some Vaseline on in the wintertime. Yes, sir.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie though. Johnson and Johnson though. What's it called? They make like some lotion
So
too.
they haven't got to that part in the trial yet, Kenny. But there was stuff put in the baby oil too.
I
Yeah, it
heard
was out
that
there.
too.
No,
And
it
when
was
they put in
wild.
the
Like how much he had. It was like a warehouse full of oil.
I
That
mean,
was
you gotta. This is
crazy.
not.
So the stuff was like
Yeah.
none of them.
man, I'm
Yeah,
trying to figure out how he
that
was
wasn't
getting
it
it.
because they tested the bottles that was at his house when they raided his house. A lot of the bottles that was at his house had GHB in it.
Hey
Wait,
y'all,
what?
Had what
hey,
in it?
if
Had
y'all
what in it
need
now?
to tap that screen, our money has 278 people in here. We should be able to get him to 25K. Thank
Hey
you.
man, I'm
Go.
tapping this
You
shit.
said you trying to figure out how he got it. How he got that much oil?
But nah, like I wonder, like, yeah, how you was getting that much oil and bulk? Like, where
I
you
know
was
y'all
getting
not
it from,
asking about how
folks?
he got
He
oil.
probably
Y'all just
bought
sat up
it
here
and he
talking
probably
about how
just
much
tweeted it on
power
his
and
own.
influence and
Right. That's the
brand he
last
got.
thing he worried about.
He go get
Child.
that shit by the
Exactly.
case.
He probably.
What was in the oil again?
I just feel like he made a regular order and he probably just put whatever he wanted to in them
And
Okay,
I
so
ain't
and
gonna
just
hold you.
refilled them.
here we
Listen,
go, here we
I
go, here
I
we
ain't
go,
mean,
gonna
here
I
we
don't
hold
go.
know.
y'all.
All
But
right,
I
so
Hold
the
on,
I
state
hold on,
read
hold
asked
on.
her. The
I
state
read
asked
somewhere.
her, "Where were you going?" Cassie said, "To a music festival in Canada run by Drake. Sean came to my home and tried to attack me. I was
Oh
thrown
no.
into the bed frame." The state
Mm.
asked her, "What's this?" Cassie said, "A photo of my eye afterwards." The state asked her, "Who took you to the doctor?" Cassie
Mm.
said, "D-Rock." So the state asked her, "Did you send this? Did you send this photo to Sean?" Cassie said, "Yes," and I wrote, "So you can remember. I wanted him to be sorry about it at least." So the state said, in this photo, where were you? Cassie said, "In the green room."
In the what room?
In the green one, what?
The green room?
Yeah, she was in
The
the green
green
room.
room.
They say, "In this photo, where were you?" She said, "In the green room in Toronto. I put hair over my eye. Then we went to the Hamptons." They asked her, I mean, she continued, she said, "Sean wanted to have a F off in the Hamptons. We got a hotel and an escort." They said, "Which one?" She said, "Dave." Did we mention Dave?
So it
She
sounds like
said
that was
Dave.
their thing.
She said she took the G word. She said, "I went into a G hole and I blacked out." She said, "I woke up nude in the shower. Dave and Sean were freaking out. I bugged out. It wasn't pretty."
Say it again.
She took we mention Dave?
G
I don't
word.
think so. I don't recall him.
We don't recall. So Dave might be new.
The
I don't
G
think we
word.
mentioned Dave.
So what
She
she
took
said?
GHB.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
She said she woke up in the shower. What?
She woke up in the shower nude.
I guess when she realized she was naked, she
Nola,
freaked
she
out.
was losing her mind. Yeah, she was bugging out.
Nola.
Who
Okay,
is
so Dave
Dave
is
though?
new. Okay, so if Dave is new, how many we at? That's 8. That should be 8, huh?
That's probably 9, actually. Probably 9 at this point. It's probably 9. That's crazy. Dave is crazy. This sounds like
She
a
said
kid
she
though.
noticed Dave. What? I'm irky, yo. Don't mind me.
She said she noticed him, Diddy, and Dave was freaking out, I guess, after she started freaking
Thank you, boo. I'm sorry, yo. I'm a hairstylist too, so I'm working. So that's
out. You
why I'm.
good, girl. I'm multitasking as well.
Wait, so
Over
this
here.
is so wait. It's Dave, Jules, who else?
Okay, you got Dave, you got Jules, Red Hat, whoever the guy was, she said she knew.
The Islander,
The Islander, the
The
Punisher.
Punisher,
Islander,
Wait, the
the
baseball
Punisher, that's
cap.
Floyd.
5. You
The
got
baseball
Jonathan,
cap.
that's 6. You got Phillip, that's 7. Who else?
The baseball
Dave.
cap. When she talking about the dude in the baseball cap,
We just said
she
him in the
ah,
red hat. Don't forget the
my
2
bad.
dudes that she said she didn't remember their names.
So 8, 9. That's 9.
Yeah, so Dave is number
Mm.
9.
That little cat been passed around. Good lord.
Y'all
Oh,
ain't
Yeah.
even heard like
Yeah, so that's 9 bodies
a
already.
doggone
Boy,
Mm.
doggone
and them
episode.
ain't. I ain't even gonna claim them as them ain't bodies you
That ain't
wanted.
you ain't done, and they ain't done because you escorting look. That shit don't be
Literally,
no
he
boy,
was
number
using
on
her
it.
as an ex doll.
It's not even no number on it. They just be.
boy, I know her husband
Mm.
mad as hell, man. know he mad as hell. He gotta be mad for listening to this in the
He knew
courtroom.
what was going on.
But he not in the courtroom.
I not you forgot. Yeah, you told me he was gonna come to the stand and
But
make his
then one of
speech.
y'all saying like he participated as well.
They no, but you know he used to work for Diddy. Her husband, she's been
Nah,
married. He used to work for
No,
Diddy.
he was
y'all
her
said he
personal
hired
trainer.
her to be her trainer, right?
He was her personal trainer.
Right, but he was hired by Diddy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
It's like a lifetime movie.
Baby, I can imagine the film that's gonna come out after this.
I mean, I would hope she told him about it before everything flipped.
Thank you, Milky. I love you.
Okay, Milky Milk. Sorry.
Yeah,
But I
baby,
feel
they
like
had a
I
variety.
feel like her
I guess
husband
they
helped
just
her
had
as
a.
well.
I guess they had a new
Oh yeah,
person
he played a
for
big part
whatever
in her
they
probably
knew
doing it.
was. I can't even really say it was local because
Her
they were flying people out.
And that
So,
man got money too. Her husband, he paid.
huh?
Yeah, I feel like he helped her get
Her
the
husband
courage
got
to go
money
against
too.
Diddy.
He got some money.
He ain't got Diddy money.
He still got
Now
some money,
he got a
man.
little coin, but he of course
Yeah.
he ain't Diddy.
We ain't gonna compare the coins. Look, he got some money. Shit.
Little change.
Yeah.
Yes, this is her third child.
Oh, she got 3 kids. Okay.
Whoever said a little change, funny as hell.
Who, me?
But what was you saying? I mean, I didn't hear you.
That's his third. Yeah, that's her third child.
No, before that, I thought you were saying something else.
Oh yeah, I was saying that. Yeah, Diddy hired him as her trainer.
Mm.
Hmm.
Crazy in the battlefield.
When you think about it, though, it's really like this. It's similar to like the R. Kelly situation. Only difference is R. Kelly like the younger girls, which is sick.
Mm-hmm.
But he also had help, and that's what
Was
people
he
didn't
punching
like.
on people too?
That was he what?
Punching on people.
Now I don't know if he beat him up or stuff.
And wasn't you know what I'm
I
saying?
just know like after the documentary and all that came out, I just know he had people recruiting to get young girls for him and going to the school, stuff like that.
Okay,
But
so here
it's
we
like
go.
a team
So
effort.
they asked. They said, then what? Cassie said, I spoke to a friend of Sean's and then we had an F off. They said, what's this? Cassie said, my eyebrow. Healed up a little bit a week later. I have a permanent scar on my eyebrow. They said, what's this? She said, me at the Canes Festival. They said, what happened at Canes? She said, Sean accused me of taking rugs from his boat. He threw me off, but my passport was still on the boat. The state said, and you were on the red carpet that same night, right? She said, yes. They said, did you attend the movie? She said, yes. They said, how did you get back to New York? She said, on a commercial flight. I traded my seat to get away, but he traded to get next to me. So they said, what did he show you? She said, F off videos. He played them for me on one of his laptops. He said he'd release them.
So he was blackmailing her.
Basically. But my question is, he in these same videos, right? That he trying to blackmail her with? Cause
No,
just going to post them.
That's
I
on.
Like,
think he was. I think he was recording her with the
That's why I
escort.
really wouldn't have took him serious. Because soon as
yeah,
he exposed me, I straight told him like, okay, and I'm gonna say you made me like I done just girl. Oh my lord.
right. So I think what it is,
Man,
he was
let
recording her
my
without
favorite
being.
line for that, baby. Go ahead and run me up. Blow me up, please.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think he was recording her, even though he was there participating in it. I don't think he had himself in it because it's just like, okay, if you're trying to expose me, you're gonna be in it as well.
Yeah,
But
it looked
he
like
couldn't
he
have been on it
But this is the
very.
thing.
if he
Y'all
doing
are
it like that.
forgetting. This is the thing, okay, too. When y'all give y'all this information every day, I need y'all to remember what I'm saying, okay? Because y'all forgetting that from the beginning, earlier yesterday, I told y'all that the first day they made it clear that most of these videos he made Cassie record on her devices.
Her devices, yeah, yeah.
Cassie just said just now that these were videos that he was showing her on his devices.
Cause remember she said
Mm,
most of them was recorded on her phone, but he would. They said when he takes some on his. Remember she said yeah, sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But she
That's
yeah.
said
why.
she would
She
That's
delete
also
it.
why
They
he
said
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 that
go
she
she
ahead
was
and
would.
delete it
trying
to
to
the
She
internet.
intimidate
also
her.
said that she would send the videos that she would take to him, and then
Mm,
tell him to delete them.
Right. Right.
mm. Mm.
I feel like he was trying to implicate her, especially like with some of the like using her credit cards and making her record it on her phone.
Yeah, the using
Yeah,
of the credit card thing. I feel like I'm glad she giving context on all of this because you could see the building of the like he was blackmailing her, just like you said. He was blackmailing her. He was using her cards. He was basically trying to disassociate himself from
Himself.
it while
Yep.
making her look like the fall guy. If we talking about who's the fall
Hmm.
guy, he tried to make her
Yeah.
look like the fall guy. Like, oh well, if y'all gonna take me down, she did all this too. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
it's like he tried to make sure that, oh well, if I'm one step, she just a step behind me, or like
Right.
so if they catch me, she gonna go down too. They gonna have to mention her
Right.
name too. And I feel like what we doing right now, what they doing right now in court is exactly what he wanted, mentioning her name. She's a part of this case. You
Yes.
see what I'm saying? Maybe not
Right.
in the way that he thought she was gonna be, but
Right.
her name is being mentioned. Nothing can
Right.
proceed without Cassie talking. And he
Right.
knew that from the beginning because from the beginning he's been instilling that from the beginning. Even when it came down to the giving her the blue pills without her knowing,
Right.
he had been doing stuff to try to associate her with the stuff that he was doing to try to make it like, okay,
Right.
well, she wanted to do it. She was right there.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah.
Ooh, talk about manipulation.
Right. Right. Right.
that's
That's what I'm saying. He was
manipulation.
moving very strategic for sure
And
the
you got
whole
to think
time.
about it. He has so much the money, the amount of money. That's manipulation at the highest level right there. Because not
And
only
then
was
just
he
like not only her,
manipulating
it
everybody
just
that
like
was in the situation too, in a way.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Not only her, other people that's done been involved that we don't know about, or whoever gonna come up against them. They don't mention like the other cameras and stuff he done had. It's basically like he do this to expose them. So you covering your own. It's like you trying to cover your own ass before it even happens.
Hmm. No, I think he was trying to make her the fall guy. I think that his whole plot and scheme and doing all of it, he had been looking for a gullible female
Mm-hmm.
that he could make the fall guy, and it was Cassie.
Or
And
probably or
who
probably
else?
looking
Like,
for some.
and it wasn't. I'm not gonna say like that he could a gullible female. He just needed a female that he could prey on, that he could
Mm-hmm.
control, and like
Hmm.
he really. I feel like he really wanted her to be the fall guy in this. He really wanted her to look like Jackie Star. He really wanted her to look like that. Yeah. Like he really wanted her to look like, oh well, she say all of that, but by night she's this raw fueled sex kitten. She be doing this and she like he really wanted her to look like that
Hmm.
girl. And that's what he tried to do. But I feel like Cassie caught it before it was too late. Cassie was able to get out, get married, have kids, create a whole nother life for herself away from all of that. And now here we are. And the egg is still on Diddy's face.
It's a
So
Yeah,
method that she can still, she's not that damaged that she can still have kids and stuff like that.
mm-hmm.
Like it's just
that
wild.
nigga.
It's a wild
And
situation
I feel like in a way he probably mad as hell too.
that she had
It
kids.
probably in a way in his own like sinister way he's probably very bitter, which is why I was like I feel like the shot that he threw at her at the BET Awards is
Yes, that's
what
all
Oh,
I
that was
can
that was
think
a
about.
threat for sure.
Okay,
That
I
was
so
a
feel
they
threat. You
like
can
asked
it
tell how he
her.
looked in the
caused
camera.
it caused all of this to happen.
They asked her.
She probably went to him.
Hold
Oh
on.
wait, okay.
They asked her after. Um, she said that Diddy showed her the videos on his laptop and he threatened her to release them. They asked her, "How did you feel?" She said, "Trapped." They said, "When you landed in New York, what did you do?" She said, we went to a diner. We went to dinner. Then he wanted to have an F off, so we had an F off. She said, "They said, why did you do that?" She said, "To make him not threaten me." Where was her daddy? What is the men
Mm.
in this girl life? Like, where are?
Man, do you know she from like Connecticut, like Square Ball, L7 community?
Cause
He
like
probably didn't
I
follow.
don't want to be like for me it's making me ask that because I know how my dad is. I know how I am about my sisters, and there's no way that my sister would have been young, just in the world doing this type of stuff with a man and he got control over here, and I'm just watching my sister just go in the wind. Like,
So
what?
she said,
And that's honestly my sentiments exactly
she said the
when I hear
freako
about
started.
any young child getting like
No,
basically pushed off and being under somebody else guarding
she said
you
it
that
started at
young. Like,
22.
Hold on.
In the beginning, they asked her. They said, "When did they start?" She said, "What age was you when it started?" She said, "At the age of 22." So she wasn't 19 when she did meet him. It didn't start right away.
Yes, it did.
22.
She
No, I
said when
think she
she
said
first met him at
22.
19, a couple of days later, he kissed her in the mouth.
Well, yeah, that part. But
mm,
I'm just
It
saying they said the
started
freak
then. When
off.
she was getting fed the pills, she was 19.
But they asked her when the freak off started. What age you was? She said 22. She did. She said out her own mouth though.
mm.
Before the freak offs, he introduced to the aura too.
I mean, he probably did. It probably was sexual, but he probably wasn't doing all that extra. Probably that. That stuff come
I mean,
over the
yeah,
top
I'm pretty sure
anyway.
he wasn't gonna come out
The
strong.
22
It
probably
had
when
to
that
it
freak
had to
off
build
started.
up.
That's probably when he started getting probably aggressive and shit. People
That's
change.
that's the root of grooming. That's
Yeah,
the
that's probably.
definition of grooming.
Because they say allegedly he groomed and did whatever to
No love,
Bieber. So
girl.
hey y'all, so I guess he'll be used to, manipulating someone younger because she was only 19. So she didn't have any mind. He was like
So
brainwashing her.
it was gonna be
But
easier
as
for
as
him to
Okay, so
control
they asked. They
Armani was
said.
saying earlier,
They said the state just said let's read these from June 13, 2013. Don't forget the date. They said, has Sean been violent with you before this? Cassie said yes. They said, had you told him before that you didn't want to do the F offs? Cassie said yes. They said you said you needed GHB. Cassie said yes, and that two escorts were not available.
mm. But like
So
you were saying earlier, it's just
Say
weird
the
that they
last part
parents
again.
just letting them just roam and just do that and not care. Cause my child, I can't just hand my child out to nobody
Say
or
the
just
last
let
part
them be
again.
missing for a certain amount of
but
days
I
and you
feel
not
like
calling the
that's
police, you
one of the
not trying
things
to see
I
where
feel like
they
they
at and stuff.
played on though. That's one of the things I feel like they played on. They knew Cassie didn't have nobody around her.
Mm.
They probably knew that her mom and her daddy wasn't gonna come and try to rescue her. They probably was pushing her out in the world like, oh, you're an adult. Go ahead
They
and make
trapped
something
her
of
there.
yourself. And she
Yeah.
just went out there and was off
And
on her
then
own.
it's like two on top of that. The ones that do have parents still do the same exact thing. I just know they just a different type of parent. Like you sell your kids and it's just all for the money. It's all for the money. It's all for them to get famous. You don't care about what they're going through or none of that. You don't even really find out till years later. But it's disgusting.
Like R. Kelly situation.
Because Bow said his mother let him live in LA when he was like 5. What? By yourself? What? I'm not sending my child nowhere by themselves at no 5.
And okay, um, my thing is like, what's the legal age where she's from? Like, what's the legal age wherever she was? Because it could have been legal, like her age, and she could have been considered an adult. So I
In
have that question
Connecticut,
too. Like, what? Okay, if she was legally of age at the age of 19 to be able to do whatever, then what type of perspective does that set?
mm-hmm. Said 18 in America.
Why they say, where was your parents at this time? Because he was older than you. Like, where them questions?
It's just how like I know it's off topic, but it's just how like even how Justin Bieber and certain people went to Diddy camp and out like what?
Okay,
And
so
y'all parents just let y'all go.
Cassie said I woke up. Wait, Cassie said I wrote only Paul is available or Jake the white guy. Two more people.
Mm,
Jesus, Cassie. She said, but he can't do until 11. The other guy can do either. Wait, the other guy can do earlier. It's just one more
mm-hmm,
person knowing our secret. So the state said, what did you mean? She said the F offs.
mm.
Um, the state said, what is SLS? Cassie said a hotel in Hollywood.
I heard of
So
that
wait,
before.
she said that two escorts the two that they originally called were not available. She said only Paul or Jake, the white guy. Jake said that he can't do until 11, but Paul can do earlier. It's just one more person knowing their secret.
Right.
Hold up, man.
Like,
I'm listening to y'all say what y'all saying, but the way that she talking, it's making, I don't know. I don't know. It's making me look like, huh?
it was their secret. Like that's what she probably liked to do too. Like now she gotta be in depth with us and tell us what she was doing. Outside of that, him filing the next day for that, we had our speculation. The video came out, but it's like outside of that, it's like we gotta hear.
So to put it in context for the people that's asking, yes, the escorts were men. Most of the escorts were men. Most of the victims are women.
But she also had said that basically the men would do stuff for her. Like Diddy didn't do nothing to,
Yeah,
the guys.
Diddy didn't participate in
He just
some of
instructed them
things.
on what to do,
Now
pretty much, to
he
her.
definitely participated in some stuff, but as far as
Right,
like him, him rubbing on the man and all, he never touched the man. As far
As
as
far as we know, as of right now.
as of right now, yeah, as of today, they haven't revealed that he touched the man. But they did say that once the escorts got their happy endings, and it was on Cassie, he would call Cassie into the next room and make Cassie put it on his nipple.
right.
So I did want to put
This
that out there
lady,
again, that he does like that part.
Paula said, "Can we name them off again?"
Oh, okay. So we
Girl,
got
if I can
Philip,
remember, I can help you out.
we got
Jonathan,
Phillips, we got the dude in
Philip.
the red hat, we got the two that she didn't remember their names, so that's 4. We got Islander, Punisher, that's 6. We got Jonathan. He just said Paul
And Jake.
and Jake.
It's crazy that she on a first name basis with these young men.
Oh, we forgot Greg.
And Tommy.
Oh, Tommy too.
So what's the guy name? And which I keep forgetting his name. The guy she said she knew, but I guess she had sex with him and she wants to.
We always forget
Dang,
him.
that's 12. Is that 12? 13? 12?
Yeah, it sounds like
Woo.
it sounds like we had a little secret thing going on.
Good Lord.
Baby, she was having a fiesta.
Or having a fiesta in her. Good Lord.
It was too much being done.
That she said before that
they had a whole roster of people that they could call to be like, "Oh, are you available?"
What I was gonna say, how old is Cassie? Like currently?
I think she in her 30s.
Ain't no way she done seen that many D words.
Let me look it up.
Lord.
38. See?
Oh, I don't know what I thought she was. I thought about she was like 35.
And then like for him to have her to come in there and have that rubbed across his nipples. Who said earlier that he learned that from the industry or he get this action from the industry? Nah, baby, that's something deep.
But I need y'all to
I
also
said no.
pay
I
attention
said
to.
I feel like that was me. That's how I feel like he was introduced to this type of stuff. But I'm not saying everything he do. I'm just saying certain stuff.
I also need y'all to pay attention to the fact that we still quite early.
Yeah, we are.
We still at the front of the line. We ain't got.
Did they give an estimation of how long 8 weeks?
8 weeks. This is supposed to last.
Ooh.
That's 2 months.
Baby, I'm gonna be stressed out.
This gonna be through the whole summer, just about. Go ahead, leave.
But so I posted a tweet on Twitter yesterday while I'm waiting on the next update. I posted a tweet yesterday on Twitter. It went viral. And they got like 6.2 million views or something like that on Twitter. And I posted that the daughters leaving the courtroom on day 1 spoke volumes.
It did.
It was like, they shouldn't have been in there in the beginning. Why did it speak volumes? And I'm like,
They be in
first
there.
of all, I need y'all to realize the impact of a man in a family being accused of trafficking, SA, abuse against women, all of that, and the women in his life that are showing up to the court gates, walking out on him, that speaks volumes. It can
And then
speak,
at the end of
it
the
can
day,
speak to
too,
the allegations that the person is fighting, and it also can prove further family conflict. Because they can be
right,
there in support of their dad, but not necessarily, you know,
agreeing
know
to what
in depthly
happened.
about the stuff that he was doing. They could be there
Right,
just to hear in totality, you know, what he's being accused of for their own self, you know, for their own
right.
ears. Okay, I heard this is what they said and this is what they showed, you know. But no, they weren't asked to leave. They got up and left on their own. They wasn't instructed. Just because they're minors, there's nothing that states that they can't be in
Oh,
the
they're not
courtroom.
minors. They are. Oh,
They 19 now,
They
so
on
they really not
TikTok.
even
Them
minors.
got boys
There's
crying.
nothing that states that they
You
can't be in
the
the
trying to
courtroom at
twins
19.
18 and Chance is 19.
I'm
They
talking about
getting
Hell,
ready.
them.
18 or
Them
19.
yeah.
There's nothing that states that they can't be in the courtroom at all.
Mm-hmm.
So they can be in the courtroom while anything is being stated, while anybody is testifying. It's up to them to sit there all day and listen.
Y'all know who I want to do an interview or a react? Kimora. I know she probably at the house like, I knew it. She got a
I
real
just,
distaste for Diddy.
I don't know. If she do,
Who,
it'll be
Kamora D.
shocking. But I
Simmons?
feel like some people still gonna try to do stuff to
Kimora,
protect their
it'll be
brand and
shocking.
stuff like
She's
that.
always spoken out a bit about Diddy. Why would they be shocking?
I mean,
Well, you know that was one of Kim
to
close
me,
friends.
Exactly. She don't. She had when it first popped off, where everything was coming out of the in the open. She posted several stories on Instagram. Several. It wouldn't be shocking to me.
what to say.
I don't know. People always talking about who's the industry plant. I think Jaguar Wright is an industry plant.
Man, she scared me.
A lot of the stuff that she be talking about in Hollywood, people be like, Jaguar Wright is crazy and she don't know this and she don't know that. But that lady be having a lot of inside information on stuff that
Hmm.
And I feel like
we wouldn't
a
normally
lot
know
of
about.
stuff.
She
I
the
feel like a lot of
feds.
times when people expose stuff and people don't know how to receive this information, or they feel like, oh, this person is crazy, they're going off drugs or whatever. This stuff they've been went through, and then
Okay,
now
so they
y'all
just
looking at
asked
them
just
like, oh,
now.
it's you, it's you.
They
She
just
did
asked
what?
Cassie just now. They said, when you would take Valium, when would you take Valium before a F off? She said, when I had anxiety, Sean's driver was bringing me the Valium. It was Raheem, I think. So the
They go
judge
to
said,
Rackham.
jurors, you can take lunch now. The judge said, Miss Slavic, are there still disagreements on the exhibit? She said, yes. The defense wants the exhibit to be longer and about the him ejaculate. So they said they wanted to cut it off at looking at my iPad. So they on
This is
lunch.
a mess.
They're on lunch currently, but so
I'm
now
like,
they
she lied,
introduced
right?
something new. They introduced a new rug value, and she answered to when she took it, just like they did yesterday with the other rug. They asked her.
Mm.
She gave two different lists of the rugs when they asked her what she took. So then once they asked her, they went into her taking something else, and she just answered. She was like, "Okay, I took it. I took it when this happened."
Mm.
So she was
So
taking
she,
the whole. I'm talking about Cassie was taking booger sugar,
Everything.
the green stuff. She was taking GHB
You talk about
mushrooms,
booger sugar.
what's the and
Man,
what's the pink
they
stuff
had
called?
this
What's
girl
that
on
pink
all
stuff
Valium.
type of
called?
stuff, y'all.
Yeah, she was
What's the
taking a
pink
whole
stuff
lot.
called?
What?
What is
The
what?
pink stuff.
She wasn't on that. That was Miami.
Oh,
Oh, and don't forget she was taking the pills too. She was taking the blue pills.
Yeah, the opiates and the opiates.
Yeah, that too. Now I want to know what Lil Wayne experienced. Okay, so when you got in a relationship with Cassie, how was it for you?
The whole time. You quiet,
What did
quiet.
he experience?
And I don't even know.
I want to know.
when did he date her?
Like he, you know,
After?
you know, when you
Who,
travel
Cassie?
But me
Yeah, when was they together?
and that shit be so irritating.
That was a long time ago. A while ago. It
So that
was
was the
a
actual
long time.
couple. Damn.
Like early 2000s. But she did say yesterday she was talking to other people, and so was he. When they asked her twice, did she think that her and Diddy was exclusive? She said no, he was exclusive in public with Kim Porter.
Crazy how these timelines be running in together. You know, involving other people.
Wow. Okay. So now we got a whole list of the male workers. Now we got a whole list of all of the stuff she was taking. It's a lot to summarize. If you ain't caught up on day 3, listen. You behind. Cassie didn't admit it to a lot of things.
What's that?
She said a
Wayne
lot
said
of
that
Does
things.
not
Lauren
have a
London
baby.
don't have
Cassie
a
doesn't have a
son.
baby with Lil Wayne. He has a
Never
baby
had.
with Lauren London.
I never said that.
Yeah,
Oh no,
he
it said
got
it to the
children
people in the
with
comments.
Toya, Lauren London, and that other lady.
The
Um,
people in the comments, somebody in the comments said that he had a baby with Cassie.
There's
He has a
nobody
baby
So
with
that
hey,
Lauren
so
London.
hey, Mr.
oh
Armani,
no,
Mr.
yeah, they
Armani, should
just
we
it
just
was
like
for a little while.
can we like go through now like all the things that she's admitted to so far?
Yo,
Okay, so from the top.
hold up.
and Nivea. I forgot
Real
about
quick,
Nivea.
before he report. Y'all believe it or not though, a lot of these posters, like are these like people that's fake report and stuff, everybody is saying his girlfriend Cassie for 11 years. I'm like, y'all should know the information. They acting like they don't even know. That wasn't even his girlfriend, was it? Well, eventually it was or something? Or what? Don't mind me. I feel like I
You
be
talking about
confusing
Diddy?
that. Yeah, because you know that us, they
Him and
always get
Cassie
into
was together for
relationships.
10 years.
Okay, okay.
I thought they were together.
No,
I
I
mean,
know,
so she's trying to
I
make.
know that, but you know, I'm just saying when they were just saying, you know, she was the other girl at a point in time, but I just
She
ain't
Uh
know
was
huh.
the other girl at a point in
I
time. He
know,
was
but I
with
just
Kim.
ain't know
Yeah.
how long. You know, I know that. I was just saying, like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that was a
Maybe
while.
she's speaking on like in the beginning, and then I guess they came exclusive. I don't know.
I think
After
they just
Hold
spent
him
on,
all the
hold
years
left them.
on,
together. You
hold
know how when
on.
people
As a
not
matter of
together,
fact,
people
let me
say
He
get my
dealt with her when
receipts
she was
because I
younger,
got the
not
whole
19.
timeline. I just told y'all I did a podcast earlier with somebody about Diddy whole timeline. So let me get the packet with my receipts in it. I can tell you how long it was.
Okay, period.
they sending me roses. They nice.
It's given he was dealing with her before she was 19. Honestly.
He was
I
back and
I
forth.
said they met when she was like 15,
I get the
16.
root
To
beer
be
one.
honest,
Thank you. I just took 2. What was I finna say? Nah.
Thank you,
because
Milky Way.
we gotta
It's so
remember
pretty
how
and shit.
old
Just sounds
Cassie
so
really was
sweet.
when she came up. Really,
So was she 19 when like me and you and all that came out, or was she in her 20s?
I'm not sure.
Thought she was at least 20. Watch the video. Okay, no, I have to find it.
Bill's getting on the stand. I'm waiting for Meek.
When is who gonna understand? Who you say?
What you saying, Nola?
Mills from Philly, the rapper. When
Meek
is he
Mill.
going to be one of
Wait,
the
keep the
Oh,
ice
people?
me,
in there.
Mill.
Where
Thank
when
you.
is Meek Mills coming
That
back?
was-
I doubt he'll ever get up there.
So I can just start from like right here and then cut on the black for the nose.
The video of them in the pool was
Chat, we
wild.
understand
That
it's
was very wild.
documented that he was messing with her at 19. We're just saying allegedly maybe he was messing with her or watching her before that.
So she was 19 when me and you came out. Okay, okay.
I want to know. I'm sure Aubrey O'Day is getting up there now. That's the one I want to,
Yeah, we'll see if Aubrey getting up there.
cause she gonna open the floodgates, baby.
Uh,
Danny Kane.
so all the It's rumored that a bunch of celebrities are in some of these tapes. Aren't they gonna have to get up there? The ones in the tapes.
Not
not if it
necessarily.
ain't,
I don't
if
know
it's
if they
just
ain't got
sex.
nothing against them. I
Because
don't
they don't.
think.
It's not. It's not about his sexual
So
preferences.
Kim and Diddy broke up in 2007.
Oh, okay. So they were just still like probably dealing with each other until
It
whenever
say it
afterwards.
says that him and Cassie officially became a couple in 2007. So I guess if that's
So the
when they
same
were
year.
dating, that's when they were
So the same
dating.
Yeah,
year that he broke up with Kim,
yeah.
he made it
Hmm.
official with Cassie, but he was already
Cassie, yeah,
dealing with Cassie while he was in a relationship with Kim.
yeah, because he met
Mm-hmm.
Cassie in
Younger, and she
2005.
was documented making money starting in 2007. That's crazy.
Yeah, one of the girls from Danny Kane already be speaking out about him. I wouldn't be shocked
That's
if she did.
Aubrey.
That's Aubrey
Yeah.
O'Day, and then Don Richards from the group sued him.
Knows. Nah, I'm on this live, man.
Everything opportunity.
But the subpoenas, if they were going to be subpoenaed, they most likely already have.
Wait, what you just asked me, Vinci?
Y'all see what
Oh
somebody
no,
in the chat said?
I was responding to the
What they
comment.
said?
Something
They
about it's going
said,
to be a lot of subpoenas handed out.
nah.
Hmm.
They
Somebody has
already been handed out, ain't they?
Yep.
somebody has said if the feds didn't build the case on Johnny Depp and his wife, I don't see why this is in court. Yo,
Because it's not about that.
that's what I'm saying.
Speaking of, Amber Heard just had twins.
Oh
What
God,
is that? What is that? What she disappeared to?
Hmm.
Cause she showed disappeared. I ain't heard nothing from her since the doggone trial.
I don't think nobody
Really?
wants her in their movie though. After
She
what they
should have
heard,
disappeared. She was
Yeah, cause
embarrassed.
I'm sorry, she tried to take that man down.
Wait,
Man,
Jay, you said not guilty, just want to put a black man down.
they talking about exactly. They aren't doing this for YT people. This has nothing to do with Johnny Depp, whether
This ain't
Diddy
got
is
nothing to do with
colored or
them.
not.
Jay,
What?
that's what I'm
I don't
saying, bro.
personally
I hate.
think.
What?
I
It
don't
ain't
think they're
always
trying to
about
take. I
that,
don't think they're trying to take the
Jay.
black man down. It's just the stuff he done did. He did some bogus
Right.
I'm
stuff.
sorry, he
He
did
has
Jake,
good
nothing to
is
do.
stuff.
Jake,
And
is
Like
for
Jake,
him to
what?
have that much, and for him to have that much power and stuff, he should know better and move better as a man. But he
ain't
did
Right.
it
no
He
to
way,
can't
himself.
be out
bro.
here moving like
They're
that and
acting like
thinking,
we're the
It's just
ones putting the
sad.
blame
People
on
bring
him. No,
race
he
into
really did
everything,
it.
man.
no,
Right.
it's not.
And then my thing
This
is,
is
we're
not a
not even
racist.
excluding YT people from this. But if somebody has the balls and courage to file whatever against
They talking
them, then
about
we
Diddy
can
ain't
J-
even
too.
Didn't
listen.
Cassie just mention the
Somebody
white
say Diddy
race?
ain't do nothing. Yo,
they
you
talking about some
Oh
Johnny
wow.
Depp
yo.
and his wife. What did they say? Johnny Depp and his wife confessed a year prior. Confessed to what? This is apples and oranges. This man is charged with racketeering. It's a RICO charge. It has nothing to do with the relationship between him and Cassie. I
Hold
think you're
on.
misunderstanding.
Let me see something. Let me get her up here. So I don't know what's going on with her.
Oh, she was quiet.
Hello.
Mhm.
So
Hello.
Hi, how are
okay, so,
you?
hey,
I'm
I'm
well.
doing
How about
good.
yourself?
So there's like 2 points, right? Specifically with the Johnny Depp and them, they literally confessed to doing the stuff that we know should not be disclosed, but they literally confessed. Why didn't the feds dig into their lives?
Because that's not a federal case. What Diddy's doing makes it federal. Crossing state lines,
Okay,
paying
so
people for.
he was with his wife. So you got to think about it. When you're in a relationship with a person, even if your man is into what is that like bondage, you know that stuff. People be getting into the relationships and they know they man is freaky from the
But
jump.
sweetheart,
It
that's
wasn't
not. He's
abusive.
not
Freak
charged
level.
for being freaky. None
No,
of
but
this is.
no, but we saying like, for, I get what she's saying. She just saying for as the, just want to do freak offs in the middle with stuff. Like just a little freaky. That's all freaky though.
And then for the domestic violence part, I'm gonna
Exploiting
say
different
this.
people. I mean, tricking because that's basically what he was
But
doing.
that's not what she said.
For
What she
for the
said was
domestic
that
violence
Johnny
part,
Depp. She made the comparison of Johnny Depp versus Diddy. there is no comparison because this is apples and oranges. They on
I
two
don't really know
different
nothing about that man.
spectrums.
Okay, so
What you saying about the domestic part?
for the domestic violence, right? I feel like with him and Cassie, literally, if we've all, I don't know if most of us, if you were in the '90s growing up, we've all were raised in like households where you get whoopings and stuff. Until I got to like sixth grade, that's when it kind of became illegal to like get whoopings. That's when I was like, oh, I didn't know whoopings were bad, you know. So
Um, yeah,
so
it's illegal. I
This
still
this
give
is
out whoopings.
like,
shoot, even the schools were giving out whoopings. Let's be clear.
oh no.
Compare? Are you trying to compare getting whoopings to her getting beat?
If Diddy's
I hope you're
sons
not.
were if Diddy's
That's
sons were
back in
stealing,
schools now.
if Diddy's sons were stealing and he came home and jacked up his sons the same way he did the same way he did Cassie, would y'all be mad? If he was trying to keep his son in line,
That's
like
not the same. This is
no,
not the
That's not
Exactly.
the
same
That's not the
thing.
same.
same thing,
it
bro.
kind of is.
That's
Look,
not chastising though. That's not chastising the
No, I know
child.
y'all see
But
because you know I'm
yes,
like
I
a
would feel the
debater.
way if I see him
Thank
hit any one of his
you.
kids like he did Cassie. Yes, I would feel the way. Clearly,
Armani
like
got her
he
all
done his.
Thank you,
He
Armani.
wild. He's a wild man.
Armani like
Cause what?
But that's not the same comparison as chastising your child. You know, you actually abusing someone, like
Compare
so you
apples
beating
ain't
and
gonna
them
throw
oranges
no
to
to
beef
peaches,
death.
with
bananas, and
Yes,
Because
grapes.
this has
guess
nothing to
what?
do
Right
with
now, if you have a child right now and you beat them up, how
these
Diddy did
kids.
Cassie, you're going down, babe.
Not
you
even
going to
that.
jail.
You
Diddy
better
kids
believe
would
it.
not be in that courtroom supporting. They wouldn't like him.
You
He
better
would
believe
have
it.
said something.
And
His kids
chastising
not
your
against
child,
him.
you don't chastise them to leave marks and black
Yeah,
eyes
his
and
kids not
busted
even
lips
against him. They
and
probably
scars. That's not
Right.
the same thing.
that's definitely not the same
Yeah,
thing.
you're going down. You do that to your child, you're going
Well,
down.
she coming
I mean,
back for y'all.
people done got jacked up before, but I mean, I've never got
That's a
black eyes and
stretch.
stuff by my parents, so I can't relate to that.
She
so
showing
I
face,
grew up getting
okay?
whippings. I grew up getting whippings. I've been in a domestic violence situation. I also know that the best time to leave a domestic violence situation is when it's going good, and women don't want to do that. You don't want to leave on Valentine's Day because you can't wait to show your man off that just abused you a week later and cheated on you. But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
people
like
don't
you,
see the reality of everything. Like how people feel, y'all, just all everybody's opinion.
yeah, and no harm. I don't want to hurt nobody either. But you know,
You gotta think, me and Amani was really saying it at first, but you gotta think. We not really saying it, but like we were saying before, some of this stuff she was taking participant in. And like he said, he's not his daddy. I mean her daddy.
so another
I
point is
just don't
the reason.
understand. I'm trying to figure out what, like, okay, you said it was 2 points that you were making. I
The last
definitely
point.
would not agree with you on the Johnny Depp situation. I just don't understand, like, how you get from there to where you are. I'm just trying to
So
make it go together.
this is why I feel like the feds have her as a bad witness is because in that text message that they literally submitted, she said like she was upset with him because of the domestic violence situation, and she was like, I feel like this is all we do. Why don't you just call Kim? So you're okay with sticking your domestic violence boyfriend on his ex partner because he's for so you're okay with sending a hound dog on a black woman. Like this is what the feds is working with.
Bro,
So no one's really digging into that. You got everyone. It just went over everyone's head.
Yeah,
Cassie is a
that's
black woman
still
too,
No,
man.
I
You
thought
you
you
bro,
I
doing
thought you was
tired
about to
of
say
people
something
bringing
about like
race into everything, man. It has
that's
nothing to do
that's
with
I
still
thought you
what?
this
was
race.
has
actually finna
nothing
say
to do
like
with race.
Like,
I
Eliarte?
thought you was finna actually compare like the video to like,
No,
what
that's
he got
I
going
knew
on
what you
now.
was
That's two different
getting at.
man,
things.
got
That's
up here
why I
talking
was
about
trying
black and
to.
white, man. Like, come
It has
on,
nothing
bro.
to do with it.
That's what
Like
I'm
it
It
saying.
really.
This is
don't.
why. This is why I
And I'm
like
still
this
trying to,
panel, though.
because I'm very open minded. I still was trying to understand what you was getting at, comparing him chastising one of his kids to how he beat her. If he ever do
You.
that to one of his child, like he'll be in trouble.
That's what
You
I'm
going to
saying.
jail.
Like, come on. Like,
Oh,
he beating a
right.
woman.
It's like you getting
Why she
popped
pull
is
up
not
looking
the
like a
same
court
thing as your
reporter
mama
though?
punching you and stuff like that. Even if it happened to you, it wasn't right. If that happened to you back in the day, that was not right.
Well, I ain't
That
gonna
was
lie.
dead wrong.
Brush.
I ain't just saying I be coming through wielding a belt, but I'll whoop some ass
Can I say
today.
something
Right
that I've
now,
been
it's
wanting to say
2025.
for
I'm
a
sorry.
while? And it was too long for me to type in the chat, but like at first I was trying to question like I think everybody else why she stayed for so long, and then I started to kind of think like about
Wait a minute.
my DV situation where I literally got in the car
Can you
with
hand me
a
that lip gloss,
man
please?
that would make it seem like he would throw the car in the water or like I got choked up in the car.
one another time, and then I actually almost lost my life in the car the very last time before I decided to like, get up and go. And it took me like what 6 years being with this person. So I had to try to figure out like why would she stay? But then I asked myself, why in the world did I keep getting back in the car with this man? And so whenever I think about this, the man that I was with didn't have a lick of money. He didn't have a lick of nothing. When I think about the
That's not
status that
funny.
Diddy
And
have
that's
and the
it's funny.
opportunity that he could give her, and the age, because I had my first child by this man at 18,
Mm-hmm.
and I met him at 16, but I had my first child with him at 18. Just the mind that's not mature, because everyone is not mature at 19 years old. They're still
No.
very immature. They don't even really know life. So to come into the hands of a man with so much status, so much access,
So much
like, yes, she
business.
went along with everything. She was along for the
Yo,
ride, but at
and
some
I
point
got
in
a friend
time,
too
she
that had
said, "No, I don't want to do it no more."
Okay, so the security
yeah, it's wrong
officer,
people
the
wanna it's
security
wrong people
officer
wanna
from
go
day
to the
one, his report has been put out. Has been put out. So let me show you. Oh, let me read y'all what he said. He said, "Greetings. Um, on March 5th, 2016, at approximately 11:14 a.m., I received a call from Instant Services, Wanda, stating that she had gotten a distress call from the sixth floor. I then looked at the cameras to familiar myself with the situation up on the floor. All I saw before I took off immediately was a male black wearing only a towel walking back and forth. I arrived at the scene at 11:15 a.m. I noticed that the black male was rapper Sean Combs, aka P. Diddy. I observed Mr. Combs sitting down on the far left chair of the sixth floor, and the female who was closer to the hallway, later identified as Cassie, must have been. Um, I saw damage that had been done, and I had begun to diffuse the situation by advising Mr. Combs to understand his status and the safety and concerns of our guests. He began yelling at Miss Ventura, and I advised both of them to separate from each other, that it wasn't convenient for both of them to continue this, especially in the hallway, in a towel. I then proceeded to advise him to return back to his room. Mr. Combs began to offer me a bribe. You can take care of this. I got you. Let's go to my room. So he said, I then responded with, "Sir, I know who you are," while extending my arm to shake his hand and say, "All I ask for is respect for the guests and myself. So do me a favor and let's return you to your room." He got up and began to walk to his room. As we made our way down the hall to the north hallway, Mrs. Ventura was behind us, coming up from the south hallway. Mr. Combs noticed while Mr. Combs noticed her while turning back and began to raise his voice. I then told him that if he didn't respect the guests, that he would have to leave. Mr. Combs, so he said he did just that. Mr. Combs opened the door and brought out a currency band wrapped around $100 and told me thank you, and said, "You take care of this, and I take care of you." I declined the money and told Mr. Combs that all we needed for him was to stay in his room until checkout that day. I left the scene at about 11:25 a.m. I took the elevator down and I saw Miss Ventura, and I advised her that I didn't want him to see her, so I walked her over to the valet office until her ride got there. I asked her that we would need some information. He said I asked her that we would need some information from her to stand by. I then walked over to MOD Abby's office, I guess that's his boss, and advised him of the situation, that I needed him present. We then walked over to Mrs. Ventura, and she was unable to locate. So that means Cassie had left. Cassie got the hell on. We then went up to the sixth floor and took pictures of the guest lobby elevator leading. Guest elevator landing. We made our way to the guest room, 602. MOD Abbey wanted to introduce himself and let him know of the hotel rules, to advise him that the damages would be charged to his room. When Mr. Combs came out, he was about to start yelling, still in his towel, but MOD Abbey and I stopped him before he did and advised him that we were not there to make it bigger than it already was. He saw MOD Abby holding his phone, and he automatically assumed that he was being recorded. So he grabbed his hand and then he grabbed his hand and then grabbed the phone and told him to back off and took his hand away from it. So he took the man's hand away from him or whatever. He was then told no one was recording him and that the safety and privacy of the guests was important to the hotel. And if he tried to do something like that again, he would get kicked out and escorted off the property by LAPD. He calmed himself down and apologized and stated, "It's just that I don't want to lose anything, and I can lose it all." We reassured him that all he needed to do was calm down and not have any more scenes from that time until his checkout time. We then left the scene and resumed normal operations. They said, an extra note that was added on the report: we will be conducting extra patrols until his checkout, in which we will be taking pictures of how his room is left at that moment. Here are the pictures that MOD Abby took of the guest lobby. Please stand by until we have all. So what y'all got to say about the report?
So basically, he freaked out, and then he went act like he don't want to lose stuff. But you basically you ain't thinking about what you're doing. That's wild.
It just sounds like
Beat up.
a regular altercation though, like when people be doing
Yeah.
stuff.
It almost sounds like he ran into the right person. That person immediately went and took pictures of the room. They can have evidence. If ever,
Mhm.
even though they didn't call the police, they back themselves up.
But y'all gotta think though, he was
Right.
But
I feel like offering
no,
money though,
he
that's
changed
something.
his story. He changed his story. When he got on the stand yesterday, well, day before yesterday, because he was the first witness. He was on the stand on day one. When he got on the stand, the first thing he said was,
Who?
the security who report I just wrote.
Okay.
I mean, who report I just read. Him. He just was saying basically that on the stand he said when he got off the floor, Cassie had a purple eye. He said that Diddy was telling Cassie that she couldn't leave, and Cassie said that she wanted to leave. He was like, a lot of stuff. So when they cross-referenced him, they was asking him, okay, you said you were part of LAPD right now, because he's a current LAPD officer. So they're like, okay, you say you're a part of LAPD right now, basically questioning his integrity, billing his integrity for the jury. So they asked him, okay, so in your report, you didn't say that Cassie had a purple eye. You didn't say that, Diddy was trying to keep her there and she wanted to leave. You didn't say any of that. So when one of the things that Diddy's team argued was the fact that he said that Diddy gave him money. Diddy pulled out a lot of money when he got to the room. Now, keep in mind, y'all heard me say in the report, just one of the things that they argued was that he told Diddy that Diddy was going to have to replace the stuff in the hotel that he had broke. Okay, so was he giving you the money to replace the stuff in the hotel that he broke, or was he giving you the money to bribe you? That's where the conflict came in, and they started
I
to
think it
act
was
just like
hush
he was
money.
saying, and he
Money.
said that in the report that Diddy gave him the
100%.
money to bribe him.
It was hush
So
money
now
for
he
sure.
changing it up.
Yeah, see,
Yeah.
she changed it when he got on the stand.
But
But
he
see, the
also
thing
made it
is
seem
that
like he was the only one too. It was sound like it was other security up there. He wasn't the only one up there.
no, he went and got other security. He went and got his boss.
I'm
Mm.
just saying he didn't like say like
So
I'm gonna go get the boss. We came back like he ain't saying nothing.
basically, it's not like he got hush money because I mean I'm pretty sure Diddy wouldn't care about getting charged about whatever he done vandalized.
Yo, that probably would be any move for if I felt like I was being and something going on and you know what's going on. You gonna feel like don't say nothing like dang like you know what I'm saying? Cause that's just,
Uh huh.
cause
And then most hotels,
I
if
feel
you
like that's like
vandalize something, they're gonna charge
a initial
whatever
reaction.
card that you got on file. So it's basically hush money. Cause they're gonna charge them anyway
That's
if you
initial.
mess it up that bad.
That's initial reaction.
That's wild though.
But my thing is, so as big as Diddy is, and as big as this situation would have been if they would have put this out when it happened,
Right.
you was willing to accept $100.
Right.
You was willing, like,
And for him to
the,
beg
even
you,
He
the
was.
thought of him pulling out $100 to give you $100, like, what you a bellhop? Or
I
is this
think he
not?
was.
He paid
He
more for
had
the
to.
rum.
He had to be pulling out a lot of money for these people. Like he
Yeah,
didn't.
like
He was
dang,
pulling out money that
just
people ain't never
$100.
seen
but
before.
for him to plead to me, like if he pleaded to me saying I don't want to mess up my, that let me know I still got a little power though. You get what I'm saying? Like he who he is, but at the end of the day, things can get handled. I don't feel
Oh, for
like
sure,
wrong is wrong
for
and right is
sure.
right. At the end of the
That's
day,
why he started. That's why he started saying what he was saying. 'Cause he probably thought he was gonna get in trouble. Probably thought he was gonna call the police and all that.
you come to that courtroom, right is right, wrong is wrong. Judge don't care who you is, so
I feel like it had to be more than $100 though.
I feel
It
like
was
he
definitely more than
That ain't
$100.
nothing to keep nobody be quiet. Like that's
got that shit
insane.
years ago.
It was some money that man ain't never seen before. And when he said, "I don't care who you are," he popped out some money.
Yeah, because it sounded like he was saying like, calm down, all right, like
So they should have asked the person that's on the stand. Okay, so what did the other people do? They just went back downstairs.
yeah, he said they resumed normally.
You said what?
They resumed the day normally. So
So I got a
Exactly.
question.
So
it's
This
basically
isn't
like a
this.
regular, regular thing happening. They not looking at the bigger situation now.
right,
So
right.
the day went regular. Like, so if you getting a call from two people, you know what I'm saying? It was like a, it was just who they was.
So I got a question. This isn't the same man who recorded the stomp in the hallway and showed his wife.
It is.
Oh yeah, he fudged.
I heard that. I hope you're talking about the same thing. When she was running down the hallway, there was an interview stating that she was stealing a bag of money allegedly from him, from
That's a
Diddy,
lie.
and that's why he was chasing
The
her down
judge
the
cleared
It's
it
like
up
hallway.
they,
on
they
day
made
one.
up so many
He said
accusations about
everything. The
that.
judge said everything that we're going to hear that come out this courtroom is factual. Anything that we have heard before this trial is hearsay. She cleared that up on day one. Mm-hmm.
Because people were saying it. Okay,
They
she was
said
trying to
all
steal
I
his money.
said.
Then she was saying he was trying to run. She was trying to run off with his phone or something. Like it's like they kept switching it up.
Yeah, so
Money.
they was trying to say that Cassie saw something in his phone, caught something in his phone, and took off with his phone down the hallway, and Diddy chased her.
Then what could that be? You already doing
Which
all
I'm gonna
that.
be honest, that don't even that
Cause like, what could she be mad
description doesn't
about?
even fit the scenario of how the extent that he kicked, and
Yeah, it's like you
it
want to
don't
on your phone
even
now.
match.
You're
It
already deep in. What's the
didn't
see?
she say
I
he
don't know
had someone
because
Yeah.
in there waiting on her in the corner?
I don't
What?
know because he said
So
she
he
had
claimed he seen
previously
somebody in the
No, the
corner.
male
stole
escort was in the room.
rugs. I think she
The
would
male
Male
steal
escort
money.
was in the room, and
Okay, so
she.
this is what Cassie said from the beginning, because y'all must have not been here when I talked about this yesterday. Cassie, the reason why they keep putting emphasis on the hotel video is because Cassie, her theory is she was trying to get away from a free call. Diddy's team's story is she caught something in Diddy's phone. She took the phone and ran down the hallway, and Diddy chased her down the hallway and did what he did. That's what we saw, that whatever happened on camera. Okay, they ended up back in the room. So one of the things that they was using was to basically clarify this within the stories was that there was somebody else that was in the room, because remember I just said Cassie said that it was a freak off going on. So that means an escort had to be there. So when the security confirmed it first, because he said when he went, that was something else that he said on the stand, which was also not in his report. When he went to the room to drop them back off, he seen a man sitting in a room dressed in all black. Yeah, so he confirmed that. But Cassie also confirmed it yesterday on the stand, because they asked her. That was Jules too. She said Jules was in the room when all of that happened. Yeah. So when the hotel incident happened, there was an escort in the room waiting on them.
That's what
And
I
Kansas
thought.
sent me. So basically, she was trying to get away because she
And
didn't
she
want to
didn't
stay.
The
want to do it.
BLK woman, because I think I saw her on an interview. She was like a pole dancer, and she had said that in another interview that homegirl was trying to steal some money from her, from Diddy.
That's not true.
That's lies. Like he said from jump. Anything that's going on right now in this court meeting is actual facts. Nothing alleged. That
Hey,
woman.
And see,
Armani, what did
I
she
can see
say?
him doing that.
Excuse
If
me.
Hold
she's trying to get
on.
away.
Y'all can't keep
Excuse
talking
me,
over
can I
each
finish
other.
my statement? Can Armani, can you read where she stated the reason that she ran out of the hotel? Because I wasn't here yesterday. But I just want to clarify why the hell she ran down the hallway.
He just said it. You want me to clarify?
She
Wait, say
said
it
she was
again.
trying to get away
Say it
from the
again.
freak off.
Shadow, you want to clarify?
I was talking to somebody, and why are you so hostile, EB? I'm asking
Wait, say.
Armani.
I'm
Hey,
trying to hear what you
Mr.
said.
Armani,
Say
Mr.
what you said,
Armani,
E. I mean, say
Mr.
what you said,
Armani.
Nola.
Thank you for having me up here,
I'm
Mr. Armani.
asking Armani
Y'all
because
have a good
all these
day.
people keep talking over on the live. Nobody can hear you.
Oh, my
What
bad.
So
did you
what was
say,
the
Nola?
reason? Ugh. Hey, what was the reason the girl ran down the hallway in the hotel? I'm not listening to nobody else but Armani. Everybody keep on talking over each other. Keep saying it in the chat. So Armani, what was the reason homegirl ran down the hallway?
It's been two theories stated. Cassie's theory was that she ran down the hallway because she was trying to get away from a free call. Diddy's team alleges that Cassie took Diddy. She saw something in Diddy's phone and took Diddy's phone and ran down the hallway. Diddy chased her down the hallway. From the time that we see the camera footage come on in the hallway with them in the hallway, you remember when Cassie was standing at the elevator, he takes her, throws her to the floor. All of that was Cassie trying to get away with his phone, according to Diddy's team.
That's crazy. That's why I said we never really know the real truth, but
But you did say the escort was in the room, so basically she was saying she trying to get away from the freak off, but
Yeah.
Tina's saying something else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and she confirmed it yesterday. So they asked the security first. He said he saw somebody. So when they asked her yesterday, she said Jules was in the room.
And just to clarify, Jules is somebody else that she.
He's one of the male
he's one of the
escorts.
escorts. He
Okay.
just one of the escorts. But he just somebody who they always call. Like he's somebody who they got comfortable with.
Okay.
Nola.
Well, by the sound of things, Jules was probably the person that they was most comfortable with. Because they seem to be mentioning him and his involvement a lot. So it seems
Yeah.
like Jules was the main person that they used, and they would call everybody else when Jules wasn't available.
Which makes sense because who he is, he really can't. Like she said, that was one extra person for her secret to be out, not for him, but she probably just want to do it with all these people. Like they still who they is. All these random people in this world.
Plus, you're
What the hell
not
they
you're not
do?
looking to pay all these people off, so you're not.
Yeah, then it's like you bringing all these people in. Some people could really be fanned out. Luckily, the hell. The moment you know it was them, straight go home, tell the world. You need to be happy. Shit lasted this long because baby, this was a lot of shit, a lot of stuff.
And this is only the third day.
And also, I just want to say I don't mind, like, you know what I'm saying, muting myself and one mic at a time. Like, that's not an issue for me. I don't
But
know
this
the
is
little
my thing
girl
too, though.
voice.
What was y'all expecting? Like, I was expecting this amount of pressure this early. Like, I knew they was gonna come out the gate swinging because I feel like Diddy is one of those people that they gonna try to prove a point with. You know what I'm saying? They gonna put him on Front Street for
Yeah,
him to
they want
get
us to know this stuff.
crucified in front of everybody. You know what I'm saying? Because you deserve it. You somebody that's been you this big powerful person, like y'all been saying this entire time.
He's been hitting this
You
way
this
for a
big
while.
powerful person, media mogul, all of this stuff, and you've been flying by the night for years. This has been an underlying conversation in Hollywood about Diddy and his attractions and what he like and the white party for years, and nobody have said anything. So now, here
Thinking
we
they
go.
busting freak off
Yeah,
like
now it's all to now it's at the top of the docket, and we talking about it.
He's the example.
And that's normally how it happens.
He ain't the
like, it be going
example.
on for
He's
so
not the
long, and
example.
then they finally do somebody
He's
years and
not the
years later.
example. You know what he is? He's just a story because he can't be an example when everybody else was there. He can't be an example when everybody else was participating and try to get themselves, restricted from the case and doing things in private and all. He's not the example. Diddy is just collateral damage in his own situation. He was the leader. He was the leader, and while he thought he was the master behind closed doors,
He thought he was untouchable.
he thought he was untouchable, and he ended up being his own downfall. You know what I'm saying? Like
arrogant.
And that usually what
get
happens with a
greedy,
lot of
and that's
people. A
what he
lot of them.
did. It just was. He did it, or Kelly did it, and I hate to say it, Bill Cosby did it a little bit too.
No,
You know what I'm saying?
honestly, they all did.
Get in the industry, get this money, get all these opportunities, and they feel like they can do anything, and you can't tell them
Yeah, they
nothing. Let me
feel
tell you something about Whitney Houston, my favorite artist in the entire world, number one on my list over any artist anywhere. When I found out that Whitney Houston was exchanging rugs with somebody that was disguised as a paparazzi that was coming to act like she was giving autographs to the person, but the rugs was inside of the pen, and he was giving her the pen to sign the autograph, and she would give him the picture and keep the pen. I feel Hollywood got some inner workings, boo. Hollywood go fall.
I think she was one of the people. Couldn't nobody tell her nothing. We loved
Oh
her.
yeah, she was.
Her in interviews, she would probably tell you. She wasn't one of the ones. She wasn't too. Like she ain't cool. She been herself her whole career. That's why everybody love and respect her so much. That's all.
But it just shows that stuff can be done in our face, and we not really know the full ramifications of what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like we talking about where paparazzi be in front of the cameras. They said it was exchanging rugs. You see what I'm saying? Like, come on. It's just I feel like we in this situation, I feel like we just need to look at it from all angles. Look at it from all angles. And this is why people keep thinking that like we're negating Cassie's story because we're holding her accountable for the level that she played. No, you just have to look at this from all angles. Yes, Cassie is
She should be held
definitely one of
accountable.
Diddy's victims. However, she also did a lot of shit. She also was a part of things willingly when other people was going through it and didn't care. You know, and she kind of eventually got the attitude of like, as long as it's not me, I don't care who you do it to. You know what I'm saying? And like even yesterday when they revealed the emails, if y'all was in here yesterday, a lot of y'all was in here yesterday when they revealed the emails, and Cassie emailed Diddy and was like, she wanna fuck. And Diddy was like, is that all you want? And she was like, no. And then when they asked her about it, she was like, well, that was actually the first time I backpedaled. She said, I didn't want to do it, but I backpedaled on my feelings and did it anyway.
That's why I said earlier, like it's bigger than Diddy.
It
You
was
know,
never
he's
like
grown.
the
It's
aggression,
like
the
a
whole
cult.
relationship.
It's like
I
a
feel
cult.
like
Like they all be intertwined with all that stuff.
But at the same time, this is why I just said too,
into
if we're
what he
talking about
likes.
statements that's being made in court, throughout everything that has been said within Cassie telling her story, you never heard her say, Diddy made me do anything.
Yeah.
And not one point did she say, Sean made me get on my knees and make this man pee on me. Sean made me record this. He made me. No, she was like, I recorded it because my device was around. Then they say, okay, well, when you saw these videos on your device, what did you do with it? She said, I deleted it because I didn't want to see it. But I sent them to him, and then I told him to delete it. Like, come on now. For me, it's just making me like examine her even more closely because I feel like on one hand, it's kind of like you're the victim, but you the villain at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
You was kind of just like Diddy was a part of his own downfall. She was a part of her own downfall, chasing opportunity and fame and relevance, thinking that it was about money and you wanting to be that girl in the moment and all that shit. But all that you come to see that the grass is not greener on the other side. It actually got patches and all type of shit on the other side. Sometimes it's best for you to. I don't know. I just think
You're right though. I give
she lacked a lot of people in her life.
I
That's all I
definitely
see.
get what you were saying. That's why I had said earlier too. When it comes to like, people want to be in the entertainment industry. Like I said, people be knowing when to go home, and I think somebody felt like we was victim blaming earlier. But like I'm saying, like nobody is making people go to these parties. Like what go on after a certain time. So it's just kind of like
yeah,
on
and
you.
that's what I was
Which
piggybacking
it's
on.
not their fault that these people are doing these horrible things because they are wrong as well. But you know when to take your behind home because you don't have to go nowhere you don't want to be.
And back to like what EB was saying earlier. Because, like I said, I have a friend who had went through that, and like she was saying it to me, she was explaining because she, listening. She was just explaining like when you're going through that, you know it's wrong. It's like you know what you're doing wrong, but it's like you just do it anyway. You find yourself like, and then you gravitate to it.
And at a certain point, if I can add on to you, and I don't want to call you that first word.
It's Shay, bitch. I'm Shay.
Okay, Shay. Okay, Shay. So to elaborate on that, after a certain amount of time, your mind starts to get manipulated. So for her to say she backpedaled, I can see why, because there was a certain form of acceptance and a certain form of attention or something that she was looking from him. And he probably didn't give it to her. He probably was like, he was playing mind games with this woman since 19 years old.
Like when people do
By
it
the
wrong.
time that
People that
part
people
came,
do.
I don't know. The freak offs was already going on. So at this point, she was 22. So she was already heavenly manipulated. That's all I gotta say. Keep that in mind.
That's crazy.
Well,
Nesta Best said what would happen to her if she left.
wait, huh?
Nesta Best in the comments said what would happen to her if she left. Are you saying she would have did it?
Well, out her own
If she
mouth,
would have
I think
left
we just
him,
I don't know if it was in here earlier, but I think we all was on the same page agreeing that we just feel like she was manipulated and
no,
at the
but the part that
time
threw us
he
off
had that
is
much power and stuff, it would have been harder than what we
yeah.
sit in here thinking because she's not dealing with an average Joe.
I know,
So
Nia, but
even if
what
she
threw us
did
off,
leave, she probably could hire people to stalk her and do this and
and
do that.
yeah,
Y'all,
Like
y'all, one
what
at a
threw us off.
time. It'd be hard to hear the other person finish their thought or what they're saying when people are constantly interrupting. Just one person
What threw
talking
us
at a
off
time.
though about it was when she
Yeah.
Go ahead, Eb.
Think I said anything?
no, I was saying what threw us off though. What she said was when she was like when they was like why you ain't want to leave or something on Marnie, and she was like she ain't want nobody else to do it or something like that. It kind of threw us off.
Yeah, she was saying she ain't want nobody to know their secret.
No, this was like in the beginning part.
Oh wait, what you were saying?
In the beginning part when they was asking her something like basically like why you ain't leave or why you ain't something, and she was like she ain't want nobody else to do it or something like that.
Yeah, she didn't want nobody else to do it, but she also didn't want to make him mad.
Right, and that kind of like threw us off because it's like if that's the case, you
Well,
shouldn't.
she didn't want him to do
You
it with
can't
anybody
do it no
else.
more.
okay, Ness, we saying just go home. I'm saying like I'm speaking from a perspective like you not even intertwined and none of that yet. I'm just saying like you just started networking and stuff like that at different parties. What I'm saying is after a certain time of the day, you know what goes on. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying.
No effect.
It almost sounds like
Anybody
two
been in a
different.
long term?
Go ahead,
Who
Ned.
playing music?
See a lady at the bottom. She in a hair salon, I think.
Okay, go ahead. He was talking.
But dang, what the hell was I gonna say? Okay, have any of y'all been in a long term relationship to where I mean like for over 10 years, like if you were a teenager and you did some stupid stuff when you were younger and then you grew into like understanding, oh, this is wrong, or had the strength to walk away. Like that can be anywhere from DV to SA to this situation right here.
So I
That
never
go-
experienced
oh,
nothing like Cassie, but I guess I've been with somebody for like 5 years, 6 years max. But I definitely know what it's like to be manipulated and stuff like that. As far as it being SA'd and all that, like no, that never happened to me.
So I think the thing is like we got to keep in mind that like she is letting us know like she's taking accountability for the fact that she played a part in the stuff from 19 to starting off with the freak offs. Like I think when she said that she didn't want him to do it with nobody else, was she talking about the freak offs or was she talking about in the beginning
He was
just
talking about the freak offs.
she was talking about the freak offs? That's messed up. She probably was still manipulated. That's all I can say. I can't say nothing else but manipulation with that. Because I would say in the beginning, she didn't want him to have a relationship with somebody else. But he was having a relationship with Kim Porter. So that's not what that is.
Yeah, I feel like it was manipulation as well, and I feel like she was kind of competing pretty much. And of course, she didn't want to do the stuff she was doing, but she probably feel like she didn't have no other choice, and she wanted to look like she got one up on somebody or whatever. So that's when she said she didn't want him doing it with nobody else. So that's why she continued to participate because they kept asking her like, did you want to do it? Did you tell him you didn't want to participate and stuff like that?
She
See,
probably wanted to be like his top girl, and I feel like
Diddy.
that in a lot of ways.
Well, that's what basically was painted out on day one. That she was jealous of Kim Porter, and that she was trying to do anything with Diddy to keep her one step ahead of Kim. But in actuality, Kim didn't want Diddy anymore. So and it wasn't like oh well, Diddy and Kim back together or whatever. No, Kim and Diddy kind of became friends and co-parented. So she never wanted Diddy no more after what she experienced with Diddy. No,
Would
that's
this
just.
kind of make her a prostitute like now?
But also within you saying that she's partially taking accountability. Yes, that is the case, and that's what I'm saying, that we need to look at it from all angles. Like, people have to look at this, and I feel like a lot of people are jumping the gun. This is an 8-week trial. Today is only day 3. We can't look at who should be coming and why they need to come. And we already know the people that may have something to say, or that have a story about him. So at this point, it's just a waiting game. You know what I'm saying? It's just a waiting game, and you got to take it day by day because new stuff is coming out day by day. So you just got to take it like that. But I'm taking the judge's advice, and that's listening to what's coming out of the courtroom instead of everything that I thought up to this trial about Diddy. I put that to the side, and I'm listening to what's coming out of the courtroom and forming my opinion about what's coming out of the courtroom. And for me, I feel like, just like I said, it's key elements in what Cassie has said that has pointed to her doing certain things on her own. Not because she was forced, but because she chose to do certain things on her own.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So, yes, her experience was what it was. Nobody's negating that. Nobody's taking up, for Diddy or taking away from Cassie's experience. She's just as well as a victim as everybody else. But at the same time, you got to call a thing in this as well. You know what I'm saying? When they questioning you about what when he's on the stand for, and you are partially in part one of his victims, and you're taking part accountability for what you're accusing him of, that looks crazy. And the defense haven't even got up there yet. So it's like that's what I'm telling people to be mindful of. Look at it from all angles. Instead of going in and being like, well, because he did this to Cassie, and because he got other victims that we still haven't even heard from. We don't know how old they was. You know what I'm saying? And the first person they talking about right now is Cassie. This go way back to the 90s.
I think the perspective I'm looking at it from is, she's not there as a willing participant. She was subpoenaed to be there. She had got her look changed, but when the SHIT hit the fan, it splattered everywhere. And I think it's more so she had to have full disclosure with the deal that she signed with the feds. She has to get up there and tell these embarrassing and demeaning stories of what her experience was exactly with him, even being though sometimes she was a victim and sometimes she was a co-conspirator. I look at it as her as both, a double-headed coin.
Right. You made it sound, yeah, he's a co-conspirator. No, seriously.
But is it playing the victim and the villain at the same time?
Well, she doesn't have a choice to be up there. I don't think that I doubt she would be up there doing that if she wasn't subpoenaed to be in court. Once that subpoena go and she's dropped these legal documents saying he did X, Y, and Z, and
for sure, yeah, all time. So that's why she was subpoenaed for sure. Yeah.
But she never mind.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Richards.
She she was subpoenaed to be there because she was fine with the payout. It's just that once it hit the fan, it's really nothing nobody else can do about it, and it's his fault because you should have came on with the bread in the first place instead of playing in London. You knew you didn't want your business to get out, but yet and still you thought that you still had that. Go back to him being a narcissist and that manipulation trait in him. He thought he had it all under control. Oh, she's not gonna say
But
anything.
I think what's sitting unwell with me is that the prosecution laid out this narrative about Cassie and her being jealous of Kim Porter, and she's fed into that narrative.
Mm-hmm.
She's fed into that narrative by confirming that she was the other woman.
But I'm
Even in the
saying, what
text
if
messages
she
that I
was
just read
jealous
earlier,
of
she
Kim
did
Porter?
say, "Go call." You could call Kim. I'm sure it's somebody else that you could call. You see what I'm saying? Like,
But I'm saying, what if she was jealous of her?
but
I don't.
that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that like the prosecution painted that picture about her. So, but I'm like, okay, but within the same context of her speaking, I'm
The
hearing
prosecution painted that picture, or the
that the
defendant?
prosecution said that Cassie was an individual that basically Cassie and Diddy's relationship was a jealous fueled relationship,
They said
basically.
it wasn't
And
exclusive.
Cassie was jealous of Kim, and she was trying to do whatever she could to be Diddy's first in
But
line.
that wouldn't help the prosecution. That would harm it. What is it? Diddy's lawyers that saying this, or the people that she's testifying for? I'm confused.
The narrative was painted that Cassie was with Diddy because she was jealous of Kim.
I mean, she probably was. I believe that.
And then it's like in the reality of it, from the timeline you gave us earlier when him and Kim separated and when him and Cassie became exclusive, it's kinda like she got what she wanted in the end, but it's just kinda a crazy situation to be in. So I can see why they painted that narrative like
Yeah, I can see why they trying to paint it like that. And at the same time, I feel like she most likely was jealous, and she did have a lot of jealous tendencies about her when it came to his relationship with Kim. Like, you got to understand, this is a woman that had his children. So that relationship is going to be very different from how his relationship was
And
with
Diddy, in my
Cassie.
opinion, was truly in love with Kim.
Yeah, I feel
Let's
like
not
that
leave
too.
that
I
part
feel
out.
like he always loved her.
Diddy was in love with Kim. And I feel like that's what his heart was always at. I feel like he was looking for qualities of Kim in other people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and
Well, if
that
he
wasn't
wouldn't
gonna
have
work.
abused her, he could have had her.
Exactly. Exactly.
People have sick minds. Like, people have like sick and twisted minds where they think that the way they show love, well, love in quotations, is by mistreating a person. That's how people are shown love, and then they go on and like do that same thing in their lives and with the people around them. There are a lot of people that are like that.
But one thing I can see, and I've been giving credit to this entire time, I feel like Kim is to be commended in all of this, even though she's not alive to tell her version of events. One thing you can say about Kim is that she was never the jealous type. She was never jealous of anybody that Diddy was with in the past or current. She was never like the pick me type. She was never in competition with nobody. You know what I'm saying? She stood in her own lane and continued to co-parent with him, regardless, and stayed out of his web of bullshit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I need people to realize that Kim was a model when she met Diddy. Kim had her own money, so she didn't need him. So, like that too. You know what I'm saying? I think people need to realize, like Kim was a whole entity of her own. She didn't need Diddy. And that's why she didn't put up with his shit.
yeah, I feel like when she finally learned him and accepted for who he was, that was just it.
Yep, and
And
she
that's
worked
when
at the
she
label too.
started, dating other people
Wasn't
and,
she Andre Harrell
doing her
assistant,
thing.
right?
Yes, she was.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, I think it was what, five of them that started the label together.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think
Albie Sure and Diddy are the only two that are still alive.
Wow.
Which is
It
absolutely
was
insane.
it was wild how he broke her nose, and it was also wild when the Cassie video came out with him doing that, and he denied it, and he turned around and made a video admitting to it. It was wild. That's wild, man.
So I don't know. Let me check for an update for y'all. Yep. But I hope she feels gratified when she get off the stand, whenever that may be. Because they say she's gonna be up there for the next few days. So I hope she feel, she feels she's able to tell her full story.
I was gonna say too, I felt like when she really put that fire under Diddy, she gave, other people the courage to come behind her and start okay, this happened to me too, this happened to me too.
So, Tamika, no, that's not true. So about this book, everybody keeps mentioning. They say that was fake. That Kim Porter didn't write that. So, and her children claim, allegedly, that there was a transcript. Like that the transcript is not written by Kim. So,
but didn't they say that she was writing something?
She was
right?
writing something. She was writing a tell-all. Mm-hmm.
We just don't know where it is, where it has disappeared to.
Yeah, either a tell-all or a memoir.
Okay.
Yes. They heard that and we looked up and Kim was gone.
They said Diddy tried to kill Albie Sure multiple times. I mean, that's what he been saying.
Well, according to what they said, I don't know, because from what I know is that, so prime example of somebody who did that, Princess Diana did a tell-all, and when she did her tell-all, she did it from her words, but somebody else wrote it. She had somebody come to her and interview her, and they wrote everything she said and then put it out, like as a book. And Diana was on the cover, but she didn't write it. So, like, that could be a thing, too. Somebody else could have wrote it. Now, who's to say Kim didn't orchestrate the writing?
That's insane. Low-key.
But, I mean, Kim Porter, I'm going to say when Cassie came into the picture, she was no longer on that, because her and Misa had a little beef or whatever. The same way that it was playing out with her and Cassie is the same way it played out with her and Misa.
It is.
She started cheating on him they started cheating with each other back when him and Misa Hilton was still going together. So it's the same thing.
Didn't have no permanent position anyways.
Who?
Misa.
Yes, she did. They
No,
were together.
No, she was just his baby mama that was also happened to be styling him.
And got
that's the same
opportunities
thing
and got
that
put
Kim
on.
was. They weren't married or anything. They all had the same position.
And Kim was dating Albie Sure at first.
He's never been married to anybody.
Yeah, but Kim had more of a position than Misa.
Yeah.
How so?
Been so.
I'm saying how?
Because they weren't even together that long. Like, and Misa only came in off opportunity.
No, he literally
just like you said about the Cassie situation.
They wasn't.
She came in off opportunity. She came in styling. That's how she even met Diddy, becoming Diddy's stylist.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that's the same thing, Armani. She came in as a stylist, but he openly has said he was in a relationship with her. Don't ask me why this is one of my core memories, but I remember when they opened the restaurant in Atlanta.
He
It
was in
was
a
years
relationship with her
ago.
for how long?
When they no, that's not my point. It regardless
Him
of
and
how
Kim was
long they
together for 25 years.
hold. Can I
That's my
finish?
point.
My thing is, she the same way she got him is the same way she lost him, regardless of how long the relationship lasted. Just because I'm with somebody 2 years and you come in and you cheat with my man on me, that doesn't make it right because y'all stayed together 25 years. That doesn't make you right. The same way she got and I, but it's just he had that power over women. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was the money. I don't know. But it was the same thing. Same
Y'all
thing.
remember the guy that used to hold the umbrella for him and stuff? That used to be with Outkast, like in the videos
Faison.
and stuff like that. I know he done seen a lot. No,
Bentley,
it's for
Farnsworth
is it
Bentley.
the yes? I know he done seen a
Oh
lot.
yeah,
I know he done
Bentley.
seen a lot. Mhm.
Well, he
Farnsworth.
married to some actress, and I can't
Yeah, he
remember.
got a family. He got a
I think
family now. I
Farnsworth, in
wonder
my
what
opinion,
happened
because
that
you
just
know
made him,
Farnsworth,
you know,
Farnsworth was Diddy's personal assistant.
yeah,
I think Farnsworth was paid off. I think Farnsworth was
yeah.
doing some stuff with Diddy on his own. But you know, Farnsworth was accused of stealing money from Diddy. That's how Diddy let
Oh
him know.
wow,
You
And
said Farnsworth did what?
Farnsworth was
so
accused of
money.
stealing money from Diddy. That's how
Oh
Diddy let him
wow.
know. So
Mm.
and since then, Farnsworth has been nowhere to be seen. He went off and got married
Yeah,
and
that's why I
got a
was like, I
child and
wonder
doing
what
his own
happened that
thing.
made him like just not want to
But I
deal with
Talking
think
that
about
Diddy,
shit no
I
away
think
from
more.
Diddy
her.
paid him off. I think Diddy paid him off just to get out of the way and not see nothing. But if
Hmm.
they got Farnsworth as a witness, they could wrap this up.
Mm-hmm.
Farnsworth just saw way too much.
I don't know. I feel like they probably got
I think he was
one
stealing
witness
money.
that's gonna come in there and sing like a canary.
But I feel like, guess what? No matter how much debating we do up here about what happened, how it happened, and intention and all of that, Diddy is not walking away free.
He not.
He's still
He
going to
not
get
what?
time, regardless. That's what the end result is going to be. So it's
You said
like,
he not what? I'm sorry.
huh? He's
You
not going to
said
walk free.
oh no, 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 no.
Mm-mm.
No, 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 no. And it's a shame that we really sit up here debating this asshole of a person and you want to stand with them because I love standing with black people. Like united we stand, but you leave no you don't leave
All
a
right, be
choice.
breezy. Let me see. Hold on, golden child, golden family. Hold on. I done called the lady golden child. Be breezy, where you at? Let's see why you think he's gonna walk free. Hit the request button, be breezy. I got a slot for you. hmm
Who is it?
This girl named Be Breezy on here. She in the comments. She said she think Diddy gonna walk free. Well, why you
All
think he
right,
gonna
now
walk free? Come on up. The floor is open. Oh,
you
yep.
made
You got it.
room for you, boo.
Click the box, Be Breezy. Click the open box. Okay, there she goes.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Can
We
you
can
hear
hear
me?
you.
Oh, okay. So I think he's gonna get off simply because the jury consists of 8 men and 4 women. And because he's only on trial for this sex scandal, I mean, he's just a freaky nasty person. Now if he was on trial for beating her in the hallway but like
Can
these
I ask you
people,
what does 8 men
they
got
agreed
and
to
6 women
stay at
got to
these
do with this
parties. Even if
story?
4 days later you still stay for the next freak off. So
What
I think
who's
that's
on
why
the
he's gonna get
jury?
off.
What does who's on the jury have to do with that though?
Because 8 men and 4 women,
Well,
the
what
eight
does
men
all of that
probably
have to do
more.
with anything though? That would mean the jury is biased, right?
Yeah.
Right, that would mean the jury is biased, but that don't mean
And
if that's what the verdict is, that's what the verdict is.
can I just say this? That is
It
not.
wants
He's not on trial for sex scandal or domestic violence. Those are neither one of his charges. I'm sorry.
so what is he on trial for?
Racketeering. He's on. It's a RICO. Sex trafficking. DURGS.
Oh.
Like it's a nothing
Misadventures.
about
That's two
abuse.
different. That's two different charges, by the way, that he had.
I know, but
Yeah.
it's not.
Oh, okay.
It's not what she said.
So maybe the racketeering, but not
And it was more than beyond state lines. It
temptation.
was actually beyond country lines because he was in Ibiza.
Mm, yeah. Well, okay, he might, but I just feel like he's not gonna do much time if he
Now,
do
what
get
I feel
some.
like you are saying, you are partially agreeing with what I've been saying this entire time is look at it from all angles. You recognizing, where her faults were within with what she's saying too, which I understand. I understand that viewpoint as well. But yeah, it's a little late for us to be having that conversation now, though, because I feel like if that was the case, we should have had that before a check was cut to her. You know what I'm saying? That way, she should have collected no payment if that was the case. If we looking at it that way, but I feel like no, she's equally one of his victims. So yeah, she should have been compensated for what she's been through. But I feel like now she's just not the perfect victim. She's just not perfect. She has partial flaw, and she also is admitting to that though, because she could have been the person that still got up there and lied under oath. She's telling the truth. So you gotta give it to her. She's taking accountability at least.
Can I say something? Can y'all hear me?
Barely.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. All right, I'm gonna switch my headset. So, I think the real thing is after the point of like these people saying I no longer want to be a willing participant. Like once it turns into like that's when it goes into like a whole nother statute. And then when it's like multiple people being involved in helping someone not be able to be free, it turns into another thing. And I think that's just what happened. Like she has her flaws, like you said, Armani, like she's just a victim with flaws, but it came to a certain point where she wanted to be free. And they surrounded people around rooms. They hid her from when she was being abused. They just kept her from being free. So it gets bigger.
Go ahead, Shay.
Yeah, no, I'm saying I don't feel like she was asking for help though. Like in a way where as though it was like, I don't know. I don't know.
Let me
Because I
touch
don't
on
want to say the wrong thing, but I just don't feel, I don't know.
I just feel like all the red carpets she done been to and on, if he was really abusing you like that and you wanted to get away, every time somebody put a mic in front of you, you should have said something.
I'd have got crazy. Like it'd have been away. It'd have been away. Just how he lost it all. Don't nobody care about him. Not in a bad way, but I'm saying we care about him, but it's like we don't care. Like what you did. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like what would have been different? He did it, we would have felt how we felt.
Hi, everyone.
Okay.
Hi, I just want to say thank you guys so much for giving so much light to the voiceless. I just want to let you know that Kim is one of those voiceless. I don't want to scare anybody. This is very important, what is going on right now. It's 2025, not reckoning. Let's just...
We ain't about to do that here. Sorry to
Thank
inform
you
you.
so
We ain't
Thank you
about to
so
do that
much.
here.
Thank you
Because
so much.
my God.
I knew where she was
if she
going.
ain't
We're not
got
about
nothing
to
to
do that
hide,
here,
you know you
Armani.
lying.
No.
I'm
Where she was
sorry.
going with that?
She not about to do that here. Being the voice of
Not
the
Where she
here.
was
voiceless. She trying to speak
where
for the
she was
dead.
going with that?
I don't know where she was
Oh.
We
going, but
not
she
be
said it wasn't on
Hey,
right.
I
here.
don't know where she was going, but I
That's
wasn't
where
trying to
she
go
was
with her.
We're
going.
gonna leave that
It wasn't
there.
on here.
I wasn't trying to go with her.
They got to, she was like, put us down.
I don't
Like
know
she
where
trying
she
to
was
cry,
going
get
with it, but she
emotional,
was
knowing
going
she
about
trying
there.
to Girl, you ain't conjuring up nothing
But
over here.
back to
Heck
what we were
no.
saying, like on topic. Y'all
Don't
said
go
that she
waking
should have
up
spoke like
nothing.
when the mic
Mm-mm.
was in her face. I really don't think y'all don't realize it's not that simple. Even if you would do it in that situation, like it's not that simple. Cause he's not an average Joe. So that's what we got to keep in mind.
Miss Good.
Hi guys. I just wanted to say, I want to thank you because I was on a live yesterday and today. I want to thank you guys. I really couldn't into because I was at work, but just for keeping us updated. I do agree with a lot of things you guys are saying, so I really appreciate you. And old girl from before, yeah, thank you for getting rid of her because that was wild just now. But I appreciate you guys and keep up the good work. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank
I
you.
was on the live yesterday. Thanks.
So, what are your thoughts, Miss
You're
Good?
welcome. Welcome to the panel.
My thoughts on it is I feel like I don't know if y'all really want my thoughts on everything, but my thoughts is I feel like I do feel like what he did was wrong. Absolutely beating on her. Absolutely, I've been in that situation, but I also feel like they both played the part, right? In what he's being charged with, if that makes sense to y'all. Like I feel like
No, you fine. I just
hearing hearing her say like yeah like I did take the drugs and I did do this and I did do that and I'm just like okay well you're not really the victim that everybody is making her out to seem.
and I feel
Yes,
like that's probably why he wanted a trial too. He probably want to see like
right,
some
like I feel
thoughts.
like he has more on her than what we know right now
Y'all gotta
because
understand.
you
He
know,
gotta
so
be
I just,
quiet. He
I'm
can't
just
say
waiting to
nothing.
see how it turns out. We know what type of, guy Diddy is. We've all heard about him. So I'm just waiting to see, how I definitely think he's gonna do some time. Now, if he's gonna do a lot of time, I don't know, but I just think that, he just, it's unfortunate for everybody in the situation, but it's life. We just have to see what happens. Yeah.
Okay, I respect that.
Are they still on lunch?
Mm-hmm. They're on break. They took a break.
Okay.
And did they go like 12?
Yeah. They can't. The attorneys was dealing with something, so they took a break for
I
them.
remember you saying that, but
Mm-hmm. They have to consult with everybody's attorneys. Cassie attorney, Diddy attorney. Mm-hmm. Yep. So, what do y'all think the husband could possibly say on the stand?
I feel like he's probably just going to attest to maybe things that she's told him. I don't know if he may have encountered some stuff or may have seen her bruised and things like that.
That
We
was
never know.
hearsay, so he couldn't do that. Whatever Cassie told him, that would be hearsay, right?
What you
Not if
mean?
he really seen it, huh?
Unless he seen stuff like while
Yeah,
he
that's
was
what I'm saying. He
training
probably
her,
seen stuff.
like unless he
Yeah.
seen bruises and stuff on her while he was training her. Other than
Yeah.
that, it's like
Person that had me change my goddamn panel to a 6 ain't even here. Okay, who was talking?
I do have a question, sidebar. What's wrong with Misa? I see she was on a walker. Do anybody know?
She broke her foot.
Okay.
Oh.
I was like, I ain't seen Misa on that walkers. I ain't seen her on that walker
She
since.
in the boot now. She in the boot now.
Okay. I was like,
Mhm.
Lord, she didn't put this walker on. She's suing Mary J. Maybe.
Wait, she suing Mary J.
Yes, Misa Hilton is suing Mary J.
Sure
Blige right
is.
now.
what?
She
Something
said
about a
something
rap
about
song.
Vito, something about the singer Vito, something about his record deal or something like that. She's suing her for like millions.
I remember him. He got some good music too.
He sure do.
And was that Misa's artist?
saying that it was his artist. I didn't read too much into it. I read like the headline and I was like, Lord Jesus, what she's not everybody's suing everybody.
So wait, how did Mary play a part in it? Did she fund it? She gave him some money or something?
It said that she said that Mary had consulted Vito and told him not to sign the record deal or something like that.
Basically, she got mad because she told him that.
Mm-hmm.
How could you sue for that though?
I
Girl.
guess if the record deal was actually worth something and he missed out on money because of that, you can sue for that. If a person
What?
like misses out on money, yeah.
So you mad because that boy want to sign on 360?
That's
Yeah.
probably what it was too.
That sound
That's
like
crazy.
that's
That's
what it is
exactly what it
too.
was. It'd be the
I'm
same
sure
story
it
over and
goes
over
more in
again.
depth than that.
Right.
Like that's
Hopefully.
just
But I mean, that's crazy. That's just insane.
on
I
the
never heard that.
surface.
Wow. And that's one person that know a lot too. She thinks she's slick too. They need to subpoena her.
Who's Misa?
Mary.
Oh, Mary.
She thinks she's slick. Don't hide now.
Do y'all think that? Well, if his mom was in the courtroom, she not gonna testify, huh?
I don't think she's gonna call as a witness or nothing.
I think she should because isn't like a lot of those business and organizations under her name?
Oh, I'm not sure. From what yesterday somebody came here and was trying to say that wasn't his real mama. Shit.
Uh,
Yeah, they try to say that that was his
I,
auntie or something.
Yeah, his aunt. That's what they were saying.
Question. I heard he used to date her back in the day. Is that true?
He used to what?
Not the auntie, but
That's
Mary.
what they
I heard
said when
him,
they
her
said it
and
was
Diddy
his
used to
aunt.
date back in the day.
I ain't never heard that.
ain't never
No,
heard
not
that.
the
I know
auntie. I'm
she
talking about Mary. I'm
dated
talking about Mary J. Blige.
Yeah, I ain't never heard that.
me neither.
Now I know she dated one of those singers. Was it Casey and JoJo? Was it one of them?
I think it was JoJo.
Yeah, yeah.
Girl,
No, Case.
Mary J. Blige and Diddy don't even look like act. They wouldn't even look good together. They really look like Jackie Star and Frank Black.
Somebody you heard it wrong. That's why I asked.
So they was just they. Well, I could tell y'all what they was talking about because I didn't give y'all the mention on that. But the attorneys what they've been discussing is another one of the witnesses. Her name is Mia. Her attorney showed up to represent her. So they've been bringing the attorney in on the fold. They said that Mia, the judge said that we're trying to prevent witnesses being counseled on how to testify, what to say or not to say, anything else okay. What would that be acceptable? So the lawyer said, I'm afraid she'll have a moment, lose it. Then ask me, did I forget something? I worry. So then he was saying that the girl is afraid. Like, okay, so he said her attorney said Mia would have taken this to her grave. I don't know how to support her if we can't discuss her pain. What she went through, we will not put words in her mouth. Her nerves are through the roof. So I'm assuming she must be one of the people next to testify. But keep in mind, she's one of the witnesses who faces we've never seen.
She's one of like the Jane Does.
Mm-hmm. Her
Okay.
name has always been out there, but nobody have seen what she looked like.
Okay. I'd be nervous too. I don't know how I feel seeing somebody that emotionally damaged me, especially if it was that bad. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm glad that the judge is making sure that she's not being counseled into saying anything or like.
Yeah, he not just about to force her to get on up there and just start saying stuff.
Right. And like her attorney said, if she can't speak her pain, she don't need to speak. She don't need to speak. If she can't speak, from where she hurting at, then she don't need to speak.
What are they trying to censor her saying?
Who, the girl Mia?
Yes.
I don't know. She's just another witness.
I thought you had gave like a, but they just said it's certain things that she can't say.
No, they were saying that they don't want her to be counseled on what to say or how to say it.
Oh.
Basically, she didn't want to do witness prep.
Mm-hmm.
She did. They don't. Yeah, she didn't want to do witness preparation.
Gotcha.
I mean, that's kind of understandable though, because with witness
I
prep,
think her attorney
they
said
can flip it.
her attorney's name is Hecker Fink.
Pepper?
Mia would have taken this to her grave. I don't know how to support her if we can't discuss her pain, what she went through. We will not put words in her mouth. Her nerves are through the roof. Mia, her name is MIA. Mia. Lisa ain't wobbling up there to get up on the podium and listen. Lisa just dealt with her son. And his role in all of this.
What you say, Armani?
I said Lisa ain't getting up there wobbling up there on the stand to speak on Diddy behalf. I said Lisa's just there because her son's role in all of this.
This crazy. So Armani, so can you catch us up with the last part of the thing before we get for the stuff?
Okay. Before they come back.
Yeah.
Okay, so Cassie admitted to. Okay, so I'm gonna read it in full. So the attorney asked Cassie. No, let's go back. I'm gonna start from the top. Okay. When Cassie entered the room. Okay. So the judge said, "You are still under oath. Proceed." The state asked Cassie. The state said, "May I approach the witness?" They said, "You may." So the state said, "Miss Ventura, I just handed you 2 drives. What is on them? GX8. So Cassie said, "Messages and photos from my devices." The state asked her, "Yesterday you testified about Sean going armed to look for Suge Knight." Cassie said Sean took pumes with him. So she said, the state asked her, "And he told you to ask the escorts if they were cops?" Cassie said, "I will begin by saying that I was not a cop." The state said, "So Sean told you to do that?" She said, "Yes." The state said, "What happened when you fought back?" Cassie said, "I did more earlier in the relationship." She said, "It would make him more violent, want to push me even harder." So the defense said, "Objection to speculation." The judge said, "Overruled." The state said, "How would you react if you fought back?" She said, "Anger." She said, "Well, how would Diddy react if she fought back?" She said, "Anger." The state said, "I'm going to show you the LA Intercontinental Hallway again. Play from 143 to 146. Who enters?" Cassie said, "Sean." The state said, "What is in his hand?" Cassie said, "He doesn't appear to have anything." The state said, "Play to 159. 159. Now anything in his hand?" Cassie said, "My phone." The state said, "How did he get it?" Cassie said, "Well, he took all of my stuff." The state said, "Where does he end up?" Cassie said, "Sitting in a chair in front of the window." The state said, "What are you doing?" Cassie said, "Walking away from him." The state said, "Now who's in the video?" Cassie said, "Me and security." The state said, "In this one, play from 531. Where did you go from the hotel?" Cassie said, "To my house. I took an Uber." The state said, now let's turn to the text messages. Can you read page 4? Cassie said, please call. I'm surrounded. The state said, who sent that? Cassie said, from Sean. He was running around in a towel. I told him to put the robe on. The state said, who sent the green messages? Cassie said, I did. I wrote to Sean, Jules left. As long as you're quiet, you can stay. Peace. So the state said, who was Jules? Cassie said, an escort. The state showed a picture and said, is this Jules? It was a photo showing of a man with a big smile. Cassie said, yes. The state said B06 and 606 and 607 side by side. These were pictures of Cassie with shades on. The Cassie said, that's me, a selfie of me with a fat lip. The state said, when did you take it? Cassie said, in the Uber with one of my phones. The state said, what did you write here? Cassie said, I said, please stay away from me. The state said, what does he say? Cassie said, he says, I'm getting arrested. The state said, was he? Cassie said, I don't think so. They said, what did you write back? She said, plugging my phone in and going to bed. They said, who was at your home when you got there? She said, Carrie Morgan. She was upset with what she saw. She called the police. The state said, did you speak to them? Cassie said, yes, but I didn't say who I was talking about, and they left. The state said, why? Cassie said, I wasn't ready. They asked her, did Sean try to come to your apartment? She said, yes, he was banging. That was pretty normal from him, but this is a pretty private building. The state said, did you hear from Mrs. Karam that day? Cassie said, yes, and I went to see D-Rock and his wife to try to feel safe. They say, in this photo, what are you wearing? Cassie said, a gown and sunglasses. I had a black eye. The state said, what if any other bruising was visible? Cassie said, I had several bruises on my leg, but I changed my clothes. They said, what's this? She said, me and Sean at an after party. They said, I'm going to show you escorts. Do you know the name of this person? Cassie said, no. They said, in what cities did you use him? Cassie said, New York. They said, who's this? She said, Islander. He was on Latin Men, and we used him in LA and maybe Vegas. The state said, who is this? 2A-616. Cassie said, we called him Tommy. The state said, who is this? Cassie said, I know him as Greg, an escort in Miami. The state said, who is this? Cassie said, Jonathan. We saw him in Miami. The state said, who is this? It was a man pictured with a red baseball cap backwards. Cassie said, I don't know. He looks familiar from the F-offs. The state said, what did you write here? Cassie said, this is all we do. I'm just getting back on track. I'm sure you can call Kim or something. So the state said, what did you mean by this is all we do? Cassie said, the F-offs. The state said, did you try to avoid anything in the F-offs? Cassie said, I avoided kissing. I tried to avoid kissing. It seems too intimate. But Sean told me to do it, to kiss the escorts. The state said, did Sean ask you to do, what did Sean ask you to do on your 29th birthday? She said, an F-off. Cassie said, he had me pulled out of the Blind Dragon for F-off, some security. So the Blind Dragon, just to put in context, is maybe a club, a bar, or a place that Cassie was pulled out of for this F-off. Okay. So they said, what about blackmail material? Cassie said he wanted me to fear, and she was cut off by the defense. The defense said objection. The judge said overruled. The state said, what would Sean mention in the F-off videos? They say, when would Sean mention the F-off videos? Cassie said, to hurt me. The state said Cassie said one time I was dating someone and he threatened to release the F-off videos. I'd have to answer to my mother. It was horrible and disgusting. No one should have to go through that. So the state asked, what did Sean say the impact would be? Cassie said, shame. The state said, let me show you a chat. Who's on it? Cassie said, me and Sean, July 22nd, 2013. The state said, read your message. Cassie said, I wrote, please delete the videos off your phone. Too many people have access to your devices. He said, no, iCloud, all good. I'm Ambien kicking in. So then they took a break and they came back. Okay, so they asked, what did you say here? Cassie said, I've been told there was a sexually explicit video of me out there about me. I reached out to Sean. So the state said, then what? She said, we were driving back to New York from Atlantic City to talk to this DJ Woo kid. So they asked her, did that happen? Cassie said, at a restaurant. The state said, what was the security's role? Cassie said, to intimidate. They were lining the room. The state said, who was there? She said, Uncle Paulie, James Cruz. The state said, how would you recover from the F-offs? Cassie said she took opiates and she said she wanted to feel numb. We'd get massages, IV fluids. The chef would cook us something. The state said, how often would you take the O word after the F-offs? She said, often. I got UTIs. So the state said, were the UTIs painful? She said, very. Antibacterials didn't work anymore. The state said, how did it feel during the F-offs? Cassie said, burning. I would not advise it. The state said, let's read this out loud. Cassie said, I have all these sores on my tongue. I have another UTI. So the state said, what sores? Cassie said, friction in my mouth. The state said, from what? She said, oral. The state said, you said another UTI, then sad face emoji. Cassie said, I was open with him about them. The state said, so you feel sick? Meaning like a response from Diddy. Cassie said, why are you sorry? Why are you sorry? Cassie said, I took the blame for things. So then the state said, which escort would you go to sex clubs with? Wait, which escort will go to sex clubs with you and Sean? Cassie said, Jules. The state said, the escort from the Intercontinental LA? Cassie said, yes. The state said, did you want to have sex with Jules ever? Cassie said, no, and she laughed. She said, but I knew him. The state said, why did you do it? She said, Sean. The state said, who was present when Sean put his hands on you at the F-offs? She said, sometimes the escort was there too. The state said, in the same room? She said, yes, Jules. The state said, in the suite? She said, yes. They said, were they aware? The defense said, objection. The judge said, overruled. Cassie said, yes. The escorts would ask me if I was okay afterwards. The state said, in what cities did he put his hands on you? Cassie said, New York, LA, and Miami. The state said, how frequently? She said, too frequently. They said, what's the Abbey? Cassie said, a gay club in LA. I went there with my friend. The state said, where were you going? Cassie said, to a music festival in Canada ran by Drake. Sean came to my house and tried to attack me. I was thrown into the bed frame. They asked her, what's this? Cassie said, a photo of my eye afterward. They said, who took you to the doctor? She said, D-Rock. They asked, did you send this photo to Sean? Cassie said, yes. And I wrote, so you can remember. I wanted him to be sorry about it, at least. The state said, in this photo, where were you? She said, in the green room in Toronto. I put hair over my eye. Then we went to the Hamptons. She continued and said, Sean wanted to have an F-off in the Hamptons. We got a hotel room and an escort. And then they asked her which one. She said, Dave. So she said she took the G word. She said she went into a G hole and blacked out. She said, I woke up nude in the shower. Dave and Sean were freaking out. I bugged out. It wasn't pretty. They said, then what? She said, I spoke to a friend of Sean's and then we had a F-off. They said, what's this? She said, my eyebrow healed up a little bit a week later. I have a permanent scar on my eyebrow. They said, what's this? She said, me at the Canes Festival. They said, what happened at the Canes? What happened at Canes? She said, Sean accused me of taking rugs from his boat. He threw me off, but my passport was still on the boat. The state said, and you were on the red carpet that same night? Cassie said, yes. They said, did you attend the movie? Cassie said, yes. They said, how did you get back to New York? She said, on a commercial flight. I traded my seat to get away, but he traded to get next to me. The state said, what did he show you? She said, F-off videos. He played them for me on one of his laptops. He said he'd released them. They said, how did you feel? She said, trapped. They said, when you landed in New York, what did you do? She said, we went to dinner. Then he wanted to have an F-off, so we had an F-off. They said, why did you do it? She said, to make him not threaten me. So she continued and said, they said, let's read these from June 13th, 2013. You had Sean been violent with you before this? She said yes. They said, had you told him before you didn't want to do the F off? She said yes. They said you said that you needed G. She said yes, and that 2 of the escorts were not available. She said I wrote only Paul was available or Jake, the white guy. Paul can't do until 11, but the other guy can do earlier. It's just one more person knowing our secret. So the state said, what did you mean? She said the F-offs. They said, what is SLS? She said a hotel in Hollywood. They said, when you would take Val before, when would you take Val before a F-off? She said, when I had anxiety. Sean's driver was bringing me the Val. It was Raheem, I think. So the judge said, jurors, you can take lunch now. They took lunch. And while they was on lunch, Mia's attorney entered the room and started to talk to them. And they started to talk about Mia, and they've been on a break for almost an hour since then. So.
To tell him, baby, release me like the Kardashians. I'm gonna get all that money. Go ahead and release the videos on the cool side. Like, I was just like, fuck it, not gonna keep doing all this to me.
Amani, you a good reporter. You put the little tone on. I was just listening.
Really intensely too.
Listen, I gotta catch y'all up. I gotta put it in context for y'all.
You did just that, honey.
Yeah, I gotta put it in context. I gotta catch y'all up on what's going on, because guess what? We gotta take this day by day. We gotta take this day by day.
You really do. That's
and I feel like we can only go off of what we hearing.
exactly.
So that's what we need to go off of. Now, based on everything I just said, how y'all feel?
I don't know everything up there. I don't really got nothing to say. I just want to keep hearing because I done talked a lot. Big time. My sister last night, I done talked a lot. But I'm just like, it's crazy.
I think she has a real strong husband. I don't know what he's gonna come out and say, but to hear the sores on the tongue and yeah, she has a strong husband.
Yeah, the father say she got a permanent mark on her eye.
And then the fact that she said she had to go on the right after the red carpet, which means we probably all watched her go on the red carpet with a smile on her face, faking it, to get kicked off a boat, to have to go to an after party after her eye with a black eye.
Yo,
I mean, that's a bit much.
So pretty, like I swear I wouldn't have not like this shit is crazy to just think like I ain't never think. She just was so pretty, always smiling, so sweet. Like I swear,
smiling so sweet.
Like oh, mate,
she was my favorite girl.
Like you could never tell. Like she really was pretty, bright every time. Like every time you see her on the cover, she was on. Even down the outfits. And her hair, she had some blue, like they showed her with that like little yellow wig. She did some little cute styles. Cause I was getting into when she said he ain't like some of her hairstyles and stuff. But it gave like she did a lot of different styles. So what he didn't like.
She was even crazy. Pretty with the hair shaving. Like
yeah, I was gonna say that. I always thought that was her ideal.
That's what I said. Like everything was perfect. Cause look, she started a trend when that people was getting their hair shaved.
No, and to know that it was him that made her do it, it just made me look at it.
It just seemed cringing, but we would never thought like
we would have never thought for real.
Yep, it didn't look like it. Looked like she just that was her idea. Cause everybody loved that idea. It was so pretty though.
Did y'all see when Young Jock said he was there?
Do y'all need me to catch y'all up?
I guess what you could hear.
It's crazy. Like, this should really let us know, like, we really don't know what be going on behind the scenes, because all them years we watching this girl smile, look pretty, sing. She was back there really getting essayed and beat and...
But not to be smart. I didn't know she didn't give that type of girl that would want to go through that.
And that's that also.
I'm telling you. It's your mindset.
Mm-hmm.
But that's another story.
That's another story of not knowing people like, and us fantasizing people that would do stuff like that to themselves. Yeah.
But that was messed up for him to buy a plane ticket to trade in to get next to her and then show her a laptop video and be like, look, that is like messed up though, all jokes aside.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how do you blackmail a person in that way? And then you do it in a way that I don't. Oh God. Oh.
I swear I know how to be one of them friends that'll really make you feel another way.
So
Cause
do
I
y'all need
swear,
to catch y'all up on yesterday?
I'm like, girl, he lying.
Do
He's
y'all
not.
need to catch y'all up
Get
on
him.
yesterday?
Yeah, I
Like
guess
what she
so.
said yesterday?
Yeah.
Our beginning statement. Okay, so Cassie entered the room. The state said the government calls Cassandra Ventura, not the government name. All right, Cassandra. They said she takes the stand extremely pregnant. They said, the state said, how old are you? She said 38. They said, what is your work? She said, musician and entertainer. They said, how long were you with Sean? She said, 10 years. They said, did you get in an argument? She said, yes, it would result in violence, dragging. They said, what else did he do? She said, stomp me in the head if I was down. They said, how frequently was he violent? She said, too frequently. I would get black eyes and bruises. They said, let me show you a video. They showed her the LA hotel elevator video that we all seen. They said, where's this? She said, Intercontinental in Los Angeles. It was after a F-off. They said, what does that entail? She said, the hiring of an escort, setting it up. So they say, how did you feel when he first asked for it? She said, confused, nervous. I wanted to make him happy. They said, did you agree to one when he first proposed one? She said, yes. Then there were more. It wasn't something that I wanted to do, at least not that frequently. So she said, I didn't know what no could turn into. The state said, what do you mean? She said, making him angry. They said, what were you afraid would happen if you said no? She said, though through time, he had blackmail materials. They said, what did you give the government? She said, laptops. They said, I've handed up GXB. Do you recognize it? She said, yes, I reviewed this drive. It has communication and documents pertaining to me and Mr. Combs. They said, did you review photos on it? She said, yes. They said, what's this photo? She said, me in 2004 with Carrie Morgan. Again, for those of y'all that's just coming in here, Carrie Morgan is Cassie's best friend. So they said, when did you sign to Bad Boy Records? She said 2006. It was a 10-album deal. They said, did you release any after late 2006? She said, no. They said, who was in this photo? She said, Kim Porter. She was Sean's ex from before me and the mother of his children. They said, where did you celebrate your birthday in this photo? She said, in Las Vegas. Carrie Morgan was there too. We were out on his patio on my 21st. So the VMAs, they went to the VMAs that weekend as well. So she said, what happened then? She said, Sean kissed me in the bathroom. I ran back to my hotel and I told Carrie. They said, when did you get back to New York? Hold on. Okay. They said, when you got back to New York? She said, I'd visit him in the Trump Hotel in Columbus Circle. His apartment was being renovated. They said, where were you going with your music career? She said, I was trying to come up with the concept where Sean was calling all of the shots. They said, what is the age difference between you and Sean? She said 17 years. They said, how did you feel when Sean invited you to hotels? She said, nervous, excitement. We were going to talk about music. He introduced me to oral and I didn't understand it. They went on to ask her, did you visit Sean in Miami? She said, yes. I went with Carrie Morgan in Dallas, Austin. They said, what did you and Sean do together? She said, intercourse. He gave me a blue pill on a boat. By blue pill, she means ecstasy. Yeah. So they said, had you taken that before unintentionally? Listen closely. Had you taken it before unintentionally? She said, yes. They said, how did you take it unintentionally? She said, it was in Gatorade. They said, when you took it intentionally with Sean, how did it feel? She said, like rolling. They said, at that time, what did you think? She said that we were spending a lot of time together. She said, I thought we were monogamous. The state asked her, was it public? She said, no, I was his artist, also his family, and his children was around. She said, who was linked to him They asked her who was linked to him publicly. She said, Kim Porter. They said, how did Sean treat you at this time? She said, we had fun. They said, what was his lifestyle like? She said, he had all these assistants. He could get things done. He traveled quite a bit. They said, what's in this photo? She said, Sean and I at a strip club in New York, like 2007, 2008, Halloween. They said, how did Sean's moods vary? She said, day by day. They said, when it swung, could you describe it? Cassie said, anger, zoning out. They said, how did it impact you? Cassie said, greatly. The next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. There was also psychological abuse. He told me to watch my mouth and change my face. They said, how would he keep tabs on you? She said, we didn't live far apart. He sent security to come find me or a trusted assistant. They said, like who? She said, David James or Christina Karan. They said, was your relationship exclusive? She said, no. They said, did you see other men? She said, yes. They said, did Sean see other women? She said, yes. He said, I am Puff Daddy. I was insanely jealous. They said, did you move to LA with him? She said, yes. He wanted to be close to his kids who were there. She said, they asked her, where did you live in LA? She said, 875 Comstock Avenue, Wilshire Corridor condos. They said, how tall was this building? She said, no more than 17 floors. They said, where did Sean live? She said, 200 South Mapleton. Sean could use the golf cart to get back and forth. She said, who paid your rent in LA? She said, Sean, except when I had the house in Studio City. They said, why'd you pay then? She said, I could afford it then. And I wanted to have some control. It was accepted. They said, by who? She said, Sean. They said, how many songs did you write while with Sean? She said, hundreds. Most were never released. They said, so she said, some got leaked on the internet, some on mixtapes. They said, how many albums on your deal were not released? She said, 9. They said, did you get paid for them? She said, no. Cassie said the F-offs became a job. There was no time to do anything else but them, then try to recover. They said, how much time during your week would a F-off take? She said the longest was 4 days, significant periods of time. They took a break, came back. They asked, who was your manager at Bad Boy Records? She said, James Cruz. They said, what did he tell you? Cassie said that he was managing me with one hand tied behind his back, and he had to check everything with Sean. So they said, how did you make your money if records weren't being released? She said, I did hosting parties when Sean approved them. They said, what comments did Sean make about your physical appearance? Cassie said, Diddy said that she looked too Mexican with her hair a certain way. Okay, let me continue. Yeah, that too Mexican took me out yesterday. Okay, so they say, how did he like your nails? Cassie said, white, French tipped. They said, your hair? She said, it varied. I shaved my head in 2009. They said, your body? She said, he told me to work out, prepare for the F-offs. They said, how did you feel about his comments? She said, it varied. They said, what else did Sean pay for? She said, cars. They said, did he give you cash? She said, yes, but he would take things away depending on how he felt. They said, what else would he take away? She said, my self-confidence. They said, who would take things away? She said, staff. I assume staff. An objection was called by the defense. The judge said, we will disregard that last answer. The state said, who took your laptop and phone? She said, security. The state said, how long would they be gone for? She said, however long I was being punished for. The state said, how often were you in contact with Sean's staff? She said, daily. They said, who were in these photos? She said, Karina Karam and Mrs. Fletcher. They said, what did you call Mrs. Karam? She said, KK. And they said, who's this? She said, D-Rock. He was Sean's security. They said, how frequently were you in Sean's residences? She said, all of the time. They said, did they all have safes? She said, yes. They asked, what did you observe in them? She said, cash, jewelry, cameras, videotapes, pew-pews in New York, LA, Miami, Alpine, and New Jersey. So they said, do you recall an incident between Sean and Suge Knight? She said, yes, we were having an F-off in LA. D-Rock came in and said, Suge Knight was down at a diner. Sean drove over there. They said, what was your reaction? She said, I cried and said, don't do anything stupid. The state said, were you ever handed a pew-pew? She said, yes. We were doing a club in downtown LA. We taken some shrooms. I was high. I was told to put the pew-pew in my bag, and I was freaking out. The state said, who was present? Cassie said, a driver, security, and Sean. The state said Cassie said another time, I saw them get dressed and grab pew-pews and leave in an SUV. They said, how long were they gone? Cassie said 30 or 40 minutes. They said, let me switch topics. How soon into the relationship did Sean mention voyeurism to you? Cassie said, first 6 months or a year. They said, how old were you? Cassie said 22. They said, when did you agree to try an F off? Cassie said, good question. They said, why did you agree to try an F off? Cassie said, good question. I wanted to make him happy. They said, where was the first F off? Cassie said, one of his homes in Los Angeles. The state issued evidence again, 2A-627. They said, who is this? Cassie said, the first escort. They said, do you know his name? Cassie said, no. The state said, well, I'll just call him first escort. Were you aware he was paid? Cassie said, yes, to dance and to have intercourse with me. The state said, what drugs did you take? She said, ecstasy and alcohol before things started. The state said, did you disguise your appearance? Cassie said, Sean said we would disguise ourselves. I wore a masquerade mask. The state said, what was a session and an F-off? Cassie said, until the escort finished. The state said, how many sessions with the first escort? Cassie said, at least 2. The state said, how did you feel? Cassie said, I was high so much I didn't feel much. She said, dirty and confusion and that he was happy with me. The state said, why did you feel you couldn't say no? Cassie said, I didn't want to make him angry or upset. He shared this part of himself with me. Cassie said, how frequent did the F-offs become? They asked Cassie, how frequent did the F-offs become? Cassie said, weekly for a consistent amount of years. The state said, when was your last one? She said 2017, 2018. Cassie said, how long were you awake during the F-offs? She said, I never slept. I took rugs, pills, Molly, and booger sugar. Yesterday, they continued to ask her, do you recall all of the F-offs? She said that would be impossible. They asked her, did you want to stop? Cassie said, I was humiliated. I didn't have those words then. I couldn't talk to anyone about it. So she started crying when she said that part. So they said, did you tell him that you didn't want to? She said, yes. Cassie said, I brought it up gently. I didn't want him to just do it with somebody else. So the state said, were you able to express your concerns to him? The defense called an objection. They said leading. The state said rephrase. So the judge said rephrase. So the state came back and said, why would you talk to him gently? Cassie said, I didn't want him to be angry. The state said, what is this? Cassie said, an email between me and Sean. The state said, what did you call him? She said, Pop Pop. They said, why? Cassie said, he asked me what I called my grandfather, and I did it, but now I think it was disrespectful. The state said, what did you write? Cassie said, I really need to F. They said, why did you write that? She said, because I wanted to be with him. The state said, I'll read your messages. I'll read your messages. You read yours. The state said, this came from Diddy. You don't want to do any more? Cassie replied back and said, I'm so predictable. So the state said, what did you think this meant? Cassie said that he knew I didn't want to do the F-offs anymore, but then I backpedaled. They said, why? She said, not make him angry. He could be violent. The state said, where did you get your outfit? She said, Pleasure's Chest or elsewhere. The state said, did you get piercings? Cassie said, yes, Sean came with me. They said, which of his homes did you have F-offs in? She said, Miami and New York. They said, what other homes? She said, my homes, all but Studio City. They said, in what other cities? She said, Atlanta and Ibiza. They said, in what hotels in New York did you have F-off? She said, the Trump Hotel and the Grand Marcy Hotel. They said, the Intercontinental. She said, 44th Street. Yes. They said, elsewhere. She said, the Meridian Oriental and the Fontainebleau. They said, what names were used? She said, Jackie Starr, I used, and Frank Black, Diddy used. She said, they asked, what supplies were used for the F-offs? Cassie said, Astroglide, baby oil, and condoms. They said, who brought the supplies? Cassie said, security and Sean's assistants. They said, what brand of baby oil? She said, Johnson's. They said, how was it used? Cassie said, Sean said you need to be glistening. They said, where the F-offs were, you ran out of baby oil. The defense said, objection, Your Honor, this is irrelevant. The state said, you also mentioned Estroglide. The state said, same objection, irrelevant. The judge called for a sidebar. The state said, we're just talking about Astroglide. How was it used? Cassie said, lubricant. The state said, if you ran out, what? So Cassie said, we'd call either staff or bail the desk and give them a tip. The state said, were the F-offs lit? Cassie said, initially it was candle, strong smelling, Glade candles. The state said, any other use of candle wax? Cassie said, a few times, poured on my body. The state said, who set the temperature for the room? Cassie said, Sean. She said, I was expected to do F-offs on my period. They said, did you want to do that? Cassie said, no. They said, did you want to be urinated on? The defense said, objection. The judge said, grounds. The defense said, asked and answered. The judge said, overruled. Cassie said, no, I didn't want that. The judge said, how did it feel? Cassie said, it was disgusting. It was too much. I choked. No one could think I wanted it. The state said, why were you choking? Cassie said, too much urine in my mouth. The state said, who else urinated on you? Cassie said, Sean. The state said, did you want Sean to do that? She said, I didn't want anybody to do that. The state said, how often did it happen? Cassie said, often enough. The state said, which hotel charged the most for damage to the room? She said, the Intercontinental in New York. They redecorated the whole room for the ridiculous money. The state said, back to the urination. The judge said, Miss Johnson, only a few more questions. Talking to the attorney. The state said, why didn't you say no? Cassie said, it was obvious. It was obvious I didn't want to be on the ground being urinated on by two men. The state said, where did you initially find escorts? She said, initially, Craigslist. They took a break. They came back. They asked Cassie, Miss Ventura, in what cities did you respond to ads on Craigslist? Cassie said, New York. They said, did you respond to ads on Backpage as well? Cassie said, yes. They said, who directed you to communicate with escorts? The defense said, objection. The state said, who, if anyone? The defense said, same objection, assumes a fact, not an evidence. The state said, did you ever reach out to an escort independently? Cassie said, no. The state said, did you ever use an escort who arrived? Did you ever not use an escort who arrived? Cassie said, one couldn't perform, so Sean sent him on. The state asked, what was a safe escort? Cassie said, not a cop, and someone who'd run and tell everyone about their experience with us. The state said, why not a cop? Cassie said, I learned this whole situation was not legal. She was cut off by the defense. The defense said, objection. The judge said the jury would disregard that last answer. The state said, how did Cash get there? Cassie said, security, or he brought it himself. The judge said, the state asked her, the escort Dave, do you know his real name? Cassie said, Clayton Howard. They said, who is this? A photo was shown to Cassie. Cassie said, Daniel. They said, what service did you use? Cassie said, a dancer service. They said, do you recognize Jules? Cassie said, yes. They said, in what cities did you have F-offs with Jules? She said, New York, LA, and Vegas. They said, did you know his last name? She said, no. They said, who is this? Cassie said, I knew him as the Punisher. They asked her, "Did you use rugs at every F off?" Cassie said, "Yes. I needed to disassociate and become emotionless." The state said, "Who else used rugs at the F offs?" Cassie said, "Sean did. Sometimes the escort." The state said, "What other rugs did you use?" Cassie said, "Special K, GSB, GHB, and shrooms." Okay. They continue. They said, "I'll read Sean's parts of this email. You read yours." So Cassie said, when should I take the thing? When will you be there? They said, "Pausing you there. What did you mean?" Cassie said, "Rugs." They said, they read Diddy's response, which was, "I took mine. I'm flying." So the state asked her again, "What does he mean?" Cassie said, "He's high." The state said, "Why did you take more rugs?" Cassie said, "To not be present with the experience." The state said, "Why?" Cassie said, "Because it was something I hated." The state said, "How did you react to the pills and the MDMA?" Cassie said, "It could make me vomit." They said, "What would he say?" She said, "To continue." They said, "Did you want to continue to have intercourse when you was throwing up?" Cassie said, "No." They said, "How does GHB make you feel?" Cassie said, "Drunk and tipsy." They said, "Booger sugar," but y'all know the word for that. They said, Cassie said, "It makes my heart rate. It makes my heart race. I'm not a huge fan." The state said, "Shrooms." Cassie said, "The walls came alive." They took a break. They came back. They asked Cassie before court ended. When the rugs ran out, how did you know who to reach out to? Cassie said, "Sean would tell me." They said, "During the session, how would you know how to move on to the next step?" Cassie said, "Sean." They said, "What would happen after the escort finished on you?" Cassie said, "Sean would want me to put it on his body in the next room." They said, "Did you do that?" Cassie said, "I did." They said, "Where?" She said, "Usually on his nipples." Were some sessions recorded on your devices? Cassie said, "Because they were there." They said, "If you saw them on your device, what would you do?" Cassie said, "I would delete them." They said, "Why?" Cassie said, "They were disgusting. I never wanted anybody to see them." They said, "Were Sean's devices used sometimes?" Cassie said, "Yes. I asked him to delete them." Yeah, so they said, "Did he?" She said, "I don't know." So they asked, "Did you ever leave a F off before it was over?" Cassie said, "Yes. At the Century City Intercontinental." She said, "I finally had a premiere coming up and I didn't want to mess it up, but Sean hit me." They said, at what point did Sean hit you?" She said, "Between sessions." They said, "What happened next?" She said, "I got onto the elevator. Next thing I knew, I was thrown to the ground." They said, "Who threw you to the ground?" She said, "Sean. He grabbed me by my neck and my hoodie." They said, "Let me show you the video." So they played the video for Cassie again. And once the video was played again, they said, "What are you doing?" She said, "Trying to use the hotel phone." They said, "What is Sean doing?" She said, "Taking my phone and my bag." That was yesterday. All right, what part y'all heard me go out on?
I heard you the whole time. I think it's
The whole
probably
time you didn't go out on my end.
You didn't go out on my
right.
end.
Okay, so in regards to putting the stuff on his body, after the escorts were there and the escorts got their happy ending on Cassie, he would call Cassie into the next room to put it on his body. The body parts were the nipples. On his nipples. Yeah.
I'm still kind of like disgusted by that.
So now y'all caught up from yesterday.
All day, no one went to bathroom this time. My body's like, you ain't got nowhere. I'm using that, motherfucker.
It says it's 95 degrees. Yeah.
That's in the shade.
It feels hotter than that.
Wendy's. This we not at the drive through booth. Yeah, Zoe back in here. Radio Rick.
Yo, what the fuck? Yo, what were they talking about on that bitch, bro?
I don't know. That's why I had to get her down.
Yeah, bro, I had to leave, bro. I'm afraid I done missed the whole case, man. What's been going on, man?
Well, I just was catching them up about
Yesterday.
yesterday. Okay, so we got some new questions. So we got
Okay, good. I've been waiting for them to get
court
here.
let back in at 153.
Okay.
We're gonna take it from the top.
Oh
Judge
shit.
said,
Here we
as to
go.
Exhibit 619, the objection to the defendant's proposal is overruled. Let's have Ms. Ventura back, then we'll bring back the jury. So everybody entered back into the room. The state began to ask questions again. They say, I have a binder for the court. The gallery will not be able to see these exhibits. Ms. Ventura, I will show you some exhibits, 2A and 404. 2A 404. Who is it? Cassie said she worked for Sean. They said we will call her Mia. When you gave your devices to the government, where were they working? Cassie said no, they were broken. So the state said put up 602-A for Miss Ventura and the jury only. What's on your skin? Cassie said oil. The state said, when did Sean first hurt you physically? Cassie said it started in the first year. They said, what staffer was present when Sean was physical with you? The state called an objection. They say physical is vague. They say punching, hitting. So the state said, when did Sean first use violence on you? Cassie said, in New York City, we were in a car with his security and he knocked me around. They said, what did he do? She said, he hit me on the side of the head and I fell to the floor of his Escalade. They say, in 2009, did you attend an event in LA with Sean? She said, yes. They say, what happened as you left? She said, I began speaking to a producer about music and Sean called me a slut. I hit him in the face. I had been drinking. They said, did you see any injuries? She said, no. Cassie said, I was on the floor of the car and he stunned me in my face. They said, how long did this last? Cassie said, 10 minutes. Then I tried to get away, but Sean's security brought me back. They said, who? Cassie said, Roger Bonds. They said, what did he tell? What did they tell you? She said to go to a hotel. She said, they snuck me into the hotel, covered up so no one could see my face. They asked, how long were you at the London hotel? She said, a week, a little more. They said an assistant brought me ice. She said an assistant brought me ice cream. The state asked, what was the assistant's name? Cassie said, Genevieve. They said, did you feel you could leave the London hotel? Cassie said, no. I understood his capability, his access to pumes, and the threats that he made. They said, when were you taken to the hotel after the assault? Cassie said, no. They said, did you know that this incident was reported? Cassie said, I knew there was a blind item on the internet without our names. The state said, who raised the blind item to you? Cassie said, my mother. The defense said, objection. The state said, not for the truth. The judge said, overruled. Cassie said, it was before this was before FaceTime was popular, so I could hide myself. She asked me if it was me. The state said, what did you say? Cassie said, no. I didn't want my mother to know something of that magnitude and be in danger. The state said, when you went to a party with your girlfriends, what happened? Cassie said, I saw executives from BET, and then I heard Sean was there. They said, what did you do? She said, I left. I ran out as fast as I could. They said, why? Cassie said, I thought he was angry. Okay. Y'all caught up on the last updates.
So at one point she did fight back, but it was because she was drunk.
That's wild.
That ain't fighting back. She just hit him in the face.
Oh my God.
She just hit him in the face
And
because she was drunk.
but she said before this, she did used to try to defend herself, but she noticed it would make him more angry. So I don't know if that made him hit her harder or whatever, but I guess she just stopped when she realized he can't. overpower him.
Seemed like security was helping them too, folks. Security,
Mm-hmm.
that's crazy.
Again, proving the Rico case.
That's wild.
Yep, he was using them. Everybody was working together.
Man, I hope they give Sean the death penalty, man. Real life.
Yeah.
But that's on the domestic side though. That's wild.
My thing is there were people around. There were people around. So I wonder if these people gonna be called as witnesses too. Like, are they gonna call these people to the stand to see if they gonna tell the truth, or I don't know. I would love to see it.
That's what I'm saying. And is D-Rock the big heavy set guy? Well, he ain't really. He kind of
Yeah.
both a little bit. The guy that was on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. He'll be a perfect one.
Wait, what you said?
He'll be the perfect guy to bring. I mean, he already said a lot anyway, so I don't see what it would hurt.
But this is the thing too. I feel like if they do bring those people on the stand, then people might say, "Oh, well, because he threatened me too. If I didn't do it," because I feel like they're gonna start trying to pull those cards too. Well, he threatened me and told me that if I didn't do it, then he was gonna do this to me.
Yeah,
You
Yeah,
know,
but
they gonna kind of have to. They trying to protect themselves after
God,
it's over with.
people may say that's the easy way out, but shit, that's the only way out if they ain't trying to get in trouble. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
I know Diddy mad. He got to sit there and he can't say nothing. Oh my god.
Oh,
Exactly.
they ain't gonna let
You
him say
can't
nothing.
yell out, scream, nothing.
He's saying like these people got talk. You can't butt in. Like you can't say nothing.
Yeah.
but I
Is
mean,
they gonna give him a chance to talk, or is just like
Wait,
they just
so
questioning
wait,
her right now?
to be clear again, what you just said, Mr. Armani, is that the abuse started in the first year of the relationship, right? That's what you
yeah,
said.
yeah.
Oh,
So that mean when she was 19.
yeah.
Mm.
But what?
That's what I'm saying. There's no way the other women haven't got hit. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Like
Usually, when the abuse starts very early on, it's to prompt them for more. Like they want you're gonna experience more at.
Like, if you think about it though, like this girl probably like has like mental health problems, all this stuff because this shit started when she was so young, and so like it's just crazy. I
and then
feel
that's what I'm gonna say
bad. Like,
too.
my bad, man.
Somebody in the comments was like her memory is like great. I think it's because she's been traumatized. Like that's gonna hunt her forever. So you're not gonna forget nothing like that.
Yeah,
But I was just saying, as far as the other women he's dealt with, but you start hitting people early on like that, like you don't play. Some people try to wait. You know what I'm saying? Like some men will try to put on a mask for so long and then finally fall off. But a year, crazy.
my thing is like the good thing about it is though it's only gonna get worse for P Diddy. As more people take the stand, it's only gonna get worse. He deserved to be the rot in prison for the rest of his life. He really do.
Yeah, but he ain't gonna go down by himself.
Honestly,
Bet you that.
we gonna take some more people with him.
Bro,
I bet you he's gonna take a couple of people with him, and
bro,
he ain't
that's
going
why
Definitely
down
is.
alone.
That's why I'm so interested in this because I know that nigga ain't. If I'm going down, everybody going down in this bitch. I know he ain't gonna let that shit slide, bro. That's how we. I'm really curious to find out who all finna get wrapped up in this.
I would just love to
And
be
it's a lot of big
on.
names involved. It's a lot of big
I would
names
love to
involved.
be on their side, like the law side, just to see who all. I know their eyes is probably like, wow. They see who all on these cameras and stuff. It's crazy.
Bro, who been at these parties, all this, watching all this stuff
Mhm.
happen. Like,
Mhm.
Well, keep in mind, Diddy still got his defense side, so we still got to hear that side.
I
man,
want to see what defense gonna say
The
and what they
defense
gonna
gonna eat
ask.
her alive though.
They gonna eat her up. I just know they are.
What y'all think they gonna say to her?
They gonna go for the
Right.
gusto. They gonna hit it where it hurt. Cause they in
Yeah,
their eyes is they whole view of Cassie is different.
You don't know what they say, because trust me, he got a couple defense lawyers, and that Brian Steele is number one. He's good. But no
Oh, Young
telling what
Thug
he'll say.
lawyer.
Yeah,
Oh,
no
yes,
telling.
Young Thug
He's
lawyer. That
smart.
nigga
He's
don't
Did
smart.
he?
play.
They probably gonna
He be
ask her
focused.
straight.
So no telling what they say.
Hey, Brian still don't play, boy.
He sure don't.
He paying attention though. Trust me, they be like they.
He's the one that cross referenced the security guard and caught him up on his lies.
That's why I say they gotta watch what they're saying,
That's what
because
I'm saying.
it's fine.
Defense is definitely gonna be like, they definitely gonna be like,
My bad, Joe.
make it seem like everything was consensual. Like she opted to do this. He didn't force you to do it.
And that's kind of the way, like, the first day I was on here, like, that's kind of where I was thinking until, we got deeper in. But, because, at first she was like, she did volunteer. She said she did do it. But, like, as
and
time
that's
went
why I
on.
said her using the right choice of words matter, because they can twist it at any moment. Like, even though we know it was wrong and manipulation, but it's just the words that you're saying, like, it matters.
Exactly.
No, but when it sounds like that she's unsure in her answers, that's making them object her. That's making them like throw flags on the play because it's like, okay, did it happen or didn't it happen? Like, are you sure about it or you got to think about it a little bit? Yeah. So like, all right,
Right.
updates. So they asked her just now. A lot of updates. Okay, full paragraphs worth. Okay, they just asked her now. Did he come to the hotel where you were staying? Cassie said yes. He beat me up and called me names. My face was bruised. They said this photo. Who is it? She said Scott Kid Cudi. She said we dated in 2011. The state asked, did Sean find out? She said yes, in my phone. She said Sean went through my phone during a F off. He found an email. They said about what? She said taking my toiletry bag to Kid Cudi's house the next day. Sean put a wine opener in his hand and threatened me. I called Kid Cudi on a burner phone. They said, where did you go? She said to Kid Cudi's house. Then I talked with Capricorn Clark, who is one of Sean's assistants. Capricorn is a crazy name. So then they said, then what? Cassie said, I went to the house Sean was staying at. He told me he would release videos and hurt Scott and I, which is Kid Cudi's government name. So they said, what videos? She said, F off videos of me. Cassie said, Sean kicked me in the back and I got a bruise. They said, where did you go? Cassie said, to my hotel with the burner phone. The room was tore up. Someone peed all over the floor, pooped in the toilet, and didn't flush it. It was gross. This was just before Christmas. There's your new set of updates. So now Kid Cudi has entered the conversation.
Now I want to know if he really blew that man car up for real.
Yeah, we said there's gonna be more people at it.
I hate when they do this. Court is about to be over in an hour. Y'all wait till. Listen.
Like a damn movie. Breaking this shit down.
Even niggas on cliffhangers and shit, man. Like we waiting for the next episode or some shit, man.
Like, just get on with it. Get it over with. The questions they ask her, they can really just hire the ask her. It sounds like she's pretty okay. You can answer them.
What?
The questions, they just need to speed it up.
Wait, what you just said?
Me. You talking what I say?
Yeah, I'm asking what you just said.
No, I said they need to speed the questions up. I said they need to prepare the answer, because it's like the question they ask me, she can answer them. She sounds like she okay.
Mm-hmm.
Kid Cudi, Tupac, Kim Porter, Al B, Jamie Foxx were all into the chat before this is over. Hey, that Tupac, I don't even know about that though, bro. I do believe P. Diddy had something to do with that though. I ain't gonna lie, folks.
Well, we can't be saying what people did, y'all. Don't be doing that. Well,
Hey, nah, like it's like a whole story though. Somebody made a documentary on it though, but I was watching it,
they
folks.
speaking on stuff like that. Like, I don't be knowing.
Yeah, I mean, and ain't no point in bringing it up. It happened to like a
Yeah,
long ass time
like
ago.
face. I don't know. I'm just like I was raised different a little bit.
Yeah, I remember what you're saying, but they would still have to prove he actually, you know, did it. So
Yeah,
that's the
and
only thing.
that's a whole nother thing in itself though, for real.
Capricorn, the Capricorn Clark name gave me very much Jaguar right. Like just the name comparison.
It gave me very much my cousin who on payroll. Capricorn Clark. That sound like a name that'll follow anything Diddy see.
But you tweaking, cuz.
For real.
He had a
Capricorn
fancy.
Clark. You just listening to his every command.
I ain't gonna lie though. I'm so invested in this shit. But I've been on this bitch listening since this morning, man.
Me too. Like,
Oh
damn.
God, I've been on this bitch for like 3 days trying to see what's going on, folks. Hey, we got a good ass host though, man. Clap it up for the host, bro. It's a real nigga, man. Everybody tap the screen like they was saying, man.
Yeah, send likes to the
Right, we
video.
do. We do. He got it real organized. I like that.
Bro,
And he keeping us updated.
well,
We had Cassie listening. Thank y'all, first of all. We had Cassie listening. And they just showed pictures of that to the jury.
What pictures of her with oil all over her body?
Mm-hmm.
Oh hell no.
Okay, so they just asked her. They just asked. She said after she said this was just before Christmas. She continued to say, "I sent an email to my mom in Capricorn from my flight to Boston to Connecticut, and they said, what did you write?" She said that Sean said that he would release the tape of me on Christmas, and he had Scott's and he had Scott and I hurt. Wait, hold on, Cassie. She said that Sean said he would release the tape of me on Christmas, and he had Scott and I hurt, so he threatened Kid Cudi and Cassie. He said he would be out of the country then. So the state said, "What are these photographs?" She said my mother took there in Connecticut of my bruises on my back. So her mama took the pictures of her in Connecticut. So they asked her, were you entirely honest with your mother about the abuse? Cassie said no. I said this was the first time. The state said, did you tell her about the F-offs? Cassie said no. Is it possible to take a break? The judge said yes. Break. Mm-hmm.
Break. We're getting to the good part.
Well, Cassie just asked for that one. I think we could let her take a little break. She's been telling a whole lot of the truth. I think we'll give her 5 minutes.
Yeah, because now they break. She like probably like, hold, let me regroup. And now she went to her mother. Now they ready to get to your mother knew and what's going on now. Because this is the part I want to know.
Right.
I know I'm off topic here, everybody, but I just got a question for the host. What was Tory Lanez gonna get up and testify for again? I mean, be a witness for?
Oh, I don't know. Somebody else had mentioned that was on my panel that Tory Lane's name was mentioned and he was supposed to be a witness or something like that. But that's hearsay.
Okay, okay.
And Tory Lanez can't testify from a hospital beat.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
I have to pee. And y'all driving so slow. Go have to pee.
Cassie. And this ain't even the real start of it yet. The defense haven't even asked her nothing. And it's
When the
the
defense
second
go,
G.
when the defense go, it's gonna get down to where we need to get down to.
But no,
What?
they doing a good job because they adding context. They adding context to what's being talked about. So it seemed to be leading up to the nitty gritty because I feel like they already there. And they already asking the tough questions and certain things like that. And like shit, they've mentioned over 12 people just talking to Cassie that was involved between her and Diddy. You know, and that's just the escorts. We ain't even talking about security and the assistants and her mama and all of that.
Right.
Somebody was asking earlier where her mama was. She was texting her mama about it the whole time.
Mm.
I'm not gonna lie, man. The parents need to be held some type of accountable for this, man. This is nuts.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier.
I don't know. I just feel like she was 19. Really, at that age, you can't hold
Her parents
I
accountable.
will.
accountable
I
for it
hold
at
both
that
of them
point
accountable.
because really she was making decisions on her own at that point.
But it's like still your frontal lobe is still not fully developed. So who let's say 19
So
year
if
old can
that's the case,
control
who just said that she was 19?
me? Oh, well,
Okay,
the
so
girl said it, but I was just
okay, so
saying,
if she was 19, my thing is okay. If she was 19 and she could still make decisions on her own, how would that be grooming?
You're right though.
right?
You do
It's
gotta
just like
think.
a contradiction. She
But
had
I
no
would,
business being, off that
yeah.
young
That's
without
what
her
I'm saying.
parents.
Like, I would
Period.
expect her parents to at least guide her in some type
Yeah,
of
or
way.
at least come to her rescue. You know what I'm saying? At least say, okay,
Hmm.
well, we taking you out of this. Like, we're not gonna let you be a part of this, or this is not something that we want you to be involved in. It's like they just left her there and was like, okay, well, let us know what happens. No.
Somebody said, what can a parent do? She was grown and started out lying from the first incident when her mom asked.
And I guess she was 19 at the same time though, so she was making her own decisions. But she still should have had at least like some type of adult trying to help her, guide her, tell her what decisions to make at least. I don't know.
What 19-year-old listen to?
You said what?
I forgot
What
you
you
was even
listen
in
to,
here,
bro?
radio. Shit.
I mean, we get it
19.
at 19. People think they're at a certain age that they can do what they want to do, but that's when you find out the hard way. You know what I'm saying? You gonna be like, oh, my mama told me at the end of the day, but still, who sleeps at night
And that's
knowing their
exactly what
daughter
she
is
did. Found
staying
out the hard
somewhere
way.
with somebody that's
Boy,
double?
I feel so
Exactly,
bad.
but who still sleeps at night knowing their daughter is, somewhere with a man that's double their age and all?
I sure wouldn't be able to. I'd be ready to go get my child.
Exactly. That's what makes
That's
me think
crazy.
like some of them be with it. They be with everything. Might don't know everything that's going on, but you be with it to a certain extent.
What up, bro?
Some of them parents be selling their kids. To be honest,
Exactly. Like I said earlier, Bawa said he was in LA at 5 years old. Why is your toddler anywhere with anybody? I don't care who can make them take them to the next level. Why is they by themselves somewhere else and you not there?
Ooh, it'll be so bad.
Well, now would be the time to ask any questions for the 330 people that's here. Now would be the time to ask any questions, get any catch ups before Cassie come back to the stand. Well, what you got to say, radio? we hear is car keys and banging. Yeah, all of the children there.
Did they walk out again today or something?
No, nobody walked out
Can,
today.
can y'all tap the line for the host?
Hell yeah, I've been double tapping that bitch.
The latest update was Cassie took a break.
So you
Sound
think
like that was their little secret though.
how do you think the kids feel about all this shit though? Like
Well, on one hand, people were saying that,
they knew.
um, yeah, the girls is not there today, but the people were saying that, the daughters shouldn't be there, the kids, shouldn't be listening or whatever. But I think what y'all failing to realize is two of these sons are listed in some of this paperwork, so
They
two of the
are.
kids have to be there. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not like the kids could just tiptoe around what the actual facts is regarding they family. So
Right,
you
that's
got to
so
be
people.
mindful of that.
They getting older.
And then
And I
I
feel
feel
like
like
too
to a
at
certain extent,
at the end
they
of the
probably they probably felt something or knew something was going on. Even if they didn't know all of it, they had to know something.
One of them got a
I
case.
feel like too at the end of the day that's their dad. Like they're gonna be there. But I feel like it's better for them to get it firsthand than find out in the blogs and stuff like that.
Diddy never
That's how I
not
feel.
seen his kids, so we know they was dead somewhere. Diddy was never putting out as a bad father. He took care of his kids, so
Yeah, and that is true too. Nobody never painted Diddy out to be a bad
yeah, so
boy.
they gotta be there. Shit, he was an active
Yeah.
father.
I remember
Right,
that
right.
video. I remember a video I saw of an all white party, and he was on the mic, and he was like, "Okay, y'all, it's time to put the kids to bed because the party about to get only for the grown folks."
But that's regular stuff that we people do though. I don't understand. Like not regular people all the time, yo. But I'm just saying, them type of parties can just still be like normal.
Yeah,
But yeah, from my understanding, it was two separate ones. One during the day and one after hours. Well, basically.
Yeah, they all down bad for that. None of them should. You know what I'm saying? You can't tell. I feel like the only ones that's really innocent in this is those girls. I feel like they was the ones that was kept away from all of this. They was the ones that was protected and shielded from seeing all of the stuff that they was doing. As a unit. So like they the only ones I feel that shouldn't be in the room. I feel Quincy need to be in the room because as the oldest, bro, you need to see what your little brothers have been out here doing.
I mean, they need to be front and center because same way how we got this 411, it ain't hard for them to do it. Them little girls smart. So guess what? This information is public. So it's either they there or they hear from it. So why not be there? It's not a secret. Like it's literally not a secret. There's no need to be secretive. Like they just need to hear it.
And what about Christian Cone? Don't he got something to do with it?
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I
Yeah,
think the boys were
he was a
definitely
part of it.
exposed.
He was a part of him and Justin are supposed to
Justin,
be recruiters. They were recruiting for Diddy, allegedly. Recruiting girls.
but even that video of that young girl that they said was like their neighbor or something, and she used to come to the house and play with the twins all the time. There was like a video
Oh,
of
I never saw
them
that, but
with
what I
her.
do know is in one of the lawsuits that was mentioned, um, and when all of the lawsuits was coming out, in one of the lawsuits that was mentioned, Christian was on the boat with Diddy and some other girls, and he gave a girl a drink that had something in it. And then there were other times where they were at like parties, and girls said that they would be attracted to Justin and Christian, but Justin and Christian would lead them to Diddy, and then Diddy would it was just the whole thing.
Wow.
don't know.
That little boy Christian is handsome.
That's
Hmm.
crazy that you. It's kind of like incriminating
He
your
is.
own kid. That's
That's his
crazy.
twin. That is his
Hmm.
twin. Oh, they.
Like that little boy is so fine.
Hmm.
Yep.
That's crazy
And
though,
that
cause I
that
know he
was
done
the
been on.
thing.
You know what I'm saying? He
That
had a
was
good
the
age
thing. And
now.
for
I know
me,
he
I
done been
found
on.
it to be even more sick that it was the two sons that most of the girls fangirl over. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
It's the two sons that most of the girls, if they ever see them anywhere, they'll walk up to them. You know what I'm saying? Or
Yeah.
start conversation with them. So it was the sons that he knew was gonna attract girls.
So it was like he was sending them out to just
Mm-hmm.
proposition them, basically.
He
No,
only got two, right? Two
from
sons, right?
what I read in a lawsuit, the girls wanted Justin and Christian. They originally
Okay.
approached them to talk to them. They were interested in them. However, they were persuading them after drinks and all of that stuff throughout the night to go be with Diddy. So at
Oh my
one of the
gosh.
lawsuits, one of the girls recalled at the white party how Justin and Christian was walking around the party giving out white slippers, and they didn't know they didn't know what the white slippers was for, but only certain people was getting them. And while everybody was outside and Diddy and certain celebrities was in the house, the girl said she got the slippers and they was like, "Oh, go in the house." So when they went in there, it was Diddy. You know what I'm saying? Like, so they were doing shit to put people right in their daddy's trap. To put go right in front of them. Hmm. And the girl said they had that was the girl that was on Soft White Underbelly. The girl said they
Ew.
had Harajuku Barbies and all type of stuff up in there, people feeling on each other and all type of stuff in the party. When she got in Diddy house with them white slippers.
They was out here recruiting them girls.
Hmm.
Lord. Oh my gosh.
She said they kept trying to feed her drinks, kept trying to feed her drinks.
Because it'll that make them more drunk or
Hmm.
make them more whatever they had in it, making them higher,
Like drugging them, you know.
drugging them.
I
Yeah.
heard they had. I heard they had candy too.
Yeah, I heard it was like in what they would serve at like the party favors. They would.
I ain't hear that. You know, we got hit it down.
Yup. I'm surprised she came out and mentioned Kid Cudi name.
Don't be surprised.
I wonder if they gonna go back into him when they come back.
I'm sure they're gonna throw a question in there about Kid Cudi. Thought it's almost over though. So we coming down to the wire with the last two things they're gonna be asking us. Okay, they came back at 309. Oh, they have an hour more. So the judge asked the attorney any estimate on your questioning. The attorney said an hour more. The goal is to finish the direct and allow the start of cross examination today. So the judge said bring the witness and the jury back in. So now they letting Cassie back on the stand currently. 1 hour more. Court is over at 5 o'clock. Yeah. But I hope when she get out of court this time, she just let it go. Like I hope this time she really, now that she's getting off her chest and really able to speak on it. Like I hope she can really start to heal from this. But yeah, maybe she'll start to come out in the press and talk a little bit more about it or something.
Yeah. And I was gonna say too. I don't even know if I would like for them to bring it up, but that don't have nothing to do with the racketeering part. Like when he was trying to like blow up Kid Cudi car and stuff like that.
Mm-mm. Not yet.
So I don't even know if they'll do it.
Well, the state say they trying to um finish what they have to, finish the questioning today so they can go into cross examination. Yeesh, yeesh, yeesh.
Cross examination is just a witness who already testified or something, right?
Huh?
Cross examination is when the witness already testified, right? And
Yeah, so cross examination is basically the defense talking.
okay.
His team gonna be questioning her.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
Questioning her about everything they just heard asked.
Where you
So
from,
Diddy ain't
Dennis?
even gonna say nothing. He getting them to talk to him.
He got to. He can't say nothing.
Bro,
That's what we got lawyers for.
One of the questions people keep asking is, where's love, the little baby?
She can't be in there. I don't think her mother
That's
there.
what I said. That her mama probably really
Her
trying to
mama has
Her
been
mother
disassociate
there,
from
there.
but
Diddy. Her mama
but I,
probably really trying to stay from around Diddy while Love's still
Who's
young.
in there? The child in the courtroom. She's probably gonna be moving. Like they really want it quiet. Like you gotta.
exactly. I would not bring my baby in no courtroom.
Oh, I'm not saying that.
No, but
People
like
was asking where the little girl was at.
Oh no, we saying like in general, I wouldn't allow my child to be there. But I think the mom has been there like every day.
And then she'll probably wanna like, go to her daddy and stuff like that. It'll be a little while.
Mm, mm, mm. Ooh. Maybe they got a whole roster.
It's
And
all them
somebody
different
was like,
escorts to me.
I
Like that's
forgot who it
crazy.
was yesterday that came and he was like, you can't tell me it didn't feel nice to have your feet kicked up in a visa. I'm like, it was like, what a million? Oh, cause he a millionaire and a billionaire. And he just picked her up and she wanted to go to Ibiza. What? She went to
I
She
remember
Ibiza and
got
that.
sustained.
behind
I
beat
remember
in
that.
Ibiza.
She went to
All right.
Ibiza and sustained injuries too.
Exactly. She was getting towed up in Ibiza.
By the
Getting told
Punisher.
everywhere. It
Oh
really matter in the
God.
states. In the states, outside the states, it doesn't really matter.
Okay, so they just asked her. She just mentioned it. Just mentioned it. Okay, so they just said, um, the state just asked her, did anyone come to see you in Connecticut? She said Scott did. When y'all hear me say Scott, I'm talking about Kid Cudi. That's his real name. He said Scott did for a few days. I broke it off with him. It was too dangerous. The defense said objection. The judge said overruled. Cassie said Sean said he would hurt both of us. The state said, where did you go after Connecticut? Cassie said, I went to see Sean. He was in Arizona. His son, at his son's college. I told my mother I was going to LA for work. The state said, did Sean talk about Scott's car? Cassie said Sean said he wanted Scott's friends to see Scott's car blown up. The state said, what happened next? Cassie said, we met, Sean, Scott, and me. Scott said, what about my vehicle? And Sean said, what vehicle? And that was the end of the meeting. The state put up a photo. They said, what's this? Cassie said, me and Sean in Kingston, Jamaica for a sound clash. That was 1 minute ago. So you did something to that man car, and they're gonna look him in a straight face, in his face with a straight face, and say, "What car?"
That's normally how it goes. You don't got somebody else
No,
to do
heck
it. Now you
no.
trying to play crazy.
Yeah, that's wild though. Blowing up somebody's car.
But for me, it sounds like they both was jealous. Like that's what she's admitting right now. She was jealous of Kim. for whatever reasons. But Diddy was jealous of her. Like
Like
they
you
was
was saying
jealous
in the
of each
beginning.
other, being like they was not exclusive together,
Very,
but they was jealous
very
seeing each
jealous,
other be with other
and she
people.
was very controlling too. The control thing with him too.
But you've been saying the whole time, Armani, that the relationship was like a jealous thing.
Yeah, I think he's just one of them guys. It's like it's the control, it's the power, and then it's like, okay, you want to do what you want to do, but you don't want her doing nothing. So when she do something, you gonna make a reaction to show her like, okay, I got this power or this control over you or whatever, or this is what it'll come down to when you try to step outside of me and do other things. But it's crazy because she's saying she was talking and dating other people. But so this the only guy he that ever did something to.
Kid Cudi was famous. I think that was the problem.
Yeah, that's what I said. It sounds like
Yeah,
you just had this out for her or something.
Kid Cudi was famous, and it would have really struck a nerve to see her and Kid Cudi on the carpet together. That's what it sounded like to me.
You know how that industry is.
I'm jealous, pretty much.
Don't put it out there to anybody.
Hmm.
and when y'all said that her and Kid Cudi started talking,
2011, right?
So wait, did she date anybody else between other than Kid Cudi between that time period until now?
She was dating people while
hmm
she was with Diddy before they was exclusive.
Mm. But he's just the only one we know that's been threatened so far.
Yeah,
Ah, shit. Probably a bunch of other niggas been threatened as well.
yeah. This is the first instance of them talking about Diddy threatening somebody that Cassie was in a relationship with or talking to.
Because one thing she said, they want to say, that's what America said. Hello.
Okay, so they asked her just now, after she said that they was in Kingston, Jamaica for Sound Clash. They said, "Were you bruised?" She said, "Yes." They said, "In this photo, what is it?" Cassie said, "Me in Sean's bathroom, September 18, 2015." They said, "What were you doing here?" She said, "Recuperating from being beaten up by Sean in Las Vegas." They said, Cassie said, "We were having an after party in our suite, and I talked to a producer, and Sean tapped me on the shoulder, called me into our room, and began to hit me. Kicked me as I tried to hide behind the toilet." Um, the state asked what stopped it. She said D Rock and James Cruz came in. What Kanye West said, like Tina did Ike in the limo, it finally hit me. She should have whooped the fuck out of Diddy.
I mean, like it's starting to feel like when like somebody is coming to like stop him from beating her, they're only coming to stop him from beating her. It's like they're not stopping
They're not
him.
stopping the act from happening.
Yeah, they're not
They wait
stopping the
until
act.
he
They're
do
just
it to then want to
yeah,
stop it.
exactly.
How many people in this day and time do that to this day? I have people that be like, well, I'm staying out of it. People don't really be liking getting
yeah.
people too.
And I feel like
So
at
like
that
you
point they done
said, we
got used
looking
to
at
it. They know
all
how he
people.
is.
Like
I feel like they know how he
every people
is
around
with
us.
his
We still
women.
got
Period. So it's probably something they just used to doing. Like
yeah, like
Gook
people
and
like
him
to
doing anyway.
it was them or what they probably would have did. People don't do nothing. I mean, one time I tried to help my homegirl. She like, can you not do that? Don't touch like all that. Look, I don't got time for that. I'm fucking flip the script on you.
I just know they got to be exhausting, even though you're trying to protect your bad. But that's toxic. And then I'm pretty sure like the security guard, I've seen him do this with multiple different people, not just her.
Okay,
So
so Cassie
they pretty
said,
much already know.
she said when D Rock and James Cruz came in, she said it made D Rock sad. The state asked her, "What are these communications?" She said, "From D Rock to me." He says, "Where you at? It's time to ice your face." The defense said, "Why?" She said, "Because I had just been beaten up by Sean." Damn, it's time to ice your face.
Like he actually
That's tough.
he make it
That's
real
real
known he was
tough.
in a dark place, so he probably was really doing that with just her probably. That's sad.
That's sad.
She was with him in his dark time. Like what was you going through to be like this? Like what was you going through? Like what was you going through to act
I
like
don't
that?
know. I know he did Kim like that too. He broke her nose. So he been in this dark place that he's speaking on. Like he been there.
Exactly.
Yeah, he had, because
Feel
he
like
said
he
he
beat
was in
all
a
of
dark
them
place.
for real.
Oh, no doubt. He ain't came across one that ain't gonna play with him. That's why. He ain't come across no Keisha from the hood.
I think Miami would have been, he
He
would
ain't
have been
come
the one.
across one of them yet that ain't
He
going.
probably would have been Miami, young Miami.
Hey, I ain't
He
gonna
got
lie.
you. Y'all see,
She
he
was too
always got
thirsty
like
for
pretty,
money.
pretty
She
girls.
was too thirsty for. She was too busy trying to be a city girl. Huh? She
Hmm.
wanted to get in West just so she could say, oh, she had a dude that had money. He was fine with that. Huh?
I feel like, even though she was with whatever, I still feel like he showed that side of her. Like she tried to save her face. He definitely showed that abuse side. Cause how can you even tame that if you used to doing that? If you used to moving like that? How could you even tame that?
Or the multiple personalities he was keeping.
Frank Black.
Every guy don't treat every girl the same, though. Do y'all feel like that? You don't really think you gonna have
No,
I
your
that's
mean
true. That's
that
true.
statement
Every
is
guy does
true,
not
but I
treat.
just feel like with an abusive man, they're gonna beat every woman that they come across. Like it's nobody's getting exempt for that. That's how I feel.
Who is that woman that came up? She was light skinned, she had dark hair, and she had said that she was with Diddy for about a year and a half, and within the first year of their relationship, she started hitting on her. He started hitting on her. It was like a Chinese woman.
Gina, her name Gina. They can't find.
Her name was Gina, and she said
They
she
can't
wasn't
find
even
her.
with. Yeah, well, she came on live. She did an interview and talking about after everything went down, she started talking about how he was a very angry man, and within the first year and a half of their relationship, he started putting his hands on her.
They said that she was supposed to be a witness, but they can't find her. Like, or they can't find her or her lawyer.
Oh, that's crazy. That sucks, and it's probably because she did that interview talking about her side a little bit. She did a little bit.
So that's the one Carisha was going back and forth with on Twitter.
I'm not 100% sure.
I don't know if
I
it
know
was
she
that one
told she was
because
arguing with somebody. She was like, he'll make them get on, he'll make her get on her knees for her, shit like that.
I
I
don't know if that
remember
one. I
that.
remember that, but I don't think that one was Gina. I
I
think
don't
that
think
was
that was
Maybe,
Gina.
okay, maybe it was, it probably was Baby Love Mama. I don't know.
and I
And
know
when
there's another one. He was because I know he messed with 50 Cent baby mama too, Daphne.
I think it was it Daphne?
Could it have been
I
Daphne
think it was Daphne.
that
I
she
don't
was
think
going
it was
back and forth with?
Daphne. It had to be. I
The
think it was
comments
Baby
said it
Love
was Gina.
Mama or
Oh, it
Gina.
was Gina. Okay.
Oh, it was Gina.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we was
Cause
right
it
the
was
first
somebody
time.
he was still like talking to, and then Carisha just came in the picture, and I guess the girl probably jealous or whatever, and they just started going back and forth.
So do y'all remember in the yesterday when he ran over yesterday again and they was talking about how the part where her mouth was full of fluid or whatever and she was gagging, and then it took me right back to when Miami was dating him and she was talking about openly how she liked for her man to do that to her, and we all knew she was talking about Diddy, but she didn't want to confirm that she was talking about Diddy. Now this just really confirms that she was talking about Diddy doing that to her, and that's still disgusts me.
And then her also saying that like he can go all night and stuff. I don't know. The whole video is disturbing to me now.
No, did y'all see the video when they was somewhere and this girl came up to her and they was talking? And she was like, "Oh yeah, I remember you from like a party or something." That was pretty wild. And the girl was kind of shocked, like she said it.
Yeah, all that is really very disturbing because Miami sitting there like she's enjoying it and it's pleasurable, and Cassie sitting there telling us like she was sick to her stomach, about to throw up. No one, they
Right.
all knew that she did not want this. So what made you subject yourself, Miami? I'm
Everybody
not gonna get started.
everybody fetish be different. Like you can't tell somebody what they like in sex. Like you got some guys who want to spit in your
That's
mouth and
right,
shit.
Shay.
I think that's
That's right,
nasty.
And I
Shay.
just feel like
That's right.
some people just
Like some
do
people's
anything for
sex
money. It
drive
just be what it is.
and what they like
Some people
be
do
different.
anything for
Might
money.
be different from yours.
Like some people just have
No,
weird
that's
fetishes.
100% true because Shay, I'm with you. That spitting in the mouth stuff, I can't get with it either.
I've done it before. It's no shade, but it's nasty. I'm just saying. But yeah.
Whatever floats
I
your
feel like
boat
the only
type
difference
situation, yeah.
between them
Don't
two,
judge me. Don't judge me.
if she was with it, that means, you know what I'm saying? Like he can't be held accountable for that. But of course, Cassie was like manipulated, so that's the only difference. But as far as like the abuse part goes, I still feel like he showed some signs to Miami. I ain't saying she got the same exact treatment, but it's just kind of hard to just stop whooping, beating on people, and that's what you do with everybody.
Yeah, sometimes people don't see that side. Like people be in situations, some people be like, I can't see him doing it. Like you be surprised. Like with a person who, like not just him, I'm just saying like when people do be in them situations and somebody never seen that in that person or ain't see that person do that. And that where the opinions come in, people feel some type of way about that. Like how you wanna tell me he ain't doing, we ain't saying it, we just saying I just ain't see that. So it just be different stuff.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, like some people. That's why look, go back when Cassie said that was their secret. Like that was probably really just something they was doing. You never know. We'd be surprised when she was into.
Right, I ain't judging nobody. I don't want you to
Just
feel
don't
Yeah,
like
Shay
the
that
actually, you won't be
I'm
surprised.
judging
I don't think
anyone.
you could get no more surprised at this point.
No, I feel like
Yeah, I just feel
everybody
like you
got
be
Yeah.
stuff
judging
that
me on
they
that
into.
person.
It
Right.
just show you what a lot of people deal with when it
Cause you
comes to
gotta
like
think when you fussing with your
lifestyle
nigga
stuff
or
like that.
something, or when your nigga make you mad, or hypothetically if y'all fake fighting or whatever the case may be, you don't be turned on. So him hitting on and stuff like definitely was turned off. Like who be in the mood to have sex after I just you feel me or anything like. You definitely just beat me up. I'm not in the mood. I don't even want to touch you. Like, get away from me. Like, you never know. So that probably was turning her off on top of that. It was really just him putting his hands on her. Like, what you doing all that for? That's definitely a lot. Like, I don't condone in that. Him keep putting his hands on her. Like, she look all sweet. Like, he ain't even had to do all that with her. It sounded like, he probably could have killed her with was talking to her mean. She seemed
Literally.
like she'd have been, fucked up by that.
He shouldn't have did that with none of
He
them
got
women.
hit
I don't
her.
think they deserved
I'm just
it.
saying, I ain't
Like,
trying to, but I'm just saying, none of it's good, but
yeah.
hitting her just irky.
The stuff he used to post, like I said yesterday on Snapchat, that stuff was wild, but nobody said nothing back then. Like, we really got into Snapchat. I remember him posting a video where she was like under the blanket, hiding. Looked like he probably could have beat her up then. He just literally did it, and you could tell he was like posting it to embarrass her. Nobody literally said nothing.
He used to post a lot of videos that was kind of like, huh? It was
Yeah,
like, but you wouldn't have thought too much into it.
yeah.
That's how the picture was. I'm just doing how the picture was. I ain't looking. I'm not as far as you said.
There are more updates.
Mute my mic.
Yeah, I'm not close. I'm not close. I just want to do it. I just want to get more as I do my moves. So I'm just doing my moves. I do this, y'all.
thread is so damn long.
Man, I'm low-key hungry as hell.
All right, so from what I see, this is taking forever. Okay, so from what I see here, they asked her, where were all these times he beat you? She said, no, there were more. Were these all the times that he beat you? She said, no, there were more. They say, who else did you see Sean be violent with? She said, I saw him drag an assistant out of bed. I saw him punch Eli in his head. One time in Turks and Caicos, he dragged the person. She said, I believe we had a F-off in Turks and Caicos. They said, what floor did you live on it in 875 Comstock? She said, the 17th floor. They asked, did a friend stay with you? She said, yes. Sean came and held her and threw her on the Sean came and held her and threw her on the patio furniture. Sean came and held her and threw her and the patio furniture out on the balcony. So he threw her and the furniture on a balcony.
Wait,
Is
he
this
was
is this
blatantly.
the friend that he like held over the balcony and threatened to like push?
But they just say he put her out on the balcony.
Oh, okay.
He threw her out on the balcony. They didn't say he dangled her or nothing. But
So now that's where he messed up at. He got all these witnesses. These people, like, why would you do that around people too?
my thing is why was like she should have been making report of this. Like, I mean, I understand fear and all that, but you could you like you witnessed, didn't I say that yesterday? She witnessed this happen to other people and didn't say nothing. That's what she's wrong at. If you could accuse her of anything, if you want to make her look bad about anything, make her look bad for that. She witnessed this happen to other people and she said absolutely nothing. Kept her mouth shut. So
She
Would
was
that still
subpoenaed
be
to
in
come here.
the?
She really don't want to be on the stand today. She's subpoenaed, so you gotta think about this stuff wouldn't have really got out if it wasn't a trial. We wouldn't know the in-depthity of step for step. Like this is embarrassing.
So you were talking about like Cassie not watching other people, Omani,
what you
and
mean?
not like watching other people getting abused and not saying nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. So like, wouldn't you think like maybe like she felt like if she said something she'd get hurt or attacked or something,
The other
like her
people seeing
family?
it, what they doing? They got people like you know what I'm saying?
Like
Like
they probably just
it's
as
a
scared
chain.
as her. I think it's
Yeah.
all some fear that he placed in them people to make them hush.
But I ain't gonna lie, me hypothetically being around that, like, and your friend and the boyfriend, you know, just turn on you too. I'ma know he crazy. I gotta say something. Like I'm telling you know what I'm saying? Like people gonna know around me. Like why I was around. You know what I'm saying? That's stuff that people like. Come on, certain stuff going you gonna take that attack on it. Like so, it's just weird. Like that's crazy.
And I'm also the person that's gonna stand up for somebody else before I stand up for myself. I know that sounds weird, but
I feel like, in my opinion, when it happened to everybody else, that was her opportunity to signal somebody else. It wasn't her. You know what I'm saying? So it wouldn't have been no reaction. You know what I'm saying? If based on what she has been saying, some of the time she was doing stuff in secret. You know what I'm saying? Calling her mama, emailing people, doing things in secret. So I feel like them people could have got help. You know, you could have, you know, if you had to call hotel security for them or somebody for them, you could have. I feel like, so you telling me, yeah, some of the freak offs lasted 4 days at a time, but you telling me for 365 days, Diddy got no sleep. He was always around Cassie 24/7. Like it was never a time where she had no time alone to be able to like do anything. Like, so basically, because I don't want to make it seem like I don't want to harbor on just the victim thing. So basically, what y'all saying is he had that much of control over her. She couldn't. She wasn't able to do nothing.
What if she knows something about Kim Porter's death that we don't know, that kept her quiet?
That true.
Like she might know something that we don't know, and I mean,
So I mean, we don't know though.
No, because they said that Kim reached out to a lot of people before she died, and we don't know who she reached out to.
But I mean, her best friend still right there. She got a whole best friend. That's helping take care of kids. There.
Oh wait, I got a question. So like, what was Kim saying? What was she saying before she got gone?
We don't know what she was really saying. She was just writing a memoir
Uh,
or like about her life.
Mm-hmm. And it was supposed to have a lot of damaging things in it.
that stuff that was going to expose Diddy and all
Tarnish
kinds
his
of stuff.
image.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder how what the kids think about that. Because then he had 2 kids with her.
Well, the kids was the first to
3
come out to say it wasn't real.
He got
Mm.
3. He got Christian and the twins.
and the
They all got
twins,
the
yeah.
same mom.
Mm.
And love.
And the kids say it
But
wasn't real.
love got a different mother from them. That's not Kim Crow.
That's not Kim's daughter. I thought you were talking about Diddy kids. Yeah,
Oh
Kim
no,
only got
it's just Christian and the twins. That's it. And then she got the Albie Sure son.
Quincy.
Oh my dude.
Yeah, Quincy. I'm
But
just
no, I
asking
just
this question because I'm just for
I
me.
feel like
I I don't know, man. Go ahead. What you about to say? 'Cause-
anybody could test to anything that Kim Porter went through, it would probably be Quincy. Because we got to think how young he was. He grew up, you know, with his mom and P Diddy together. So if he ever saw his mom get beat or anything like that, he probably remembers that stuff.
Yeah.
After this case and them kids hearing everything that's going on, they might question that mom thing.
They're gonna have to.
They would. I would know. I
'Cause
would.
that's the only way they're not gonna look like they sticking by Diddy. If they do question it. Because they not gonna question it. They're not gonna question nothing else. They
It
he
just put
already.
all of them in a wild position. And then who's to say he didn't do Kim like how he do Cassie? Like, shelter
He
her until she get right and stuff like that. Who's to say like, he actually beat her in front of, his kids and stuff like that.
I don't know. I feel like the only ones that didn't really know what antics Diddy really had was those girls. I feel like he kept them away from seeing a lot of his antics towards women. He protected them in that way. But which is why I, in my opinion, feel that it's imperative for them to be in the courtroom. They need to be there. This is their opportunity to hear all of the things that their daddy did to
Oh
women.
God, learn
Need
the
this,
truth about
need
their
this
dad.
be an example of the men that y'all don't need to be dealing with. Okay? So
that
like
part,
they need to be
Armani.
there. And also instead of hearing all of this about their daddy through the press, sit there and listen to all the evidence. Listen to everything they gotta say. Now when they get too tough, that's why they have breaks for you to go, clear your thoughts, come back. But like, don't run from the truth. Don't run from it now. If he was willing to get out there and do it, he set y'all up to sit down and listen to it.
Not
So
only
Yeah,
that,
because he knew it was gonna come out eventually.
and not
exactly.
and not only that,
Exactly.
they're going into this lifestyle where gonna be going into these other places. They need to see what they could possibly be going on, you going into, because this is Diddy's drink right now. They have other things like this going on that we don't know about that they could enter into. So yeah, they need to hit us. They need to see what they could be formally getting themselves into. I agree. Because
Yeah, and I feel like he
Epstein,
been
Okay,
put
so
them
I
in a
got
wild
another update.
position.
They just asked. They said, okay, so they said, Cassie said she saw, did it bring the friend back from, yeah, so he was hanging her over the balcony. So Cassie said, I saw Sean bring her back from over the balcony, then throw her on the patio furniture. And then the state asked her, and Carrie Morgan, she said, I saw Sean hit her in the head. So they said, did you get rugs on your own? Cassie said, occasional dealers. The old word, Z-Nex and Val. So they said, Cassie said Sean would put the pills in a vitamin C bottle on the sink in the New York apartment. He'd say, you can take them. He had doctors who would write the scripts in the name of an assistant or in my name. The state said, your brother's birthday party in Connecticut in 2013, what happened? Cassie said, my mother told me someone was taking pictures of me, and I went and punched her in the head. The state said, you testified your relationship with Sean ended in 2018. How was your health? Okay, we waiting on the next update now. Yeah, go ahead. Who's about to say something?
He had punched all her friends upside their head. I wouldn't be friends with her either after that. Bringing me into that
bullshit.
So the girl that was in the apartment, he held her over the balcony, pulled her back over the balcony, and threw her on the patio furniture.
That's a doggone shame.
He hit Carrie Morgan in the head. That's two different people.
Carrie Morgan is the friend, though.
Carrie Morgan is Cassie's best friend.
Yeah,
the person that was in the apartment that was held over the balcony is somebody different. Yeah,
That was a different
So
friend.
that
was a different
the
friend.
person that was okay. That's what I was
Yeah.
about to ask. The person that was on the balcony, was that her friend as well?
But still, if he doing all that around this girl,
Oh,
he's showing
everybody
him that he
asking
ruthless.
who Cassie hit. So I'll read that again. They asked, what happened at your brother's birthday party in Connecticut in 2013? Cassie said, my mother told me somebody was taking pictures of me. I went and I punched her in the head. The state said, you testified your relationship with Sean ended in 2018. How was your health? So I'm waiting on the next update from there.
So basically, she punched whoever in the head that was taking pictures of her.
Was taking pictures of her.
Okay.
So if he hanging people off buildings, then coming and slapping her friends all in front of her, he's letting her know, or basically painting the
He
picture like
been
I
let
can
her
do what
know
I
that he
want
had no regard for her.
for
He
or
had no
anybody.
regard for Cassie's life. He been let her know that. So I don't know what she was thinking by letting her friends around him.
Right.
What you think that he was going to do with your friends?
That's try to maybe take them and leave her.
And
But
this is my thing.
he
This
been
also makes
moving
me
like that
question
though.
Carrie Morgan as well, because if you was witnessing the things that was going on with Cassie, and Cassie was reaching out to you, telling you some of the things, and you were actually, Cassie was going to your house after some of the incidents, how was you comfortable going around him and being punched in the head? Like, I'm confused as to what led up to you going around him for him to hit you.
Like, at what point in time is this in her life? Was that 28? Was that like?
Well, now they seem to be at the end of
the end.
Yeah, because they just asked her about her relationship ending with Diddy.
So yeah, she been around it. Her friend knows.
But see, this is my thing. This is the second time we didn't heard of Cassie hitting somebody. She hit him outside the club because she was drunk. Now she didn't hit the person that was taking a picture of her. Cassie just was on edge, baby. She was ready to pop off. She didn't care.
Was tired. She was
tired. She was fed up.
By
She
28
needed
years
somebody
old,
to hit, and she knew she couldn't hit him.
by 28 years old and all the experiences she done had, she got that mind like, I'm a woman now, I ain't no child. So, yeah. She tired.
Getting older will do that to you.
Getting older will do it to you.
Yeah. But hanging somebody
And I
over the
feel like her
fence is
friends,
crazy. Hanging somebody over the balcony is wild.
It's
It is.
definitely giving 5 heartbeats when
And his office hours. But no, I was saying her friends. I feel like they should have been on that was in him because he was acting crazy on that show. He made them walk for cheesecake, all kind of stuff. But they was showing that then. They was showing that
Diddy
then.
hung. I mean, not, he didn't hang her. Diddy. Yeah. He basically pushed the girl over the balcony and was like dangling her over the balcony. But one thing I haven't heard Cassie say besides the incident with Suge Knight is the fact that he haven't been aggressive with men at all. I don't hear him running up on no man. I don't hear him pulling nothing out on no man. He ain't do none of this with no man.
because he was a
Like,
punk.
this is why I'm asking, where were the men? Because even the men that was coming around, like D-Rock and James Cruz, they was just, it seemed like they had their foot in their mouths too. They was seeing stuff too and texting Cassie after the fact like, oh, well, come see me because I got the ice. We got to ice your face. Like, what?
That's what I want to know. What Kid Cudi did after that? Like after he found out.
Well, they probably didn't ask that because Kid Cudi might come to the stand. Who knows?
You
Kid
mean like
Cudi might
after
tell his own
You
story.
mean after he got his car blown up or something?
No, after he seen the evidence that let me ice your eye. Like he had evidence that this happened to this girl by him.
Yeah, J. Cole, him
Oh
and J. Cole,
wow.
well, they didn't fight. It was like a pushing match. But yeah, him and J. Cole had a run-in too.
What they fought about?
Something about J. Cole using a song or something. J. Cole, I think, sent him a song or something to be cleared or something. And he got mad at J. Cole. They saw each other at an event. They was pushing each other around about whatever words that was passed. And yeah, it ain't go far. It wouldn't matter. Put on TMZ.
Wow.
Yo, hey.
You know what's crazy though? Where's Cassie daddy?
Nothing about her daddy
Does
at
anybody
all.
have any information on him? Where's her daddy at? Where's all the men? I keep asking that question. I don't hear nothing from no men besides the escorts. Where's all the men at? Like, besides the men that they keep mentioning was enabling Diddy's actions, what are the other men at? I heard Kid Cudi, but there was no men.
I was looking for the daddy. I was wondering when she was gonna say something about her daddy too. She might not had no men in her life, and that's why this happened.
Sound like he wasn't around. He couldn't have been.
But for me, why I get this feeling of, because Cassie was old enough, her parents was pushing her out there like, oh, you're an adult. But here we go with the new updates. So they said you testified your relationship with Sean ended in 2018. How was your health? Cassie said, I was sleepwalking and I had PTSD. The defense said objection. The judge said overruled. The state said, what's this? Cassie said a photo of my front door in 2018. The state said publish it to the jury. Why is there a poker there? If y'all know what poker, y'all know what I mean by poker. Okay. Why is there a poker there? So Cassie said Sean was coming around a lot, so I had it. Poker means knife. So I'm gonna just say poker from now on. But they said so they asked her in August 2018 what happened. She said we were having a closure conversation at a restaurant in Malibu. He was trying to convince me to go to Burning Man. So they said, were you seeing any more? So she was seeing her husband at the time. She said, "Nah, my husband." So they said, "What happened next?" She said, "Sean came to my house and R-worded her on her living room floor. His eyes were black." She said it was like taking something from you. So they said, "You cried. What did Sean do?" She said he continued and finished inside of me. Then he got up and left. So the state said, "Did you ever have intercourse with him again?" Cassie said, "Yes, voluntarily. We had a good night and I went back to his house." So they said, "Can you explain why?" Wait, they said, "Can you explain why you did that after he R-worded you?" She said, "We had been together 10 years.
He was used to it.
So
He
Nola,
probably had an R worded her before.
so Nola had a question, which I remember too from yesterday. So Cassie switched her dates on when she stopped dating him. Because I thought yesterday she said 2017, but today she's saying 2018.
No,
Yeah,
they brought up 2018.
but she
They
said
they
Oh,
yesterday
asked
they
her.
brought
she
up 2018,
They
but
just
Cassie said
asked her
2017, right?
if everybody's listening. They just asked her. They said you broke up. You said you testified that you broke up with Sean in 2018. How was your health? She began to talk about that. Yeah. So they
But
said, well, you
Oh,
said,
so
so
they,
they said, we were having a close, she said, we were having a closure conversation in Malibu. He was trying to convince me to go to Burning Man. So they said, were you seeing any more? So she said, now my husband. So they said, what happened next? She said, Sean came to my house and R-worded me on my living room floor. His eyes were black. It was like taking something from you. So they said, you cried. What did Sean do? She said he continued to finish inside of me and then got up and left. They said, did you ever have sex with him again? She said, yes, voluntarily. We had a good night and I went back to his house. They said, can you explain why you did that after he R-worded you? She said, we had been together 10 years. So she wasn't in a relationship with the husband. She was dating the husband. She was cheating on Diddy in 2018.
and didn't
oh, I'm thinking
yeah,
that was
because she
finished in
said they broke up in
2017. But
2017.
okay,
So then
Because
she,
okay,
when
I
that
got it.
happened, she was with the now husband.
Yeah, so she was with the now
Mm,
husband. Yeah, so she was sidebarring Diddy with her now husband. hmm
mm.
Sean's
Yeah.
probably trying to
Broke up,
work her
but
way
not really
from up
broke
under
up,
him.
and she was playing, and then he probably found out about the him and her messing around.
Love, she no. She said they was having a closure conversation. I just read this. She said they said, "Did you ever have sex with him again?" She said, "Yes, voluntarily. We had a good night and I went back to his house." They said, "Can you explain why you did that after he R-worded you?" She said, "We had been together 10 years."
Yeah, that
This
don't
is
make
after the
excuse
closure
though.
conversation.
Yeah, like you know he ain't
So
changing. Like
basically, after he raped her, she went back for closure. They did it again, and that was it.
R-word, yeah.
Or word.
I agree with what that last lady said. She was used to it. It was
Used
something
to
that
it.
she was
Like
used to it that she
he
didn't
had did it before.
analyze. Like
He was doing it.
I think she's saying using the R word at that time because they was not physically together.
Yeah,
But
maybe
I
she had
think
like
that
broken up, was trying to break up with him, like actually at this time. So
yeah,
that's probably why she using the
the
R
R
word.
word.
No longer,
And she
something
probably
that
had told him no.
was an
She probably
option
was
for her.
saying no.
hmm I feel like at that point it was no longer an option for her.
no, she said they did it voluntarily though.
But she said she voluntarily did it.
The
I just
voluntary
read
is
that.
voluntarily.
That's what you say. Like don't say that. Then, like,
Yeah, she just
But
said she voluntarily did it. She
the
voluntarily
second
did it.
time, the
The
first
second
time
time.
Yeah,
wasn't voluntary and still
that's
R
after
word.
the incident. Like the
All right,
after
so
the
let
incident,
me
she
say it
went back.
again. She said they said August 2018. What happened? She said we were having a closure conversation at a restaurant in Malibu. He was trying to convince me to go to Burning Man. They said, "Were you seeing any more?" She said, "Now my husband." They said, "What happened next?" She said, "Sean came to my house and R-worded me on the living room floor. His eyes were black. It was like taking something from you." They said, "You cried. What did Sean do?" She said, "He continued and finished inside of me, then got up and left." They said, "Did you ever have sex with him again?" She said, "Yes, voluntarily. We had a good night, and I went back to his house. This the same night. This the same night. They said,
Wait.
did you ever have sex with him again? She said, yes, voluntarily. We had a good night, and I went back to his house. They said, can you
Oh
explain why you
wow.
did that after he R-worded you? She said, we had been together for
Mm.
10 years.
Yeah, she was just used to it at that point.
He was
No,
used to it.
I
She was
mean at that
definitely
point
used to it.
everything had to happen. Everything had to happen to her. So that's crazy.
Yeah, she was used to it.
Did they acknowledge that it was the same night, or could it have been a couple of days later?
That's what they basically just said. They just, okay, again.
No, you don't have
They
to read
just
again. I get
asked.
it. I heard it.
They
I heard
just
what you said.
asked.
But I was just trying to say, like, because he said when after he r'd her, did
Mm-hmm.
you did you have S again? And she
Yes, and
said
she
yes,
said
but she
yes
did.
voluntarily. She said
Okay.
yes voluntarily. We had a good night, and I went back to his house. They said, "Can you
So
explain why you did that after he R-worded you?" She said, "We have been together for 10 years."
It's
okay, so
insinuating that they
saying we
had
had a
intercourse
good
together.
night doesn't mean like one of those nights after that they had a good night. Does it necessarily mean like that same day? Or could she have went back another day and they had a
They
good
asked.
night voluntarily
Let's see what her perspective is.
after she got SA'd that day?
Let's see what she
I think
explains.
we gotta.
All
Yeah, I
right.
think we gotta hear further questions to know if it's a different night or the same night.
It will sound like a different night to me.
But
Like
my
after
thing
that.
is, after all of that, and you trying to break up and go on to your new husband and all of that, why are you still going back, Cassie? Why are you still going back and trying to lay up with this man for any
I
given
would hope it
reason?
was a different night since you mentioned earlier that they be jumping from timeline to timeline. So I'm just thinking
Yeah.
she's just speaking in general after
That's what
that
I'm
happens.
saying.
That's
Yeah,
pretty wild
Tanya.
for all that to happen
And
in
I
the
want to know what a
same
good
day.
night consisted of. That needs to be a
And that go
question too.
back to
What
what
did a
me and
good
Marty
night
was talking
consist
about.
of?
She got time to talk to other people because she's dating, so she still want to write. You know, she's still making time for other people.
Is her boyfriend in the room now?
The husband,
Yeah, her
they never
husband.
announced whether he came back or left. They just said in the beginning he would be out for certain parts while Cassie was speaking. That man should be in the room. That's his wife. And she pregnant. Let that man be in the room.
Yeah, I think he got it sorted out the first time.
As they described her earlier, appearing very pregnant.
She 8 months. That is very, very pregnant.
And all the little
All right,
pictures I've been
all right,
seeing, she
all right,
big.
all right. So they said, who did you stay in touch with? Cassie said, most people, though I pulled away. They said, what did you message Sean about after that? Cassie said, just checking in. They said, what did he send you? Cassie said that he had iPads full of images. Get him his money. So they said, money back for what? Cassie said, for having paid my now husband to be my trainer. They said, what did he write you back? They said, Cassie said, do you want me to tell you the truth? It's much deeper than my iPads. There was abuse more than F-offs.
Better open some worms.
Here we go. Here we go.
We want you to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
The husband has been mentioned. Cassie up there. Let me tell you something. That girl up there talking.
Wait, my bad.
Now he's a
What you say about
witness,
the
so he
husband
can't be
again?
in a courtroom if she mentions something. He's a witness to it.
She said, because I know y'all know I got to repeat about 3 times for y'all up here. Cassie said, the state attorney said, did you ever have sex with him again? Cassie said, yes, voluntarily. We had a good night. I went back to his house. They said, can you explain why you did that after he R-worded you? Cassie said, we had been together 10 years. They asked, who did you stay in touch with? Cassie said, most people, though I pulled away. They said, what did you message Sean about after that? Cassie said, just checking in. They said, what did he send you? Cassie said that he had iPads full of images. Get him his money. They said, money back for what? They say money back for what? Cassie said, for having paid my now husband to be my trainer. They said, what did you write back? Cassie said, do you want me to tell you the truth? It's much deeper than iPads. There was abuse more than there were freak offs.
Oh.
Okay, but I thought they tried to make it seem like Diddy did the hiring when it came to her husband. So she the one paid her husband to be her trainer with his
Diddy
money.
did
He
hire him.
asked for his money back for what he paid
Diddy
the
did
trainer.
hire
So
him. Diddy paid him.
he paid the trainer, and
Oh.
now he found out they messing around. He want all his
Now he want
money.
his money back.
Run his money
Uh-huh.
back
We
right
putting
Mm.
it
now.
together, Nola. Now you're making
Uh.
two and two connect. See what I'm saying? See how 2 plus 2
Oh,
can equal
okay.
4? We just gotta stay up.
Hey, y'all.
We just gotta,
Mhm.
you gotta keep up with what they're saying right now. Cause, jeez, man. I feel like,
What I
listen,
got
if
you?
we was dealing with Keisha,
Still
Bianca,
make him a witness
um,
too.
if we was
So he should
dealing
be
with
in a
Keisha,
courtroom.
Bianca, Kayla, he would have been messed up. We wouldn't even be having this kind. Diddy wouldn't be allowed to tell a story if he was
I know
messing with
your
the right
Miami
two
probably like
brothers.
he was really doing that. I wonder how she looking because I know she turned in.
That's true too, love. He could have felt betrayed by both of them. He hired the trainer. She was in a relationship with Diddy, and they ended up together. But I mean, this is my thing though. It's not like her husband is unattractive. Cassie looked good with the man. You know what I'm saying?
And it's
And
fine.
I,
Not
I
only
feel like
that,
he was the first person that met Cassie that took
She
his
probably
time with her.
confided. She probably
You know
Put
what
his
I'm
confided.
picture
saying?
up
That
there. Let's see him
let
real
her
quick.
go through all of the emotions and all of that stuff without judging her. You know, trying to make her heal too fast and all that. That's why she's still popping babies out for her. Cassie really in love with that man, but she should be because he one of the first men to protect her.
her
So what
trauma.
he look like?
I feel like he was the closest because look, he was the trainer, so look, he was somebody close to
But did they have some type of contract that said like you're not supposed to date or something if I hire
Of
you?
course not.
Because at
Comes
Of
this
with the
course
point,
not. In the
if he
CPA.
doesn't
beginning,
have
he
no
probably
CPA.
just brought him on as the trainer, not knowing.
yeah, and if you don't
And
have
all the
if he don't
while,
have no
Cassie was
alliances
laid right there,
underneath that,
imagining that she was back in what they say that they was in Ibiza, getting her cheeks clapped by the new husband. That's how it was. That's
well,
how it
he don't
was.
have no
Right there in the
he
gym.
really other
Yep.
than training her, he really didn't have no loyalty to Diddy to
To
not
Diddy
try
at
to even
all.
take
And I
her
feel like when
out
he
of that
saw what was
situation.
going on with Cassie, he really let it go. He really was like, oh yeah, you don't want to be with him? Gotcha.
It's up from there because if you got a man that love you and that's gonna protect you, it's up from
And
there.
that man probably shut up and continued to go right to Diddy house where Cassie was at to do whatever, to continue to train her and all of that. And all the while they was texting. But see, Cassie got clever after a while. She started to get her
Mm-hmm.
burner phones and all of her things. So she was sending a lot of messages through email and
her. She was keeping
it
receipts
left
because
from
look,
text messages at
one
that
of the
point
freak
because he
offs,
was going through the phone.
she was keeping receipts because one of the freak offs he went through her phone.
I can't wait to find out what was in the iPad.
Folks, I'm still tweaking on host talking about she would get her cheeks clipped.
She was. I could see it. Imagine them being at Diddy house. Cassie and the trainer, they got a thing going. Diddy in the room sleep, and the trainer is in the gym putting in work. Diddy wake up, Cassie had already took her shower, laid down, and Diddy don't even know what happened. See what I'm saying? That's how quickly that man sold his royal oats and looked right past Diddy.
No, I just
That's
believe
some
anything can happen under people's nose though. That's true. Like people be doing shit. Like real crazy
Mhm.
stuff on their nose, so that's okay.
hey,
And he probably knew that that's probably the only way he was going to be able to see Cassie outside of thinking
And
that
then
Diddy
it's
was
like
going
at
to
the
do
end of the
something
day
or Diddy was
too.
going to retaliate some kind of way.
Then it's like at the end of the day too. Diddy was doing him too. So
And in her case, she wanted to. She probably said anybody want to hit on her. She probably thought about hitting.
Well,
yeah,
it
you
was
don't
other
think
than
Diddy
Diddy
got
stuff
cameras
that
all over
changed.
hey,
him?
somebody just in the chat said he would have
Yeah.
turned the trainer out too if that man ain't had moral.
Probably would have, cause that train ain't playing. The Cassie husband is yeah. He don't play. But
Only
like
Rail said
since
you
exactly
don't
what
think
his
Diddy got
last name
cameras.
is. Fine.
He said you don't think Diddy got cameras all over his home. I do. I just feel like he was doing him as well. So
you
it's
don't
probably
think
times
Cassie
where
was
he wasn't
you don't
around.
think Cassie
Like
was around long enough to know how to work them cameras?
that he probably
Know
did
where,
his.
or to know where all the
Hey,
cameras were.
Right.
What Armani's saying is she knew how to work the system at this point because shit, they've been together since.
For 10 years.
On God, she already know what's up now.
Not only
Mm-hmm.
that, he probably
Glaze,
came over
Glaze,
there just to make sure she was straight, still alive, did his job, and then just to make it seem like nothing was going on. Probably went over there,
Mm-hmm.
did his job, made sure she was still alive, still straight, and dipped.
the Glaze person says she got to be clear. You say doing him. When I say doing him, I'm talking about talking to other women. I ain't saying like having a relationship with that. She's right, but that's what I mean by doing him. He was still openly talking to different women as well as her. Like she had already admitted that. So
Okay, so they asked her, Cassie said there was a time. Okay, let's go back. They said, what did you write back? Cassie said, do you want me to tell the truth? They said it was more abuse. That she said was more there was more abuse, more than freak offs. So Cassie said there was a time I couldn't take the pain and tried to walk out in traffic. My husband wouldn't let me. I had trauma therapy. So the state said, what did you write? Cassie said a book with chapters. My mom helped. They said, what did you want with the book? Cassie said that Sean read it. They said, what did Sean put you through? Um, Ventura said shame. To carry things that were shameful for him, I took a lot of responsibility for that. That I never should have. She said, he brought the concept to me when I was 22. It was accepted of me. I felt terrible. They said, how did you get chapters 2, Sean? She said, through attorney. And I reached out to KK and asked her if he read it. She said, it was not taken seriously. They asked her, how much did you ask for the book? She said 30 million. They said, did you sue? Cassie said November 2023. They said, what happened with the lawsuit? She said it's settled for 20 million in 24 hours. All right, Cassie, answer the fucking questions here. It's settled for 20 million in 24 hours. They said, why are you testifying in
Whoa.
this trial? Cassie said, I can't carry with this anymore. What's wrong is wrong. I tried people like they were disposable. Escorts, anybody. So she said, they asked, how many freak offs did you have with Sean? She said, it's impossible to know, hundreds. They said, after you broke up with Sean, did you ever do a freak off? She said, no. The state said, no further questions. All right, Cassie, you done got through the state.
Damn, she
All
said
right.
chapters on
What the hell?
chapters.
Wow. So she wanted to write a book. That's what made her serious. So she wanted to write the book. He basically ain't agree with it. So
She
that's
was, no, okay, she
She
wanted
said
to
do a
write the
chapter at a
book.
time.
She asked for 30. Okay, so I could differentiate this two ways. She wrote the book and was sending chapters to Diddy, and I kind of think that she held that as a carrot over his head. Okay, if you give me this amount of money, I won't release the book. When it was asked how much she wanted, she said 30 million. But when they asked did she sue, she said November 2023. They say what happened with the lawsuit? She said it's settled for 20 million in 24 hours.
He
But at the
taught
same
her
time,
how
I'm
to be
kind of thinking, okay, well,
manipulative
if
like
that
that.
wasn't the case, would she offer the book deal for the book? And she said she wanted 30 million. What's going on with the book, Cassie? At this point, put out the
Just
transcripts.
the
put the
book
book
right here.
out,
Put the
Basically,
please.
book out.
the book gonna say everything she's saying, but she just gonna really talk versus her stopping and they ask my question.
yeah, maybe she was saying like she wanted 30 million to put her story out. I don't know if they declined it or whatever.
At this point, Cassie,
Don't ask for
drop
the
the
book.
book. You ain't even got to come to court no more. Just
Right.
drop the book. Shit.
Is they gonna ask for the book though? Is the feds gonna ask for the book?
They already have all of that. All of that is in the laptops that they got of
Oh
Cassie.
shit! Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody in the
It ain't
chat
no
go
point,
find the
no.
book and inbox it to
They
Armani,
have
please.
they have all of
Please.
that. They have videos of the freak offs. They have pictures from the freak offs. They have pictures from the white parties, videos from the white parties, audio, uh, like a lot of stuff that has to be presented over the next 8 weeks. Yeah,
Mikhail,
that's
go
true
find out
too.
about the book.
Sarah, she may not be able to drop the book as a part of her settlement.
Yeah, they probably had her scrub it.
Well, guess what? Court ends in an hour, a little less. I wonder if they're gonna go ahead and let the defense start talking.
They might as well. I'm ready to hear that.
Yeah, I'm ready to hear that part. I'm ready for that.
I feel like with this last part of what she just said, she's opening it up more for the defense to just come on right in there and just start going in.
They about to start false. Ooh, she gave a lot of testimony though. So what y'all think about her full testimony to the state? How y'all feel about it? Do y'all think she was what y'all think based on
She
everything?
had said, "Do y'all want me to tell you the truth?" We've been asking you to tell the truth the whole time. Don't be saying you want me to tell you
Now
the
when
truth,
you
because then
said
I'm gonna
that,
think
I
you a
thought about
liar.
like when she said that, I thought about that too. Are you not under oath?
No, but she
For
opened it.
real.
That don't mean nothing.
That's what I'm saying. At this point, why is you still trying to save face? Just go ahead and say what you gotta say.
She gonna hold it back. She ain't gonna say, "Are you telling?"
Okay, what somebody just said. Go back over the last question. Okay, so it was asked. They said,
With this,
okay, so the state said, what pain did Sean put you through? Cassie said, shame. That she said to carry the things that were shameful to him. I took on a lot of responsibility for that. I never should have. Um, she said he brought the concept to me when I was 22. It was expected of me. I felt terrible. They said, how did you get chapters to Sean? She said, through my attorney. They said, she said, and if I reached out to KK, I asked her if he had read it. She said it was not taken seriously. They said, how much did you ask for the book? Cassie said 30 million. They said, did you sue? Cassie said November 2023. They said, what happened with the lawsuit? She said it's settled for 20 million in 24 hours. They said, why are you testifying in this trial? Cassie said, I can't take this anymore. I can't carry this anymore. What's wrong is wrong. I tried people like they were disposable, escorts, anybody. They said, how many freak offs did you have with Sean? She said, it's impossible to know, hundreds. They said, after you broke up with Sean, did you do a freak off? She said, no. They said, no further questions.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that if he would have settled or taken her book serious, that she would have come forward?
As a victim,
Yeah.
probably so.
So she would have took
Because
Yeah,
I feel like
I think she
I feel
still
like
would have.
all of this was a part of Cassie's plan. Like this was, I feel like all of this was a part of Cassie's like revenge plan for Diddy.
Mm.
Right,
Like,
because the book
Because he
probably would
had
have
showed
stated
her
some
that
way it was
video
him.
on a plane.
yeah, like I feel like this was her way of being like, aha, I got you. You know, you thought
her
you
life
had me
away from
all
her,
this time,
basically.
but now the egg is on your face and I'm in charge.
Look at that, Armani. You know, Michaela is a big supporter. I was like, man, go check out and see where that book at. And look, she brought it back. The book is called From R&B to Lawsuit: The Untold Story. I don't know if she Joseph that, but that's funny. But it's actually
But if she is joking, that would be a good book name.
it would be.
So as of this day 3, how y'all feel about it? Like, what y'all feeling?
I
That's
want
what
the
I'm
truth.
saying.
I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Because
So
if
help
she's
me
only being
God.
questioned by her attorney
Expose
and
everything.
and the other side hasn't questioned her yet, and she asking them, "Oh, you want me to tell you the truth?" Meaning they're holding something back to say, "Oh, don't say this, say
She
this."
holding some
She's
stuff
still
back.
being coached.
She might not
Yeah,
be
because she got
so.
attorneys. She got attorneys there too. But again, keep in mind, she also admitted she texted him first. You know, you still trying to reach out to this man. You broke up with him, but you the one reaching out to him. So why? Like I'm confused about that part. You know, you if you let him go and you was happy to get out, why are you still checking on him? Like why?
Maybe she introduced him to the freak off. I don't know her.
She ain't telling me.
Like, have you, well, as a woman, because it's a couple women on this panel. Have y'all ever like reached out to an ex, like after y'all know y'all like you supposed to be done, and it's like you reach out, Like, hey, how you doing? I hope all is well. Like nobody, I know I have.
And at the end of the day, we being what? Dumb.
Cordial.
I
Hmm.
personally haven't. My thing is, you have to catch me while I care. Once I fully withdraw from you, it's no more reaching out for me. They
Yeah,
always
once
reach
I'm
back
off
out
you,
to
I'm
me,
off you.
but I don't reach back out to them.
Right. You see
Okay,
how
so
you
I'm
say
the
you
only
don't?
person that be spinning the blood. God dang. Okay, that's cool.
But it happens though.
Yeah, no facts. I definitely be spinning the blood, like for
And
sure.
guess what? That can kind of come off as being dumb. Sorry to
For
say.
sure, absolutely.
At the end of the day, being raw.
I'm not judging y'all. I'm not judging y'all because we all done been young and did stuff. I just know me. Once I withdraw, I'm done.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. That's how you supposed to move though. It's no shade.
Right? Because I don't care what you're doing after that.
Yeah, that's how you supposed to be.
This is crazy. I can't even like. I'm trying to fully grasp everything that I've heard since
And
yesterday.
I just feel like to the point where, all that stuff that went on with her and Diddy, he definitely somebody I wouldn't want to talk to no more,
Oh yeah, now
regardless of
did
like the
he?
status and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like that's
I wouldn't.
traumatizing. Like
I
what the
wouldn't even
hell?
wanted to
What are
deal
you
with
trying to
you.
think?
Yeah, like all of
Right.
that. Yeah, like that's crazy. But
I'm
somebody
running
said, "Are you
away.
in a committed relationship?" Yes, I am in a committed relationship.
Okay, so they having a sidebar before cross examination begins.
Okay. You know what?
I want to know
If
what
she
the
was
example.
planning is keep your enemies close. Okay. Like Armani said, she could have been playing like a damn, somebody said a piano a little slow for me. Yikes.
Just like that dry ass wig she got on, but now she gone. Don't worry about it.
What? Wait, I missed somebody. Somebody said what?
I'm weak. What's going
What?
on?
All I heard is a slow
Like
ass
we
piano.
not
What the
waiting
hell
on
happened?
updates.
What the hell
Go
happened?
ahead.
Oh, we've been updating. Well, he's been keeping us updated. I think
No,
y'all just
who
coming in at
said
the wrong
that?
time.
Who coming? Who
Now
said
everybody
whatever?
been here calm. All 206 people been in here calmly waiting on updates. Here go you.
Hold up. Who said it? Tag her down there so I can see what how whopped her wig looking.
Don't worry about it. I called
Not
her
how
Uber for
walked it.
free.
Oh my
Screaming.
gosh.
She was in the Uber for free
Fix
before
your
she could
wig
even
before you
realize she was
fix your
blocked.
mouth to say
You should know
something.
y'all being real. You being real.
I am hollering. That is funny to
Maybe
This
me.
is
y'all
a
get my
serious
little gift,
situation, baby.
y'all.
Information is being put on the table. We getting ready for cross examination.
Exactly.
We ain't got no time to play with you talking about something moving too slow. Let the people take all the time they need to get us to cross
Exactly.
examination.
I
Maybe
know,
we're
because I
jumping
want to
down
get
the
to it.
pew pew because somebody said that she was probably talking about the court and we just went 10 toes in on this crooked asshole. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry.
That's
She
what I
was
thought
talking about
about.
what?
What is she talking about? Was she talking about us or the court? Like,
She was talking about
No,
us.
but
mm-mm.
sometimes I feel like I be looking at celebrities like they regular people.
Didn't she say the
They
panel?
are.
Yeah, she said the panel moving too slow.
Oh yeah. So
Yeah, I
she
mean,
was
she's talking
definitely
about
talking
she's
Well,
about
being
I
us.
shady
bet you, I
with.
bet you she can't even talk. Let's put on it. She can't text. See if she could talk. I dropped down so she could talk for however
What's she gonna
long.
talk for? Cause she gone.
I don't know, cause she want
She
to
can't even
text. She
comment no
got
more.
Twitter fingers like Drake.
I think the host is doing a great job. I mean, as far as the last name with left iPhone, if you spin the block, that's on you. Ain't
Fact.
nobody
Exactly.
judging you for
The host has been doing
that.
a phenomenal job for the past few days.
Yeah, where Big Mama at? So I could drop down so Big Mama could read this girl her rights. Whoever. Where Big Mama
Baby, let
at?
her go. She in the Uber halfway home by now.
Okay, all right. Uber Black that thing up out of here.
Yeah, we waiting on the cross examination to happen. Don't worry about her. Her edges got to be glued, the stocking cap or the wig. Go ahead, go your way, boo. Wait, Cass is dropping these receipts and all that. It go do your thing.
I just think that the girl need to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Don't be saying you want me to tell you the truth. Now I think she a liar because that's just like you asking
Yeah.
a
Why she
liar
just holding
questions.
back
They be
though?
like, all right, you want me to tell you the truth, bitch? Yeah.
Okay, so they're
I
gonna do
feel like
cross examination tomorrow.
I know
okay.
it.
They probably like holding on, got her holding on to stuff that they don't want her to say too soon.
Yeah, some of the stuff she be saying, it be wow, because that's what you're there for. Spill the beans, girl.
She can't say certain things that she wrote in that however many chapter book she sold for 20 M's. Because you just never know. Maybe she gotta pay him back so much more. But she was cold hearted for sending him a chapter at a time. I wanna read it. Somebody inbox it to Armani, please.
That's what she is saying. It like, this about
So is this book published yet, or is it still in the works?
Armani, somebody said, "What time are you coming on this live?
10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
What time you come
Is
on
it 9
this?"
a.m. Eastern Standard Time?
10 o'clock.
yeah, because I was on here before you were on waiting for me.
10 o'clock.
A.m. Eastern Standard
Yeah, I
Time.
was when as soon as you was on here, I got on here this morning because I've been ready for the update.
I've been on and off this bitch
Yeah,
for
so
real.
so no cross today. It's
Okay,
gonna be they're gonna do it tomorrow.
so that's gonna be the end of
Yes,
it for
baby.
today.
Yeah, they trying to decide on that now.
Do y'all think her husband should be allowed in the
But the
courtroom?
state
I
told
don't
them the
think
state disagreed with doing the cross examination tomorrow because they say they want to be finished with Cassie today.
Oh,
So they
so they
said
want
give
to
me a
go. They
couple of
want to go
times. So
ahead
they
and do the
waiting.
cross.
Yeah, they want to start it today.
They must got some more stuff that they want to come out today, so they can be ready.
We just try to get more witnesses on the side.
Uh huh.
ask her why she quiet and on the roll and talking about you really want me to tell you the truth. So why she in the mood of telling the truth? If I was on the other side, I'd be like, yeah, we're about to question this girl.
Cause it's
Well,
like
she
she
ready
should have
to
said
tell
that
the
from the
truth.
jump. Like the Bruce was more than a freako. Cause they been telling me the freakos the whole time. I would have been said it wasn't that like the freak. It was more Bruce than the freako. That's something I've been saying.
Yeah, I agree with you, Shay. She should have been said like a long time ago. Like it was more than just the freak offs.
I just said
Well, the
like
F offs, yeah. She should have been said that. She should have led with that in her first
Her
question.
opening statement. Yep.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, the
She was
But
book
like,
is
I
on
think, I think,
Amazon.
I think she wanted to like drag it out. That's
no,
what I
cause
think.
like in the beginning she said
Personally.
that was something she wanted to
But
do,
I'm
and
kind
now
of
she's
picking up on
off
the fact
it.
that maybe she don't want to say nothing that they not ask.
She
That's
already
yeah.
said she was into it, y'all.
Okay.
She was into it, y'all. She just wasn't into it off though. She didn't like to do it
That's
like
what
that.
I'm saying. I think she probably holding on to stuff because they're not asking those questions that actually pertain to that.
She filed her lawsuit in November of 2023. Is that correct when you read that back,
Yeah.
Armani? And now they're saying that her book is published since November 2023 and it is on Amazon.
But is it related that with
So that
can
means
be?
she probably sold that book to somebody. She sold that book.
I know she still probably got copies for sure.
Yeah, she still got a rough draft. They got everything in it.
Gotta go read it. I wonder. I know she can't. I don't know.
Do you think her husband know that she doubled back on him?
You know now.
Yes.
Is he in the courtroom?
Yeah, he's
Um,
in the courtroom. That's why I
yeah,
said I don't think he
he
should
was
be
in and
there.
out all day, but he in there.
I know this kid probably like, yo, my dad is really doing this.
They
Or
can't use him as a witness now.
You know what I'm saying? Before she even hit the courtroom, because that's just wild. It's disrespectful to your partner to
Unless
find
Cassie
out
told
after the
him.
fact or with everybody else.
Unless Cassie told him. Y'all think Cassie told him about still being in communication with Diddy?
I think like they
Would hope
I
probably
think
so.
she
had.
does. I think at this point
They
she
were
should have been told
privy.
him everything.
Yeah, I think they should need. They needed some couples therapy and talked about everything.
but it seemed like when he would give her a break, she find her way
But
to
I
get
feel like after this, she need to do one of two things, or she needs to do both of them. I feel like she need to go talk to somebody again.
Yes.
She definitely need to go
This
talk to
is gonna
somebody
bring up all that trauma again.
again. And I feel like if music is not where her heart is at, it's time for her to settle down and focus on her family. It's time for her to heal from this experience and just let this shit go and know that like the law is gonna handle Diddy. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, if she already in, she need a permanent one for after this.
Especially considering the fact that she just said she was trying to walk in front of cars and stuff like that. So yeah, she definitely probably is gonna need to go back. Maybe if she going 3 times a week, she needs to go every day.
And I tell you, you just got yourself blocked. Talk about no, we need an album. That's all you worried about. Cassie can't even sing like that. You talk about we need an album.
Ooh, that's been 2013, baby.
Her voice don't even sound the same.
Right.
She probably can't even look at music the same way, knowing that she was trying to chase a dream and it got her in this situation, this predicament.
Crazy part is he gave her a 10-album deal, and over the 10 years, she only released one, and she said she recorded over hundreds of songs. Dang, he shelved her. A lot of these producers do shelf artists so they won't be competition to others. So not only that, he shelved her. Cash Money has did it a lot, even when they had Paris Hilton. But that's sad that he would shelve her like that.
A lot
That's
of
why
he.
all those emotions came up about Young Miami, because it's like, here I am, I endured all of this for 10 years, and then you get this new girl and you were fronting her and giving her opportunities. And not only are you giving her opportunities, you're giving her ownership. Like,
Young
Right.
Miami already had a name though. That's the difference with that.
Yeah, but opposed to that, he got what she got with Diddy. Diddy gave her a show on Revolt, all types of
She got
shit. So
bigger.
he
Yeah.
did like
Got a
level her up a
podcast.
little bit and like
She
Mm-hmm.
got bigger.
in the
Yeah.
yeah,
media.
he
Yeah.
took her. She had a name, but he took her to the next level because she had a name
Definitely.
for sure.
Yeah,
But
and she
he
said it though. She
definitely,
said it her own mouth. She said he put me in positions. Like, yeah,
yes. And Cassie, I feel like
not
Cassie
none of
was
this. She said
that
in
was
her interview.
that was a slap in Cassie face. Like, I endured all of this trauma and you robbed me of all my young youth years, and then here you go with Young Miami flying her around, giving her all these opportunities, and I got nothing.
I think what did it, she was that
And she
song they
said
came
she
out
was
with.
jealous. She ain't want him to be with
Miami
nobody
killed that
else.
song.
So he saw how happy he was with Young Miami, and she went with her move. Let's be
Also, she
real.
was doing the same thing that she did with Kim.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that song they came out with though. You know that song was T. Then they did a video in New York. Oh my god.
Well, Cassie's statements have been very revealing over the last day and a half. I feel like he put a
Pin the
lot
book
out there.
name down there, Armani, because people keep asking what is the name of the book. So can you
Oh, I don't
pin
know.
Michaela's
It's right there, huh?
Oh,
From
okay,
R&B
that's
to
what you
lawsuit.
mean.
You know, I'm not even interested in the book, but she on the
The book
stand
is on
now.
the stand.
Mm-hmm.
The book is in the courtroom right now.
Interested in what she putting on the floor right now.
Right. What she saying under oath.
Exactly.
Because Mr.
But
Brian
was true
Steele,
though. I just
somebody
can't
said
believe
that's
like
not
what she
Cassie
said.
book.
I can't believe it. She said, "You really want me to tell you the truth?" Now I think she a liar because every liar say that. You want me to tell you the truth? Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Okay. Nah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, Love said that's somebody documentary on the same thing that's going on now. What did he?
It's like, go look at it.
That's crazy. Yeah, I thought she was telling
You
the
want to
truth from the beginning.
continue?
Shit, I didn't think that she was gonna be asking. Did she want somebody to, did she want to tell the truth? Baby, you supposed to be giving us the truth from the beginning under oath. I thought she was
She
telling
not
the
even
whole truth.
know that. Look, they got Diddy sitting right there. They say he ain't flinching. He paying attention. You nigga eye contact.
They said
Well,
Blink Twice movie. Did anybody see that movie?
Movie was so good.
Oh my gosh, they said that was about Diddy.
That movie was so
It was
good.
so good.
About
What
Diddy.
is called?
It's
Blink
called
twice.
Blink Twice.
I want people.
It was made by Lenny Kravitz's daughter made it.
It was so good.
Now it was made about Diddy.
That's what
I
they
thought it was
said.
I thought it was about. I didn't know if it was about Diddy, but some people said it was about Jay-Z, so I didn't know which one.
Somebody said that more so wasn't about Diddy, more so about Epstein. But whatever goes on with the industry, folks, yeah, it probably was
Yeah, I
more
know what it
about
is. When
Jeffrey
you tomorrow.
Epstein.
Okay, I'll look at it.
I think it was the industry movie period,
Yeah,
like just showing you like what goes on in the industry, not just based on like specific
because
celebrities.
Epstein had that he had that island, and they still ain't released his
I think that stuff has to
No
deal
soda
with
today.
his plane yet. They
No
still
soda
ain't
today.
released it.
Some stuff is personal. They be really wanting shit over the internet. This internet really took over. Y'all gotta think back in the day was not like this.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you won't get nothing.
Right. It's like everybody expects so
And
much.
that's what I was gonna say with the Cassie thing, her being jealous of Miami, as somebody said earlier. I feel like she could have probably started her little business, early 2000s, but we're just in a podcast area now, so it wouldn't have been the same effects.
I think Diddy still had the opportunity to put her in places and put her in front of people. But I also think like how we all go through different seasons. Like Diddy, I'm not taking away from who he is because he is a monster, but I do think that he was in a different place in his life where it's like, okay, well, I didn't already went this way where I shut a person out from the world. Let me see what it's like to maybe spoil you and expose you to the world and give you whatever you want. And
Okay,
that's why he,
Latara.
yeah.
Okay, so my thing is okay, he's a different person in his life after he's terrorized everybody.
No, I said different season,
But okay,
not
so he
different
in a
person.
different season in
Well,
his
we know
life.
people
Okay,
do
so
change
I'll
for the
take
better
different
though.
season. I'll take different season. Okay, he is in a different season in his life. But this is my thing. 2018 wasn't long ago. We just in 2025.
Yeah, but I mean, you change. Like, I feel like from
You can change
2018
for
to
sure.
2025, I've gone through at least 6 different seasons. Now, am I a different person? No, like, have I made a dramatic jump, like
I'm a
going
different
from
person.
abuser to like not an abuser? No, but what I'm saying is like I've graduated college, I got another degree, I got a
I get
different
what you're
career.
saying.
Like, you're just in a different
You can
season where
change.
it's like I've gone to counseling. I've healed from some childhood trauma. So maybe I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that maybe he was in a different season with women, and that's why he exposed Miami to more, possibly, allegedly. That's just my assumption.
I
Yeah,
just think he did it
That's your opinion.
to he took me also offered deals and partnerships from people, what I'm saying, way before this time. And then, of course he got more deals in this new era with the liquor and stuff like
Right.
that. And I
That's what
just
I was
think it
telling
fitted with his
them.
brand. It
Got
benefited both of
hotter.
them.
Yeah. He wasn't putting on no music.
He just played clean up, but I mean, you still this, what I'm saying? Like you're not really. I ain't gonna say he wasn't healing, but you still moving crazy. But you just playing clean up, like you cleaning up your image.
yeah. I think he was just like even he tried to change who his name like 3-4 different times. So
Yeah, like I said, you
yeah.
rebranding, you giving your artists their rights, all that good stuff. You just basically cleaning up your image,
Somebody
pretty
said I
much.
think he wasn't with Miami long enough. That's what I think.
I think they was together for a good bit of time. They was really like they had a thing going on during the whole pandemic. That's long enough.
Damn.
What you gotta say, Crystal?
Cause we was in the pandemic like for 3 years.
Crystal?
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we
Hold
can
on,
hear you.
my signal is bad. Hold on.
Would
I've
not
been
be surprised.
like I've been listening to y'all for like 2 days. Like since you started, I just wanted to say that I really like the feed. But I think I'm like older than all of y'all. I'm like 44, and so I've been like watching stuff for a long time. And I just got so many mixed emotions about this because
Your Crystal, I don't know if you
for
talking about
somebody
like a
like I
headphone or
basically grew
something,
up
but
with her.
it's
And
faint.
so
You going in and out, Crystal.
it's muffled. Hold on, y'all.
And I keep saying
I would love to hear her perspective because she is older and she's been through all
Mm-hmm.
the transition with him. So
And we got to put our mics on mute when other people got, because it lowers it a little and we all have our mics unmuted.
Y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Hello? Okay, I'm sorry. I was saying that I'm older, like I'm 44, so I grew up with Puff. And so this is like really crazy for me to be sitting here watching all of this because I don't know how y'all are with the stars and stuff that y'all grew up with, but I am fucking torn in freaking sorry, we're on TikTok. I am torn in so many directions because you hear so many things about Puff. Like you heard that he put his hands on Misa. You kind of heard that he put his hands on Kim. But you didn't really start hearing all of this until all of this stuff started coming out. And so sitting here watching, I'll tell y'all this, I'm going to say this. When Cassie first dropped this lawsuit, I was like, man, F Cassie, she tripping. This is wrong, this and this and this. And in some instances, I still think it's wrong. I do believe that Puff has some type of trauma. And I'm not defending him, but if you guys know the history with his father and his mother, they say that they weren't too far off from doing things like this. It wasn't quite as big because they weren't as big as Puff is right now. But what I'm saying is like the apple don't fall too far from the tree. So you hear so many stories about like his mom and how Miss Janice was like this and she was kind of a pimp and how she kind of groomed him to be this way.
She said sex in front of him or something.
Yes. And so I feel like I feel two ways about this. I'm gonna start with the Carisha thing. I do think men can change. I do think that karma can do some things to you and your conscience can finally kick in and you can get sober and you can look back on things and not have the guts to go back and apologize to the person that you did things to, but get with somebody else and love them correctly. Puff messed up in two ways. When he shouted Cassie out at the BET Awards, and I think he genuinely was trying to maybe apologize, but he comes off so cocky that triggered her. And then when he didn't take her serious about that book, had he just took her serious about that book, we wouldn't be going through this right now. Because I honestly think she just would have gone away. But then again, you don't know if she feels away, if she's devious, because everybody thinks Cassie is such a good girl. But when you hear her, what she did before him, how many industry guys she was messing with before him, and then she finally got to the big fish. To me, it just seems like she did it was by any means necessary to get where she wanted to go until stuff got real. And then when it got real, it's like, oh crap, like this ain't really the route I want to take. But when he changed, and I'm gonna tell you this, I've watched a man treat somebody like crap and then get with somebody else and treat them like a queen. I do not think Carisha is lying about anything, except for the golden showers. I think she was playing about those golden showers, but I think Puff loved Carisha with everything in him because maybe he hadn't loved anybody else that way. And it was like, damn, let me see if this time I can kind of come back and do it right. Because when I watch Carisha, like it's hurt in her eyes, and you can see like I really loved him, but I can't go back. Somebody didn't raise Cassie to be a strong woman, because I'm telling y'all, you can, and I'm not victim shaming, but you just hear so many people say, I wouldn't have took this and I wouldn't have took that. It's some things I'm telling y'all. I have been where I thought a relationship was about to get domestic, and he hit me one time, and I don't know who he didn't hit after that, but it ain't me, because he had a black eye and a bloody nose. I don't play like that, but I had a good daddy. So that's why I think some people just don't know, because I keep hearing y'all say, where's her daddy? Where's her daddy? I could go on and on, y'all, because I really feel like people my age are really tore up behind Puff, because it's just like, dang, Puff, you did this, but it's Puff. We love Puff.
Right.
So y'all,
I want to say something before. Oh my bad.
Go ahead. No,
No,
go ahead.
I was just gonna say the proof was out there as far as character wise that he's been abusive. Like he actually broke Kim's nose, and that's been out there. So it's
Well, he
like it
beat
ain't like
Lisa.
past the
So
first.
that's what I was saying earlier, not to interrupt you, but when y'all were trying to figure out what Misa was to him, let's not downplay it. Misa was his first girlfriend. Misa was the top dog until he met Kim. He was with Misa. Misa was in that Biggie video. Yes, Misa was a stylist, but Misa was Puff's girlfriend. They were in a relationship. They had Justin. They opened that restaurant together. Like Misa and Puff were really together until he got with Kim. Misa left. He whooped her at one good time, and she hid under a car, and Misa never went back. Never went back.
And
Maybe
I was gonna also say, like I had a good, you know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't gonna say I don't idolize people because I know people are human. But I liked him as an entertainer, as a mogul until I figured out like, okay, this man be moving wild. He be doing some crazy stuff. So it's like at some point you know better and you do better. You should
You
anyway.
know better
But
and you do better.
clearly
And perfect example.
somebody got to put the fire under your ass for you to change,
You're
basically.
right.
And never said Carisha was lying about her like anything she said. I believe her, but I still feel like with the things that he's done, I still feel like he probably showed certain characters that was still there. Not saying he did her the same exact way, because it's probably going to be different if he's trying to change. But I still feel like certain stuff was still there.
So did y'all watch the Carisha Please special when they
I
was
did.
talking and they was talking about the sex
I
and
did.
she was like, you don't stop. You don't stop. Y'all didn't see that? When she was telling
Yeah,
him,
I
she was
watched
like, boy,
that, and
you
then
can
I watched
she
the
was like,
one
boy,
with
you can go
Paris
all night.
Santana.
Yeah, it was her first Carisha Please episode with Puff. And they was talking about
Yeah,
just
I
being
remember
in
that one.
general. Yeah, and they kind of got to talking about the sex thing and she was like, boy, you could go all night if I let you. And they start laughing. I think people can
Mm-hmm.
change, and the reason why I think people can genuinely change is because and y'all might disagree with me, but I don't care what nobody say. Chris Brown is the perfect example of people being able to change. And at the end of the day, I still think that Rihanna situation was provoked. And should he have hit her like that? No. But now I fight you about CB. I ain't playing about that. I just feel like people can change, and men get such bad reps because of things that they have done in the past. So when they are able to change, they don't get that recognition. Now, am I saying Puff should not be getting bad reps? No, he should be getting whatever comes his way. But I do think that once he got with Carisha, he had a little bit more sense about himself.
Every
Yeah, like I
female
said, he's
artist that
plenty.
has been
I
signed to Rock
agree. I
Nation has
agree.
most of the female artists that have branched from Rock Nation have domestic violence lawsuits.
Yeah, that's true. Also, Carisha had P and Coach. You also got to look and see who somebody has
Yeah, like
around them.
who they got around them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you gotta look and see who somebody got around them when you
And
get to.
she also had her own thing going on. He like she just fully depended on him. Cassie's
Yes,
situation was
yes,
different. You see what I'm saying? So Cassie
yes.
probably felt like that's all she knew at the time. I don't know who she dated before him, but that was
And
just
then,
her situation with him.
And who
and
ain't
then
gonna mess
y'all
with him?
imagine
Who ain't gonna
y'all
mess?
I'm sorry. Y'all imagine being with somebody for that long and watching him treat you the way he treated you, and then turn on national TV and he bought her white range, whatever he bought her that white truck. That's his shorty doo wop. He loving on her in public. I don't care what nobody say. That rubbed Cassie the wrong way. It would have rubbed me the wrong way as a woman to watch a man that I love, even though she took it, but then he turned around and loved somebody out loud publicly like that. Can't nobody tell me that that
Been
didn't trigger
hating.
her.
She been hating when she was
Well,
Yeah.
she had
with him when
moved.
he
She
was with
honestly she
him. She
moved
been
on.
Not
hating.
just the
She
it
moved
was,
on from that
but it
point.
was no
Been
you
a
yeah,
hater.
yes she did move on, but it's the fact of the opportunities that he also gave her. Like,
Yes.
I
Yeah,
literally
I get what
gave
you're
you
saying.
all
I get
my
what you're saying.
years and you were supposed to put out songs for me, and I was supposed to have 10 songs. You did nothing for me, and then I turn on my TV and this girl is all over Revolt, and you're giving her part ownership of her show too. So not only are you not
Yes.
controlling it anymore. So yes, I do feel like that Cassie did feel some type of way. Like, she has made it known in this whole thing
Yeah.
that
So it's been brought
she's
to
done
my
wrong.
I'm pretty sure
attention.
it was triggering. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
been brought to
Oh, go
my
ahead.
attention that the defense may be showing the freak off videos.
Oh,
But
Mm.
hold that thought.
The
I
hell you?
think they
I
think
was
they
gonna say
trying to
one
prove
last
that
What
thing
the
Cassie
and
hell,
land my
lying.
Deontay?
plane.
What the hell,
Oh, I was gonna say
Cyrus?
one last thing and land my plane. You had mentioned Chris Brown.
Uh-huh.
I love him as well. But even after the Rihanna thing, it's done been situations with other women. Like, he do them like he did her, but it's been being like, domestic. So it's like
No, and I'm
nobody
not
is
saying that
Yeah,
perfect,
the
but it's
judge
just
is
like
only allowing
nobody should
photos
keep
so
repeating the
far.
same thing.
The
right. And
jury can
what
see
I'm
the video, but not the public.
at the public
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
with the Chris
Okay.
Brown thing. No, I get what you're saying, and what he said is he did say he had to do the work. He had to do the work. I don't think now that
Right.
he look at how he admitted he told me he was upset for being in love with Rihanna, and he didn't handle that. If you also know, Chris Brown has a sister, and she is writing a book. for men because I think she
Mhm.
knows and watched what her little brother went through. Like, remember he had that violent stepdaddy that shot himself and he still didn't die?
Mhm.
He had a violent
Yeah,
stepdaddy that shot
I remember
himself
him
in the
speaking about
head.
it.
And after he shot himself, he didn't die. He was even worse after that. So I think sometimes, and not excusing men, but you have to, I'm gonna tell y'all something personal. My son is violent. My son is violent and he was raised by my mom. And my mom is violent. And when I try to get my son away from my mom, he always fought me on it, always fought me on it. And now he tried to physically fight me. And I'm going to tell you, I don't even play like that. So I have seen how women can raise boys and ruin them. Like,
Yeah, because they coddle them. They don't hold them accountable when they
yes,
are
don't hold them
being like
accountable
that.
for nothing.
But
Yes, can
my
totally
my whole thing
ruin
is
their lives.
with any entertainer, because like I said, I don't idolize nobody. They human. People are gonna do messed up things. But as long as you're healing and trying to change and not repeating those same patterns, you good with me. But if you're dating different people
Good.
after a certain situation and the same thing keep coming up, it's just kind of like, okay, this is how you is at this point. If you keep doing the same thing, but that's all I had to say.
Somebody said the
Yeah.
jurors were gasping
Yeah,
at the
it
pit.
just, I
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Crystal. Go ahead.
say that again.
No, go ahead, boo. I was just reading the comment. Go ahead.
No. What did you say?
No, I said somebody in the comments said the jury
I
was
don't know.
gasping at the pic. CNN said, I can only imagine the video. They were going to go in shock. And then somebody in the comments also
Oh
said,
my
sorry
God.
to hear about your son.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I need to be looking at the comments. Yeah, it's just a lot. But I've been liking y'all's conversation. I've just been listening because I have daughters in their 20s, and I just be trying to explain stuff to them, like, real life stuff and how things go, because they asking me about Puff, and they like, Mama, how can you be sad? He did this and this and that. And I'm like, I'm not sad. Like, I just hate to see that happen to him. Like, because I grew up with Puff. Like,
You're
Puff,
separating the
Pop.
person from the artist.
Yes.
Separate you ever
Yes.
in a lot of these cases we have to separate the person from the artist. Like,
You have to. You have to. Yes. Because in the beginning, I was like, oh, Cassie, whatever, one woman. And I'm like, let me just sit down and listen and figure it out. Because you don't know these people. You know what I'm saying? You don't know these people. And that's like, I think somebody was on this live yesterday and she said that she met Puff.
Me.
And she was,
That
that
was
was
me.
you? Yeah. That's crazy. I wouldn't even know how to feel if I felt that coldness. You know what
And
I
it's so
mean? Like,
crazy because I just pulled up the picture. I would share it on here, but I don't know how. I don't know if I could do that. But I found the picture because my friend had asked me. But yes, I felt cold. Like he has a spirit on him, and it's very heavy. Like even I zoomed into the picture, you could see his eyes. Like he wasn't
like a
even looking
darkness.
straight. He was like looking like he was looking off to the side. Like, what are you looking at? If you're taking a picture, why are you not looking straight ahead? But in
yeah.
the moment, you're not understanding or you're not knowing everything that somebody's going through behind closed doors. So now all of this is coming out. It's like, oh, that was that feeling that I felt when I met him. Yes, like it was not I wouldn't say not a good feeling, but it was just something off. Like it was very off. It was
And you
weird.
sounded so disappointed when you was telling the story yesterday. You sounded
I
so
mean,
disappointed. Like, I couldn't believe
I've
it.
been around celebrities and I'm really not surprised. Like you'll be surprised a lot of stuff that these people do and how they really move. Like these people don't be moving with integrity. They don't have character. They have had so much power for so long. They have no regards for the human life or anybody. Like they don't have any regards for anybody that can't help them. So if they don't feel like you're on their level and can help them, like they away with you or off with you. So I wasn't really disappointed. I just was trying to figure out why I was feeling that way. But now it makes, yeah, right. Somebody said, right, Atlanta lifestyle is the worst. Yeah, I live in Atlanta and it's just, girl, it's so
Y'all spirits
secluded.
probably didn't mix. How some people's spirits really don't mix, especially in a room together. You know how
Yeah,
like you can feel somebody else's spirit around you, and then
yeah,
it'll make you feel like you want to leave the room or something. And
yes,
y'all spirits don't match. Y'all
yeah.
spirits don't match.
And
Like
it
that
sounded
lady
like
that he hung
Crystal.
up on today. Sorry, like that lady that he hung up on today when she was greedy to start talking about spirits or whatever she was greedy talking about. Was that today or yesterday? He hung
That
up
was
on her real
today.
quick.
That was
Yes.
today. Are
Yeah, he
you
hung up
from
on her bad.
Cali? Somewhere in
I'm in
Come in
California?
here
He
with
was
that
asking
mix.
to speak with
No,
Kim or
I live in
something.
Kansas. I'm in Kansas.
Oh, it sounds like you got a Cali accent.
I'm a little country Kansas lady.
No, you sound like you.
You from Cali?
Y'all from Baltimore? Some of y'all was from Baltimore on here because I was listening. I think,
Baltimore in the building.
bitch, I'm Shay. I think
You
yes.
said bitch I'm Shay.
I was tagging you all day in comments yesterday. Like, yes, girl, I agree. Yes, girl, I agree.
I know that's right.
Yes, but I just wanted to hop on here and tell y'all I've been listening for 2 days and it's hard to. I want to hear what the how they gonna cross examine her. I feel in some instances I be feeling bad for Cassie, and in the other instances I be like, you couldn't have wanted fame and stardom this bad. Like when she said she didn't want nobody else to have him, baby, he was already killed. What you
Yeah.
talking? Everybody
He
was
was
everybody
asking
was
him though. It's
Yes,
just
everybody was
weird.
mashed potatoes and green beans to Kim. Kim was the beef. She was the big chicken, and everybody else was the side bitch, side piece.
How could you trust a side chick though?
For real.
He'll do
Kim
anything.
was
And she
like
He'll
really
do
said
the
that she
everything and
Thanksgiving Day
anything to be the
turkey.
side chick. Ooh,
she
I
said
hate
she was
that.
with it
Yeah.
at first. She just wasn't with it so often, and just him probably beating on her was making her turned off. Like it was just probably other stuff. She was with it though.
Yeah,
She just probably
yeah.
not like she
Well,
said it became a job. So her doing
because
it so
for a
much, she
while,
probably like it.
Chance's mom never came around. Like you wouldn't see Sarah, or her name is Pumpkin, but they call her Sarah.
But she probably
You
liked
wouldn't
it for
see
the little
Sarah.
fun, not for a job.
Yeah,
Like every day, you get what I'm
yeah.
saying? She was saying it became a
Because if
job.
y'all remember when she first got pregnant, Puff wasn't claiming Chance because Kim was pregnant with the twins. Or I don't know if y'all were old enough. I don't know how
Yeah,
y'all
that
are
was that they
old.
was
Y'all
pregnant
are
at the
here.
same time.
They were pregnant at the
Yeah,
same
I
time, and
remember that. They
Chance
was
is
pregnant at the same
older.
time, yeah.
Yes,
Chance
and
is
he
like older
wasn't
by a few
claiming.
months.
Yes, by a few months, he wasn't claiming Chance because he was with Kim, and
Mm-hmm.
so that's how when everything kind of went left, But I hope and pray everybody gets their justice. I hope that Puff gets whatever he's supposed to get. I'm be honest with y'all, I really don't. I ain't gonna sit here and tell y'all that I want Puff to get life because that's just still me.
I don't want him to get life. No, I
I
don't. I
just
don't care
I
how
think he
much
needs
they
some
bash
help.
me. I don't want him
Feel
to.
like he I
Yeah,
feel like he need to get some help.
yeah,
He need rehab. That
Yeah, I
man
said
need
I feel like he
treatment.
should
That
get
man
yeah.
something
need
for hitting on her and stuff. Cause look, she got 30 million. You wanted to
Well, he's on
say
drugs. He's on drugs. Clearly, the pink cocaine and the blue dolphins, and
I'm ready to mute
he's
y'all real quick. I'm ready to use a blow dryer. Sorry, y'all.
he really is on drugs. But I just hope he gets some kind of help because is court over? What did they say?
Crystal, you gotta use TikTok friendly words such as rugs,
Oh,
nose
sorry.
candy, stuff like
Okay,
that.
okay,
Okay.
Cross examination starts tomorrow.
Yeah, I do agree
okay.
with you. I do think he needs some help. I think he needs to be fully rehabilitated. But
It's bigger
I,
than help. He
it's
had the
big.
money
I
to
was
get
just
help. He
about
didn't
to
go
say,
get it.
like, at some points things get bigger than help, like because he's had the resources for years that
Yep, to
he
get
didn't
help.
get the
And didn't
necessary
go get it.
mental help that he need. Like he needs, I don't know what he need, but oh
I'm just thinking he was probably pulling those little, oh, I'll go get some help. I'll go talk to that lady.
yeah,
Y'all know men
yeah.
be,
Yes,
I'll
court
go
is
talk
over
to
for the
that
day.
lady. Like,
Well, he went to
no.
go talk to TD Jakes because remember that's what he said.
And Dorian Gibson.
He went to go talk to TD Jakes, baby, and TD Jakes and stepped down from the dang on church. Now he said this was too much
Yeah.
for Don to step down.
No,
Yeah.
for real. I said TDJ is gonna step down the week the trial start. I said, mm-mm.
He said, "I'm gonna come on up out of here because I ain't gonna be sitting in this pool pit and nothing go down." But
Somebody
Mm-hmm.
said, I wonder what would happen if y'all came if y'all daughters came across a man like this, if y'all would feel the same way.
yeah, you want me to tell you how I would feel? This is what I tell my daughter all the time, and I have 3 daughters, and I have literally watched my daughter swing on her baby daddy. And I'm gonna tell you, I stood there to see what he was gonna do. And he grabbed her hands. I said, now had he slung you across this room or had he done anything else, that would have been on you. Because you don't put your hands on no man first. Now, as far as you being abused by a man, and if this was my daughter, like, okay, I got another daughter there right now. Her baby daddy cheats on her. She was in the house, came home fresh from having a baby. He in the house with another woman, in her house with somebody else. You cannot tell a person who they love and how they're treating them when they're in love. You just have to be there and support them because baby, she ain't listening to me. And she on baby number 2. And he don't work, he don't do nothing. And she's still just going and going and going.
Literally been there,
Putting
done
his,
that.
yeah. He's not putting his hands on her. But what I'm saying is That mama of Cassie's, it's no way she didn't know anything was going on. And she didn't have nothing to say till it was time to write a book for $30 million. Your own mama can sit around and watch the worst things happen to you and say nothing. And it be about money. Cassie did not have a strong man in her life. Because my
She
brother don't
said
play like
nobody is worried about what you tell the woman. Hold a man accountable. The fuck is wrong? I mean, th is wrong with y'all.
you
We're
can
But
hold
not
a
we're
man
does
not
have a
saying
accountable.
lot
don't
to
hold
do
we're
with
not
how
saying
you were
don't hold him
raised.
accountable.
But if the
It
woman is
does
still
have to
going
do because
back,
she probably been
But
promiscuous because she
Cassie
can't.
literally said he raped her, and then she went
they
back,
went
and they
back.
had a good
Yeah.
time. So, what is your mother gonna say?
What's your mama gonna say? Sit
What
there
is
and cry?
your mom? Then she said she left Connecticut, lied to her
Had a
mama,
good
told her
night.
mama that she was going to LA for work, and she ended up in Arizona with Diddy for a vacation. So, what could her mother have said
Her
in
mother
that
can say nothing.
situation?
Nothing. Let me tell you something. I planned my grandson's 5th birthday party from the day he came out of his mama. I had that 5th birthday planned. And it didn't matter what I said. That baby daddy told her they was doing something else, and my 5th birthday party went down the drain. You understand what I'm saying? So the whatever you want to call it from a man is way stronger than your mama's words at some point. Like, you're not listening to your mama no more because that your mama ain't giving you that feeling that man is giving you. Whether he's giving you a good feeling and you got a bad feeling in the end, it's a lack of self-esteem and self-love, if you ask me, because this is the main thing that I want to know. And if I get judged by asking this, I'm so sorry. I'm not victim shaming or anything. But as much sexual abuse as she went through, you couldn't put a baby in me right now. She'll let him have 3 kids by that white man. You couldn't put
YT, say YT.
sorry, YT. You couldn't put any. You could not. I could not do anything sexually with anybody for as long as she was supposedly SA. Y'all, does that make sense? I'm not judging her. I'm just saying for me, I don't think that I could. I don't think that would be possible.
They probably were more compatible. She never had a baby with Sean, so maybe
I guess since he
you
started
know.
loving her right, but I guess you have maybe I don't know if she have to go through
Crystal,
therapy.
they eating you up in the comments. Go ahead and
I,
respond.
they can eat me up. What they
Uh-oh,
said?
Crystal,
I ain't
Hold on,
respond to
Crystal.
these
I'm
comments.
coming for you, girl. I'm gonna read
what
them
they
for you.
say? What
Be
they say?
Somebody
TikTok friendly
said,
and responding so we could
somebody
back you up.
said,
Go ahead.
I see what she meaning though. Like I see
somebody
what she
said,
meaning.
oh no, you tripping, Crystal. And then somebody said, I'm sorry, you be talking kind of crazy. Then somebody said, I was thinking that too. Somebody said, I get what you saying, Crystal, but your situation was a boundary issues. And then somebody said, that's a conflated argument. What you did versus
They
what she
talking
did. Two
Crystal.
different states are mine. What? Hold on. And of mine, unfortunately, you don't grieve the same. And then somebody said a dad should teach all his kids gender to respect each other. Then somebody said, I see what you said. Somebody said I could never. Arguments are always no. Most of us wouldn't.
But some people
And
don't
that's why
even
we
have a
have
father figure in their life or a
yeah.
two-parent household.
And
And
I
both
have
of
to
my
say I agree with Crystal with some stuff though, because we was actually on point together.
and both of my fathers are deceased, and I've been without a daddy for 20 years, and honestly without a mama too, because she done gone on like she gave birth to my son. So I let them do their thing. But
Yeah,
what
you
I
got
am
another
saying
comment?
is I just am saying me from a personal opinion. I don't know, and I've never been SA, so I don't know if I could have that happen to me for so long and then turn around and have 3 children by somebody. I'm not saying that she's wrong. I'm just saying I don't know that I could do that.
Yeah, that's your
Maybe that's
opinion.
her
Yeah, that's
coping
your opinion.
skills.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
your
That's
opinion.
maybe it's
yeah,
her coping skills to
Sometimes to
have
get
a
over
family, to
somebody, you
have
definitely
somebody
gotta
that
move
really
on.
love her or something.
yeah, and that makes
We
sense
never
that
know
you
what her
say that.
coping skills was.
Right,
You
right.
know
Yeah,
what I'm
get over
saying?
somebody, you gotta move on. You can't be just lonely. That shit don't work.
Yeah,
Anybody
and
can move on
I'm
quick.
not like judging her.
Not
I'm
for
just
me.
saying I just don't see how that, I don't know that I could do that.
I,
I don't.
I mean,
With
I
all
feel
those
you because I
diseases
don't feel
she
like I
had
can
got,
be in
she
an abusive
lucky to
relationship.
have.
I couldn't deal with that. I just can't. I can't.
That part with all
Yeah.
the diseases and the
Once you hit me the
UTIs.
first time, I'm scared. I know you ready to beat the shit out of me. I'ma know that. Like that's stuff you should know. Once them first hits,
We
you
also gotta
go.
think about it. Like current thing you're tripping. Because
Already know that's what you do. There, like I'm already.
Yeah, these people in the
that
comments, everybody have so many different opinions, but it's just like at the end of the day, we not Puff or Cassie, so we can only say what we think we might do or how we think we will feel.
But
'Cause-
this is all an R. Kelly thing again. If you have a young daughter, a young family member, you're not checking on them, making sure they straight because they're with a super wealthy BLK man or whoever in
Mhm.
power. They're not watching their kids. Maybe they reaping some of the benefits. Maybe her mama, her people was staying over here, or she was, buying them stuff to cope with what she had going on because she
Right.
wasn't working. And then she was the one that was texting and said, "Oh, she ready to FCK," and it just seemed like she was more of the initiator. And just because she was younger as well, she was 19, she had no supervision. What if she was exposed to stuff like this? Now all of a sudden he not having freak offs anymore because he's with Young Miami? I don't believe it.
Nah, I think he still was definitely having the F offs, and I think he just, I don't think that the F offs ever stopped. Like to
Keep
the
in
day
mind,
he went to
the F ops
jail.
that it sound like they making a scene like it's just him basically tricking. That's what it is.
So I wonder.
That's what they calling it. Him paying for people to basically just look at him like that's what it sound like.
So I wonder what happens to all his assistants, like KK and that other lady. Like they don't have any repercussions behind anything that
A
they
lot of them
did.
are implicated in this, I think. A lot of them are implicated in this. Like they're being sued along with it because they're a part of like the RICO.
And a
Okay.
lot of those lawsuits that's directly against KK and other elements of Diddy's team are minimized to civil lawsuits. So they've been
Okay.
moved to civil court.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
All of them are implemented in the RICO case, and what Diddy is in there for now. All of the
So what's
all of their
racketeering
names is implemented.
or what's that?
What you
I
mean?
still
So would they be
like what
considered
what is that?
handlers instead of being, because if they most of the time when they do stuff like this, they have female handlers. So would you consider them handlers since they were the ones taking away her phone, her
No, they still
internet,
security.
her tablet?
They still security because they never, out of everything she said, that security presence never left. You know what I'm saying? They were doing things to intimidate her because they were security, like surrounding her at the restaurant when she was trying to have her meeting. You see what I'm saying? Like they were doing things to try, like even when, she was saying that they would come to her house and pick her up in the morning. Imagine a man that's 6'4", 300 pounds, all muscle, knocking on the door saying, "Oh, Diddy, won't you come on?" You don't think Cassie was going?
I'm gonna go and get in the car because I
Right.
don't know if this man better knock me over or what.
Yeah, I just feel like that's when somebody just doesn't have the right people around. Like how did her I I just don't know how she got swallowed up like that.
It's called isolation. It's called isolation. Many people will isolate their victims from anyone that they know or the closest people from them. And when they do that, it's a form of manipulation, and it's so that they can manipulate them further.
Girls get a little boyfriend and look, go from their home girls. If you know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
guys born. If you the female, let them. Like, y'all let them.
Yeah, like look at it on the smaller scale. Like I know me personally, I have friends that's like their boyfriends. Like okay, I graduated from an HBCU, so their boyfriends don't like them or let them go to homecoming. Like that's a form of isolation because
You as a female, ain't nobody ready to tell me you can't talk to your homegirl. You're not doing like you could probably say
Well, what you
something.
cooking with the
I'm not
pasta?
doing it all the time. Like come on,
Yeah.
that's control. I'm gonna start knowing. Like something stuff besides that.
Yeah. This is a sad case all around. It's supposed to last for 8 weeks.
Say here and there, like, no, you ain't going. It's cute. But all that every time, and I'm feeling it, like, hold up, no. You sure, like, really don't make me be around my friends. Like, no, I'm not with that.
Oh god.
No, because it really do be dudes out here like that. That be like, you're not going here, or
no,
they'll
for
try to tell you like what
sure,
you can wear, what you can wear,
yeah, for
or like
Like,
sure.
it's
I'm
all in
not.
what we accept.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you just gonna have to hit me in my mouth or something. Cause,
Yes, like, what?
You're
what?
actually not gonna put your hands on me. I'm leaving because this is not good.
Yeah,
Like
cause
I'm leaving.
I feel like when she was saying he was threatening her to release the videos, release them, cause that
That's what I was
you
saying. That's why I'm like,
release
that's why I
them.
said she was just a little green too. Not a total Cassie, but that's why she was. Cause certain, like, I didn't even like, cause nothing really could, like, you gonna put him out there and all the people gonna know it's you. So, like, I was with you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
you can't expose it too much. But that was him, the mental. He was like, you know, in her
yeah.
face. So she wasn't mentally strong with him and stuff. So that'd be a big thing too. So on top of
And then
down
I feel like a
physically,
lot of victims will
mentally,
probably try to stand up for themselves. They get knocked back about 10, 15 pegs
yeah.
and then they get scared again.
Nunu said, "I wish a ninja would." Yeah, that's how I be thinking. Like, I wish. Yeah, okay. But I mean, I guess everybody doesn't
Everybody
have
not
that.
built like that,
Yeah,
I
everybody's
guess.
not built like that.
Yeah, and look at Cassie compared to
Woo,
Diddy.
10 years.
Little 110-pound bucko, that comes into play too. She don't know
So,
how to fight her little self.
so that's what else I wanted to ask y'all. Do y'all think the world would be so upset if it was a different woman? If it wasn't Cassie?
No, absolutely not. It still would be an outrage because it's Diddy. That's the problem. It's because it's a black
Yeah.
man in America. Like that's the outrage because
hmm
it's Diddy.
The outrage, yeah, the outrage is coming from is him being a black man and
And
from
having
it being
power.
who he is, like
Yeah,
who
having
he
power
is.
and abusing it. And it's like, it's other people in the industry that do this too, but you can't prove it. So now everybody like,
Yeah.
oh shit, here's one of them. Let's get him. Let's hang him. But we got
They,
even with Epstein, my fiance said all the time, we got not one lick of information leaked about his case. None of it.
Weren't they supposed to
We
put out the
still waiting
list?
on that manifest of who all was on that plane. We are still to this day.
Yeah.
Is May 2025. Epstein been quote unquote dead allegedly for I don't know how long, and we
see the
still
thing.
do not have that manifest on who was on that plane.
They hang who they want to hang. Not taking away from what he did, not saying he innocent. I'm just saying it's always different for the black man. Hey, so
Definitely.
And then
it's
I don't
Different
know if
strokes
this
for different
I don't know
folks.
if this is true, but they were saying like Diddy was in a battle with the alcohol distribution because the
He was.
guave that they
So
were
basically,
supposed to be
it's like
giving.
everything came down on him. Like he was suing dude. He was suing them, the people about Ciroc because he was saying that they weren't promoting him like they were promoting George Lopez.
Can I just
And
get 40
then
on
he
pump
was
Keep
four?
in mind, keep in mind, that's the company that make Raposado.
yeah.
Yeah. So basically, when he first started off with them, he had a brand deal to promote just I think it was just Ciroc or it
Is
was
it Ciroc
some
or
other
De
liquor.
Leon? What De Leon? It
It
was a
was
De
Ciroc
Leon.
first. It was Ciroc. No, at first it was
yeah.
Ciroc. First he was only
Still got
supposed to be
Ciroc.
promoting Ciroc
No,
with
his
them.
first deal was for Ciroc.
You still
He
got
had
it.
a couple
Yeah,
of
it was
favors that
Ciroc.
he had signed to
And
promote, but
yeah.
yeah,
Yep, he still got Ciroc.
And then after that he created De Leon. But he said that they weren't promoting the De Leon. And because of that,
Right.
he decided he was gonna sue.
I thought it was
That's
something
right.
with the guave, like it was something with like they were not giving him the same, like with something with the ingredients that it takes to make the alcohol. Is that
Yeah. It was the agave, something was wrong. But none of this started happening until he started suing them. None of this started happening. They were like, he probably
He
got
should
too
have just
big.
he should have just
His
acknowledged
head
the
got too
book.
big.
Yeah.
His head got too big.
okay? So
When she starts sending him them inserts from that book, he should have just said, "Here go your money right here and now," and then it just would have probably went
Uh-uh.
away. But
Well, they didn't really get up to it.
he should
She's
have
sending
just.
him. You gotta think she's
I
sending him
don't think it
stuff
would have went
about
away.
him. Y'all gotta
I
think
don't
the
think it
book
would
is.
have went away.
Y'all gotta think she's sending
You
stuff
don't.
about him. So imagine somebody sending you parts of a book and it's about y'all. Like, who really rate feeding to that? Why would I want you to put it out though? You know
They
what I'm
was doing tit for tat. That's what you gotta think about. He's out here jumping around promoting Miami, and now I just found out you messing with the damn trainer. So here you are. I'm gonna send you a couple of pages, and you
saying? Yeah,
need to
you
pay me or do this and the third. And he like, girl, f you. You pay me.
right.
You effing the trainer. You owe me. I done paid for your new relationship. They going tit for tat.
Yeah, like you
Yeah.
rate feeding to
Yeah.
the
And to be honest, the way how all of this started and came out so fast, that's why I said I don't think that if he would have paid her off before it would have stopped. I feel like it was the feds still would have came for him. They were still probably building the case against this man.
Yeah, they was already trying, so it's like, oh,
They
you
was
just
already
gave me the mad
trying,
ammo
yeah.
I needed. Yeah, it's like
They trying to
you
take
just
all
She
helped
gave
it.
them the push. She
Yeah,
pushed them. She
Yeah,
gave
and
them
the
the push they
Keefe D
needed.
take all his
situation, the
blackness
Keefe D
down.
Yeah.
situation didn't help either. The Keefe D situation and Tupac
Oh
unfortunately,
case.
it's
yeah.
the same thing with
His
Young
come
Thug
out.
again. They had a whole bunch of hearsay until they can actually have evidence.
Now y'all think he was
Didn't
messing
this
with
come out because one of the ex-workers got stopped by the police and they were being interrogated and he was being interrogated somewhere and he was like, hey, do you know Puffy, the rapper, the mogul? And he was like starting to say that he was, snitching to get his way out. I think he was like one of the first people to expose. He
Oh,
was
and
like,
his
he
his
was like Dominican or something.
and his
Oh, I
drug
know.
mule.
Yeah, the drug
The
mule.
white boy, his drug mule. Yeah. Well,
love.
it's
Now
He
been
was one
fun
of the first
talking
to
to y'all.
expose
I
it
gotta
to make
log
them
off. I
investigate
gotta
it.
go back to work, but I
see
just
you,
wanted to
Crystal.
see y'all. I'm gonna see y'all
I see ya.
tomorrow. I'm gonna be listening and watching. It was nice talking to y'all.
Same
Alright,
to you,
bye.
girl.
Bye bye.
Hey, love, you all like in the comments absolutely, so you think he was messing with Santana. Why you playing?
I don't
I'm
know how to. How you
hollering.
look?
You know, a lot
Wait,
of
what
I
people
they
think
said
the
call
that.
me?
same thing. I think the
No, he
same
was
thing.
not.
A lot of
Tell
people
these
said
people
that.
I
No,
think
he. I'm all like, no,
Miami
he
and
was not.
Santana was double dutching P. Diddy. They were
I
double
feel
dutching
like
that
he
man.
probably
And he liked the
Miami
dark
was a
skinned
face.
man.
I was thinking that Carisha
Man.
was just his beard. They dumb.
No,
Y'all.
No, they started
no, for
hanging out
real.
even more
Have y'all
because
ever
Diddy
Santana
is
watched
was
not even
videos?
Santana type. So
Have
No,
y'all
true.
ever
I
let's
don't
X that out
know.
of the conversation.
I
have
Diddy
y'all
is
think
not
ever
even
watched
Santana type.
videos of Diddy like interacting with men that he
that
that
money his
that
type.
Y'all gotta think, y'all. He already was trying to be a changed man around this time of Carisha era. I don't think it was probably given all that.
My question is, as
Right,
a
she
black
knew.
man,
He
if
gotta
you
look.
know that you have all these things against you, why do you
Wine
still
and
go and
diamond.
do egregious things like thinking you can get away with it as a black man? Like you know the world is already against you.
money,
Yeah.
money and power.
And every
He
time
thought
Diddy
he
Carisha,
he thought he had all the money and all the power in the world.
But
But guess
how do
what?
but my thing is like, okay, and granted, I'm not a billionaire, so I don't know how it feels to be a billionaire, but how do you think that you can get so above the program and you're still a black man in America?
It's the money. You
I
ain't
feel like
touched
it's
the money, so you don't know how
about
I
like
feel. The money
as you
gives
Yeah,
get
them some type of
that
some
would be
type of
anybody though. Money bring you power. Everybody know that. So even if we
but
was to be rich and shit like that, y'all wouldn't feel power.
yeah. That's what I'm
the
We
thing
saying.
can't
Yeah,
take
about
like
that
I
away.
don't
is
feel
they
We
will
can't take
never
powerful,
a
but I
feeling how
still
he
know
feel
that
away. We
there's
can't
they,
take
they will
away what
they
he
will
did
never
good.
let a black man become too powerful though.
that's what I'm
They always
saying. That
gonna
will
they always
always
gonna
be in the back of my
keep them to
head.
the
Like,
level. They will always stop them from reaching that next level.
yeah, like you're
And it's
never
a
gonna
glass
be able
ceiling,
to get
baby.
to
It's
that
a
next level.
they're never
Yeah.
it's a glass ceiling.
Cause
My
not
phone breaking up.
Somebody said they're gonna show you every time you black. That's what I'm saying.
The
Like,
walk.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that's the problem. People like Diddy think they ain't black enough. They think they
above
so
it.
elbow to
Yeah.
elbow with their ass that they invincible. Or oh nah, they
no,
ain't
I
never
don't
gonna
Mm-hmm.
think
try me
that.
like that. You know,
I don't think that. I just think when people doing crimes, they know the time that can come behind it, but people not just caring about getting caught all the time. Everybody don't want to get
because they
caught.
got the
Yeah.
money, so they
That's
feel
the
like they can
door.
buy their way out
But
of
it
it.
ain't about that. It's just like just period of doing something wrong. That's anybody. People doing wrong
And a
stuff.
lot
They
of
don't care about. They not think like everybody not gonna think to get caught. Like I don't want to get caught. If we
yeah. A
if we
lot of
gonna go
people
in the
think
store,
a
if
lot of
we gonna
people
go
may
in the
think they cover
store,
their tracks very well.
yeah, if I'm gonna go in the store and be stealing or something, in my mind I don't want to get caught. But I know the shit wrong. And if I get caught,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to jail. Shit. You know what I mean? Like
Exactly.
seriously, that's just a minor
I
example,
know
but
I
I'm
can
just
go
saying
down
in
for this,
general.
but I'ma still do it. Okay.
Yeah, people do it. Like it happens. That's life, y'all.
Yeah. But it's a program, all of it. They'll never let you get bigger than the program.
never.
I'm so
Especially when
ready
you
for.
They
start
will
moving
they
right.
gonna make you fall in line. They gonna make you fall in line every single time.
Yeah,
Oh,
not when you're not
especially if you
moving
tell them
right.
no when you go against the grain too. That's the
Right.
problem. You can't
Mm-hmm.
you can't not do what they say. That's the problem. I don't care if they tell
Yeah.
you to bend over and paint your behind blue polka dots. You gotta do what them people tell you
Mm-hmm.
to do. And
If
he
they
was
ask you
getting
to do
against the
something, you
program.
gotta do it.
Yeah, he was going against the
Yeah.
grain.
Yeah. Oh, that's how a lot of people. That's how a lot of people. That's how a lot of artists' careers end before they even start. To be honest, it's all in what you say and how you say it, and what you do and how you do it.
Cat Williams said you gotta tell Diddy no.
But I'm thinking
No,
about
you
Cassie.
gotta tell them no.
You
But I'm
gotta
thinking
tell
about
him no.
Cassie though, coming to this point and feeling like she just felt like she fed up, like I can't
But
take
you
it.
can't tell them no every time because, like I
But
say, they
what made
drug
her
you.
like? Then though he was beating on and it's like all this stuff was going on. You came to the conclusion you can't take it no more just because he ain't send you the money or like, cause you should have been not taking it no more. You was doing a lot. Why it took for you to
Yeah.
Defense. So that's the whole thing of the defense. Y'all didn't hear the opening argument
Yeah.
of the defense.
like
The
you should
defense
have
say
been?
Diddy moved on and Cassie is mad and she realized she would never live up to be Kim Porter. So that's what it's not
But
funny,
the
but
thing about
that's
it
their
is
defense.
she ain't living up to be Kim Porter anymore because where's Kim Porter at in the grave? So the thing about that is if she would have stayed, who's to say she wouldn't have ended up in the same place Kim Porter is right now?
Yeah, I don't think it was Kim Porter. I think it was could have been Young Miami now. Kim Porter over
Yeah,
with. She
I
went
think
past
it
that
was
phase.
I don't think it had anything to do with Kim, to be honest.
Yeah, I
Because we gotta think she was still with him even
No, I
after he
know it
was no
has
longer
nothing to do with
exclusive with
her. I'm
Kim.
saying that's what they chose to put in his opening argument.
Oh yeah.
I
That's
think
what
he
they're
did
saying.
that
That's
too
what
to
they're
take
saying,
another
yeah.
shot at her. He loved to do that to fuck with her with Kim. Like I think that was another, like another little jab.
Yeah. I feel like he's trying to they're trying to invoke some type of jealousy within her to see how far off track she can get during her testimony. They want to know if she's still this enraged, jealous woman that was jealous of him dealing with other women and all that.
Yeah, they still didn't expect. I don't know if you caught that, Armani. I've been in the comments. I'm always lurking in and out, but I was following along too, and they were saying after they came off for lunch that the defense was changing their strategy based off of
Mm-hmm.
her testimony. They was like, oh, they got to regroup and redo a lot of stuff because they was, kind of basically cut off guard. And the other live I was watching, she was trying to say, oh yeah, they got him in the tussle, this and the third. No, it's just based off the way she answered her questions. Like y'all don't know
But
whether she helped
another
their
witness's
defense or not.
return is into the room.
Huh?
Another witness's return is into the room, which was Mia. Her attorneys entered the room while they was on break and started to discuss the fact that Mia was about to be mentioned. So that's what was going on during the break too. Why when they had went to lunch, her attorneys came in and was mentioning that Mia's name was going to be mentioned and making sure that Mia hadn't been questioned about anything or anything like that, and asking what was going to be questioned. How her name was going to be mentioned. That's what they was doing during the
Yeah.
break too. So, but from what I gathered,
I'm
LB
wondering
Shore
like
will be taking the stand. So LB Shore will be taking the stand. I'm not sure if Kid Cudi gonna take the stand, but from what
He
I'm gathering,
got to
LB
now.
Shore is indefinite, and they're trying to see if the defense gonna be able to watch. Well, not the defense. The jury will be able to watch the videos, but as of now, they just able to show pictures.
Yeah, they said no. She said no so far. I don't know if she's gonna change her mind by tomorrow for the defense, but she said no and let them do
No,
the
so far,
standstill.
yeah.
She that's why I'm the one who put that in the comments that the CNN, if you go on the CNN thing, they did a little, type up or whatever, and they was like, oh, the jury was gasping. One man put his head down, he automatically looked away. Another man did this. Like they was basically saying the jury was like distraught from the
As
pictures
seen.
itself. So
Mm-hmm.
why would you try to make them see these videos? Like that's
Right.
gonna ooh.
honestly, I would
That could be
being in the
bad
jury,
for
I would
both
feel so
parts.
uncomfortable. I would feel so uncomfortable
Yeah.
watching it.
But
It
I
would
would
make me
say
feel
in
it
the
would make me feel
defense part,
disgusted.
but it gives more insight to what's going on because even with Cassie, no one believed what she was saying until they seen her behind mauled like a damn a cat in the pit bull mouth on the video. You get what I'm saying? Like a video kind of put it more into what's actually going on instead of you actually reading it. You get what I'm saying? You can understand and visualize, like even with us going through the case, like we putting it together and picturing all of them being in court. But imagine if we could actually see it, we'll be even more hyped. You get what I'm saying? So I think that kind of play a part in it too. But do I think they should play it for the jury? Hell no, because they couldn't even take the pictures. But like I said, that's tomorrow. I don't know. I'm gonna be ready to make sure I get my baby to school early tomorrow because I need to be on my
Yeah,
squad.
I have an exam in the I have my last final exam in the morning, but I'm gonna be right on here right after that.
Listen, I'm gonna be tuned in. Make sure I have my devices. Cause baby, I don't know. I'm Brian still. That's a good attorney. I'm not going for Diddy or nothing like that. I just love how that man lawyer. I love how he put his degree to work. That man got some questions and he got a way to get something out of somebody. You get what I'm saying? Like I want to see how this defense really talk to Cassie, because it's like still, even like they said, it's going to be shocking how they had to, change up how
The
they was going
defense
to
about to
question her.
handle the hell out of Cassie.
Huh?
They about to handle the hell out of her.
I'm ready. I'm
They about
Ready
ready.
to
to,
trap her up in
are
so
they
many
they
lies.
finna
Now you
walk her
gonna
like a
tell the
they
truth, Cassie?
walk
He probably watched Young Thug case and look, Brian
walk
still
her
went
like a dog.
viral. He like, I need that man.
And you think that
With Young Thug
she
case,
cried a little bit while they was questioning the prosecution? Shit, she finna be a water bug when he get done.
you'd be surprised.
Hey,
He
go see
probably
what they
feel like
got.
he might got it. What if he feel the confidence? Y'all be surprised how that man feeling. He got three good lawyers, not even just Brian Still. Brian Still just more famous because of Young Thug case. But them other two attorneys he got, they good too. I was researching them people. All of them good, like
Yeah,
real smart.
The court ended for the day. They coming back tomorrow.
I wish we could have seen it because I don't know. I pay attention. Like I be so into watching people. So I be
yeah.
watching Brian Steele, how he looking, girl, because he be into it. Like with the Young Thug case, girl, he was taking his notes. He wasn't playing with that man. Like he paying attention to every little nitty gritty. So when he come
This
with his
court is
defense,
over.
and when he come to cross examine, oh, he on point with everything you done said. He trust me. He listening to every nitty gritty.
Yes.
That's why when he was jamming it up in that case, he was ready to go to jail with Young Thug. He said, "Well, can I be in the cell with my?" That man ain't playing, so we can discuss the case. Like that man is serious. Like for real. So yeah, they gotta come with the come. The state need not to play it light, cause they don't give me his attorneys gonna play it like they don't got time to play with them. Then
Yeah.
he try to come home. They ain't got time to play and wait. No, we getting into this. Like this is this.
I feel like they need to get
Staticky.
into.
I'm sorry to cut you off. It's real staticky on my end. Heard me. The golden.
I heard static on her end too.
Can
Okay, well, this
y'all hear
has
me now?
been nice.
All right, well we done for the day. I'll be back tomorrow. You said what time
Finished
you get
for
on,
the
mommy?
day. I'll be up
I
here for 10 again.
All right.
10. Okay,
You do
I'll be back.
4.
My
All
sister's
right.
gagging. All right, Joe.
All right.